Although Yi Man cultivated in the Shangxiao Divine Palace, she was not from higher heaven's realm. Instead, not only was she from the Snow Divine Kingdom, a top principality from the Shadow Realm, but she was also the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom. The Shadow Realm and the Solar Realm were two opposite realms. Each contained the qi of ultimate yin and ultimate yang. In the Snow Divine Kingdom, it was covered by extremely cold snow year-round, and the cultivators there were also extremely cold in nature, like the UN melted ice of thousands of years. The Snow Divine Kingdom dispatched Yi Man to Shangxiao Divine Palace in the hopes that she would cultivate at other peak forces and learn from them. After Yi Man had cultivated in the Divine Palace for so many years, her temperament had indeed changed a great deal. Her unique characteristics inherited from the Snow Divine Kingdom could no longer be observed in everyday life. However, at this moment, the people around her exuded an extremely chilling sensation, and even their eyes were like ice and snow. One look was enough to turn the others into frost. Yi Futian naturally also felt the gaze from Yi Tianyu and Yi Man. He and He both turned their gazes and looked over there with an indifferent expression. In the past, Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, might have been able to give him certain pressure, but now, this crown prince of the Divine Dynasty could no longer pose any threat to him. His gaze didn't linger on Yi Tianyu for too long before he moved his eyes away and looked toward that extremely dazzling place in front of the crowd. What place is this? Yi Futian saw the magnificent scene in front of him, and his heart trembled. What he saw was a brilliant temple interwoven with an incomparable space-light beams. Here, the temple stood upon the mountain in the wilderness, and it completely covered this space. Its immensity was incomprehensible. Even divine will could not perceive its boundaries. Divine items, divine implements. Yi Futian's heart trembled. Countless golden space beams seemed to divide this vast expanse into different areas, like a part of this vast and boundless spatial sacred hall. And these areas, where the space was partitioned, seemed to house a dazzling divine item. Were these the divine implements in the divine hall? If the crowd had just walked past a cemetery of a demonic emperor, or a demonic beast raised by a supreme being, then the scene in front of them might very well be a treasure trove collected in an entire lifetime by a supreme character. He saw many different treasures, such as swords and spears. Common divine items that were a must, but there were also some rare artifacts. However, these artifacts seemed to be clearly visible to the naked eye, but no one who was present attempted to enter to fight for them. Could it be that they were unable to enter? He glanced at the periphery around the divine hall again. There were corpses on the ground, clearly indicating that fighting had already broken out, which meant that someone was fighting for the divine items. What was happening here? What's going on here? Yi Futian looked in a direction and asked Xiong Mang, the cultivator from the divine elephants. He and the divine elephants went from way back and had many exchanges with Xiong Mang himself when he was at the divine elephants and saw him as a worthy adversary. There are many artifacts sealed in that spatial sacred hall. Each treasure is separated from the other and needs to be opened individually to release it. Xiong Mang explained to Yi Futian, you see that in front of each treasure, there was an independent space with a pattern of its own. Only when the pattern has been cracked can it be opened. If so, how come no one is doing anything? Yi Futian asked in doubt. They have, Xiong Mang responded, but this spatial sacred hall is very odd. After the pattern has been cracked, the treasure will fly out of the sky from above, so even when you have broken the seal, the treasure itself wants to escape. Proactively solving the puzzle would only be creating opportunities for other cultivators who lay in wait. Gradually, some choose to wait and see even when they have the opportunity, acting more cautiously. Yi Futian nodded. He finally understood what was going on. Anyone would hope that once they opened the seal, the treasure would be theirs. But if the treasure flew out and thus taken by others, then there was not much point in it. Who would be such a fool? Hence, the situation in front of them. Just how many treasures are hidden in this spatial sacred hall, and is it difficult to open? Yi Futian asked. It's very difficult to open. Looking at it, there ought to be many treasures, Xiong Mang replied. They should all be at the top grade of Renhuang. Yi Futian nodded, and his heart was disturbed. At this time, some purple gold rats went to another area of the ruins. The speed of these purple gold rats was still very fast, not much slower than when they first arrived here. In one of the areas, a purple gold rat met many sacred trees and precious flowers. It was just like when Futian once crossed the sea of the path when he went to the land of proving the way, and there were many fruits of the way. Aside from that, there were golden sacred trees towering into the sky, with endless lotus flowers that nurtured the great path, and many other exotic plants. This made Futian felt as if it was a divine garden. Moreover, Futian clearly felt that the purple gold rat was very close to him, and very possibly in the same ruin, only in different positions. If this was really a complete, larger relic, including all 4 major directions, then, is this a treasure trove of an incredible character? These demonic emperors were guarding here, and were those grounds the garden of a supreme existence? Futian felt that this relic was called God's relic because it might really be the relic left by the legendary ancient gods. Is God the most supreme of the imperial realm? He wondered. He glanced at his surroundings and saw that all the top forces from the 9 realms had gathered here. Among them, there was even the existence of Ren Huang, so no one dared to act rashly. At this time, a group of men came toward Futian. Futian's attention turned to them and saw that it was the cultivators of the Dou tribe, who had fought with him in the underground palace before. The one heading of the group was Dou Jiao. And it was not just them. All the top forces that had twice competed for the relic had arrived one step ahead of him. Ziwei Palace, Clan of the 7 Slayers, Heavenly Sword Hall, Yuanyang Clan, and Kaixiao Divine Mountain were all present to add to the grandeur of this occasion. Under such circumstances, no one dared to act rashly. Which force dared to claim to be invincible? Even if they were really invincible, would it be enough to beat out the alliance of the others? Did you just get here now? Dou Jiao asked. He had reminded Futian to head east, but Futian had arrived later than him. I went to another relic, and it took some time, Futian said with a smile. Dou Jiao gave Futian a meaningful look. After he seized the spear and the intent of battle, did this guy go ahead and inherit another relic? Have you recovered from your injury? Futian asked. That fruit of the way was quite good, thank you, Dou Jiao said brightly. As a way of thanking you, I plan to lead the Dou tribe to join hands with you and split the treasures 50-50. What do you think? Get outta here. Futian spat those words out. How could this loser propose an even split? 30-70, then, 30 for us and 70 for you. Dou Jiao didn't seem to mind, and continued with a silly smile on his face. He was thinking that judging from the speed with which Futian took hold of the godly spear, there should be a ton of treasures in this spatial sacred hall for the taking. Futian looked up without looking at him. 2080, Dou Jiao gritted his teeth and said. They definitely could not go any lower. He was the descendant of the Dou tribe, with the blood of the fighting god flowing in his body. How could he be humiliated by bargaining like this? I don't need anyone's help. Futian looked at Dou Jiao with a smile. What? Dou Jiao looked at Futian and felt an urge to punch his face. Didn't he say that he wanted to be friends? So callous. He was the descendant of the fighting god, and yet he kept retreating again and again. Forget it. You decide, then, Dou Jiao said. Judging by the conflicts that had just occurred, he felt that if there were treasures, he had no hope of getting any of them. He was not afraid of those in Saint Plain, but there were several Renhuang in this area with many other top characters. It would be hard for him to compete. Futian looked at Dou Jiao, stunned. He had guts. Deal, Futian immediately agreed without dissent. Indeed, he had been beaten by Sheng into submission. Dou Jiao looked at him, sighing inside. He had to submit because he was less skilled, a party that was defeated. Many people of power looked this way, especially those who were acquainted with Futian. There were even cultivators of top principalities who came to him for alliance, but his attitude this also made the likes of Yi Tianyu and Zhong Yuan frown deeply. Even those at the peak of power were willing to help him. Could he really be so powerful? Yi Tianyu had witnessed Futian's strength later when they were at the Divine Palace, but Zhong Yuan had only heard of what happened at the Divine Palace. Help me take care of a person first, Futian said to Dou Jiao. Dou Jiao looked at Futian as if to say, You are badass. Who? He said, gritting his teeth. Him. Yi Futian pointed in a direction. Over there, Zhong Yuan, the supreme body of the Great Path from Violet Heavenly Palace, who was looking at Yi Futian, was stunned for a moment. Yi Futian was pointing at him. This man is known as the supreme body of the Great Path, one of a kind. Although you have the body of the fighting god, your victory is not guaranteed. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you give it a try, Yi Futian said. Nothing to do. After Yi Futian arrived here, everything in this space seemed to have changed. But how come this felt kind of strange? Fine. Do Zhao gritted his teeth, then turned and walked in the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace, where Zhong Yuan was located. Do Zhao of the Do tribe from Ziwei realm is here to experience the supreme body of the Great Path. Zhong Yuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Futian. This B***** didn't bother to make a move himself, but let people from the other forces attack him instead. Boom! A violent thunder will of the way exploded and swept across the sky in an instant, blasting violently toward Do Zhao. Bang! Do Zhao took a step into the void, and a dull sound came out between heaven and earth. He seemed to have turned into a god of war, with divine light shining about him that directly opened up the will of the god of war. 3 marks of god of war appeared around his brow chakra, which opened up the 3rd layer. The supreme body of the Great Path ought to be incredibly strong. Yi Futian looked down on everyone, so he would give this supreme body of the Great Path a good beating to vent his anger. But how inconvenient it was for Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan looked at Do Zhao. Although he was angry, he also felt Do Zhao's dominance. At this time, a mark of the god of war appeared at Do Zhao's brow chakra, and there an ethereal shadow of the god of war loomed behind him with a horrific will of might. The flash of divine thunder shone in the sky, and in an instant, this world seemed to be facing the apocalypse as the endless thunder now roamed between heaving and earth, casting a matrix of apocalyptic thundering all around him. As he stepped under the matrix, the sword of doomsday appeared in front of him, swallowing and tearing apart all the thundering divine light. Zhong Yuan, the supreme body of the Great Path from a Violet Heavenly Palace, was facing a great enemy. Buzz! A golden divine light exploded, and Do Zhao started his attack. His body directly pierced through the void as the golden divine light penetrated the space, traversing through it and appearing in front of the body in a flash. Kill! Zhong Yuan shouted angrily, roaring like thunder with the thunder god's wrath as the sword of doomsday was released as if to destroy everything in front of him. However, Do Zhao slammed his fist of flesh and blood onto the sword without dodging and without retreating. There was a terrifying burst of noise between the two. The wandering destructive divine thunder engulfed Do Zhao entirely. At the same time, a horrific power of terror sent shock waves through Zhong Yuan's body, like rays of golden divine light that penetrated regardless of the divine sword. Bang! Bang! A horrible sound erupted from the inside of Zhong Yuan's body. He groaned and forced his mouth to close. Then his body flew out backward as his face turned bright red, and finally, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and his breath rapidly weakened. The bones and nerves in his body seemed to be shattered. His eyes fixed on Do Zhao, who was being engulfed by the destructive light of the thunder. The purple thunder shone and floated above his strapping and overbearing torso and then gradually dissipated, exposing that powerful and overbearing physique. Do Zhao's eyes contained golden divine light. He stared at Zhong Yuan in front of him, who had no sign of injury. Clearly, he was disappointed. Supreme body of the Great Path? Do Zhao mumbled, looking at Yi Futian and said, did he give himself that title? He was not too durable. Puff! When Zhong Yuan heard what he had said, another mouthful of blood spewed out again, his face red with incredible shame. He was the first person among the descendants of the Violet Heavenly Palace known as the Supreme Body of the Great Path. His name resounded in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was a magnificent figure in his own right in Heavenly Mandate realm before, but all this changed after Yi Futian's appearance. Today, he was thusly humiliated. The cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out to come behind Zhong Yuan, all of them staring coldly at Do Zhao. The breath from their bodies was frightening. Perhaps. Yi Futian smiled. So, what kind of body are you? Dou asked curiously. Divine body of the heavenly path. Yi Futian replied. Dou Jiao felt that he shouldn't have asked. No one could have been as shameless as this. What kind of concept was the divine body of the heavenly path? Under the heavenly path, what other kind of constitutions could be compared? So shameless. How are they going to deal with this? Dou Jiao asked, looking at the cultivators releasing their breaths toward him. Do you think this kind of strength is worthy of competing here? Yi Futian asked. Not worthy. Dou Jiao responded. He was not even sure of himself in the competition, hence his proposition to join hands with Yi Futian. In comparison, Zhong Yuan and the others were even more unworthy. Then you can decide what to do with them, Yi Futian said. Dou Jiao then stepped out and rushed into the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace, violently swinging and blasting the golden divine fists. No one from the Violet Heavenly Palace could counter even one single punch from him. Watching all those who were being blasted and falling, Yi Futian's expression was one of pure indifference. It wasn't that the Violet Heavenly Palace was weak, but that Dou Jiao had opened up the third layer of fighting God's will. In this realm, there were not many equal opponents. There weren't many even in the entirety of the 9 realms. Dou Jiao's combative prowess was definitely top-notch. How sad, many who witnessed this scene remarked secretly to themselves. However, most of them were not too sympathetic. The aim of those who came here was to compete with each other. Such inferior strength indeed had no place in the competition. Violet Heavenly Palace, in comparison, was still relatively weak. People from the Heavenly Mandate realm felt the most complicated. Now, someone who was willing to follow Yi Futian proactively had made a move and crushed the Violet Heavenly Palace without even giving them a chance to fight back. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were full of grief and indignation, for they had never suffered such great humiliation. If it were to avenge the grudge of the past, Yi Futian could have struck directly. However, he didn't even bother to move, merely ordering Dou Jiao to do his bidding, and they were still abused to such a degree. Enough. A cold voice was heard, and the speaker was the Crown Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. This time in the God's Relic, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were considered allies. In addition to the Snow Divine Kingdom, where Yi Man was located, these 3 principalities had formed a rather considerable force. Dou Jiao was born to the Dou tribe, a top principality in Ziwei realm. Previously, when he hadn't been getting along well with Zhong Yuan, Yi Tianyu didn't intervene on account of not wanting to make more enemies. But now that he saw the cultivators of Violet Heavenly Palace being sorely beaten by one man, he had no choice but to step out and say something. Boom! Another violent blast from the fist and 2 figures were knocked out in a flying fashion. Dou Jiao turned his head to look at Yi Tianyu and found that there was a Renhuang on Yi Tianyu's side, an old man from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He had been suppressing his realm until after the entrance of God's Relic, and his breakthrough was a way of protecting the Heavenly Mandate realm to improve their chances in God's Relic. Dou Jiao turned his attention to Yi Tianyu, saying, "Do you fancy a try?" Yi Tianyu stared at Dou Jiao. If they were to fight, he wasn't so sure if he could overcome Dou Jiao. This man had crushed the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace with great ease. Judging from the combative power he had demonstrated, he must be stronger. Enough, Yi Futian said. Dou Jiao turned his head to look at him, somewhat perplexed. He had wanted him to attack, so why stop now? He walked back to Yi Futian and said in a low voice, "I have given you plenty of prestige. If there were any benefits to be had, you should know what to do." Yi Futian looked a bit shocked. Watching this godlike figure next to him, he felt a little curious. This guy seemed to be multifaceted. He was wild and crazy on the outside, but inside, he was a bit cute. If Dou Jiao knew the word that Yi Futian used to describe him, what would he think? At this time, all the cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Yi Futian. Their numbers were considerable, and there were many cultivators from the 8 major branches of the Violet Heavenly Palace among them. Back when they took away Jiyu Dongliu, he went to make trouble, but the other refused to turn him over. How high and mighty were they then? But now, Yi Futian looked at them with some contempt, saying, "People of the Violet Heavenly Palace can get the hell out now. There is nothing concerning you here. Boom! The light of thunder flashed, and the cultivators from the violet heavenly palace were extremely incensed when they heard such humiliating words used on them. But when Futian cast his glance toward them, after seeing the gradually sharpened look in his eyes, no one dared to challenge him. All they could do was to look away, endless humiliation filling their hearts. "Let's go," Zhong Yuan said. His group left with their dead and wounded. After the people of the violet heavenly palace left, the space was quiet again. The strength of Zhong Yuan's group was not spectacular, to begin with, so they had a minimal effect on the situation at hand. No one moved, and neither did Futian as he stood there quietly. Although he believed he could unlock the seals of the treasure within the temple, he was unwilling to be the first to make a move and, presumably, everyone else thought the same as well. No one wanted to be so careless in their actions. At this moment, someone walked forward. It was not just one person, but many cultivators from one single top principality now walked toward the spatial sacred hall. At the same time, many more stayed outside on guard, and one of them said, "Since none of you are acting, from now on, any looters who dare to touch the items released by us will be killed at all costs." These words contained incredible murderous intent. Many looked at the man speaking and knew that these people were from the Central Emperor realm. "Where are they from?" Futian asked Do Zhao. Judging from these arrogant words, they must have possessed great self-confidence in their own strength. If anyone were to rob them of their treasure, they would not hesitate to kill others as a way to deter any looting. The martial god clan from the Central Emperor realm, one of the top ancient clans. Do Zhao responded to Futian via voice transmission. The Central Emperor realm was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and the top forces among them were mostly clans, very ancient clans as a matter of fact. Many of them claimed to have descended from the gods and said that divine blood flowed inside their veins. The surname of the martial god clan was Martial, indicating the combative power of those in the clan. It was said that their ancestor was the martial god of war. Futian nodded slightly. Among those present, there were some powerful Renhuang who were the only ones that could pose a real threat to them. "In that case, let's not interact with one another, and we will each take our own," the cultivators of Yuanyang clan also proclaimed as they started walking forward, stepping into the temple. All the cultivators began to move, one after another. Many of them now entered the spatial sacred hall. Next to Futian, many looked at him for a cue. When they saw Futian walking towards the interior, many followed suit. This spatial sacred hall was extremely vast. It was filled with space will of the way everywhere. The endless space divine light turned the space into countless segments, and as soon as they stepped into it, they could clearly feel the strong and arrogant breath from inside. Many divine implements and weapons had mighty breaths permeating amongst them. "What do you want?" Futian asked the people around him. "As many as possible, we are not picky," Do Zhao responded honestly. "Get the hell away." Futian looked at this brazen man next to him. As such, he wasn't picky either. Some of those who were around were a little speechless when they heard Futian's words. Although there was a treasure trove inside with many divine items, were they so easy to obtain? It was extremely difficult to crack even one of the seals, and Futian was asking what his people wanted. Could he get whatever his heart desired? "There is an axe over there. Sheng, why don't we get that for you to chop some wood?" Futian said. "Chop wood?" Do blinked. Clearly, he did not know the story of how Sheng used to chop wood at the cottage on the mountain. Sheng nodded. He was really not picky at all, as long as it was suitable for his explosive power, and the battle axe sounded like a match made in heaven. Futian headed in one direction. He wasn't fast, but he moved very carefully. The entire golden temple was filled with countless spatial threads, especially in the places where the implements were sealed within. Each of the implement in this golden temple was sealed by an independent golden space, and all the independent spaces there were connected to become a whole and constituted this treasure trove. Futian and the others walked to a place. In front of them was a battle axe suspended in midair and releasing radiant golden light. Renhuang level light emitted from it. Standing here, They felt as if they were standing under a great pressure of might on the verge of splitting it in two. And around that suspended battle axe was a seal created by countless spatial divine lights. These divine lights were flowing to create a three-dimensional pattern, and that battle axe seemed to be locked within the pattern. Has anyone tried to split it open by force? Yi Futian asked Do Jiao. They died miserably, nothing was left, Do Jiao responded. Yi Futian nodded, for this was well within his anticipation. Whatever sealed inside was a very powerful divine implement. Therefore, it must have taken a considerably higher level of power to seal such weaponry within. To forcibly break the seal, there was no kind of realm that could have achieved this. As soon as the seal was disturbed, the golden divine light inside would start flashing, and the intruder would be torn apart by those infinite golden lights, leaving nothing behind. These treasures were like the collection of some great being. They are likely to contain the spirit of the implement so that they will fly out after the seal has been lifted. Even if the implement is freed, it is not so easy to obtain it, Yi Futian whispered, and Do Jiao nodded in agreement. Yi Futian's speculation sounded about right. Do Jiao sobered up and said in all seriousness, and, even a miscalculation in unlocking the seal could spell great disaster. As soon as you provoke the power within, terrible consequences may ensue. Just now, even those in the vicinity could be affected. Before you came along, many had fallen here, which was the reason why everyone was extremely cautious and careful. Yi Futian nodded. Everyone was outside when he came, and not only for fear of being robbed by others. Before this, someone had already learned the lesson the hard way. Now, none of them dared to act rashly. Then how do we break it? Yi Futian asked. You are asking me? Do Jiao looked at Yi Futian with surprise. This guy had only gotten hold of that divine spear in a few moments, so he should easily break at least 12 to 20 seals to be worthy of his trust, right? He was the descendant of the fighting god and had forsaken his dignity in this endeavor. If he didn't get a few treasures out of the ordeal, wouldn't that be terrible? I'm testing you. Otherwise, how could I demonstrate how different I am from the others? Yi Futian replied. Do Jiao felt that Yi Futian must have been the most shameless genius talent he had ever encountered. He was absolutely the most shameless one. He wanted to see just how many seals he could break today. Yi Futian's eyes became like the divine wheels, rims of the wheels seemed to be reflected inside his eyes. In an instant, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the great path and into all of the nothingness. The flowing will of the way seemed to slow down in his eyes, and the lines of the pattern gradually became clearer. The pattern that sealed the battle axe gradually took shape in his field of vision like a golden divine gate. To unlock the seal, opening this golden divine gate ought to be the key. The surroundings became exceptionally quiet, as Yi Futian's eyes kept staring at the pattern. Those next to him were all looking at him, and the others couldn't really understand what he was doing. As if he felt the eyes of those who stared at him, Yi Futian whispered, I have already seen through some of it. How much longer? Do Jiao asked. Almost, Yi Futian replied. But after a while, Yi Futian was still watching. So? Do Jiao asked again. Not too difficult. Yi Futian sounded rather confident. Then open it. Do Jiao looked at him. Yi Futian turned his attention back and rubbed between his brows. He looked at Do Jiao as if he was looking at an idiot. This is all set up by the great power of the ancients, and we cannot afford to be careless. We must only proceed when we are absolutely sure. Wait for me to observe it for a while longer to ensure my calculation is correct. Do you get it? Yi Futian's eyes were full of contempt. Do Jiao clenched his fists. Didn't he just say that it wasn't too difficult? So, what were all these reasons for not getting a move on? As if he was an idiot. He felt the urge to hit someone, but looking at Yu Sheng, who was right next to Yi Futian, he thought better of it. Let's observe the other seals first. Yi Futian turned and walked to the side, where each seal occupied a different position, forming a separate entity of its own. Do Jiao looked at Yi Futian. Was this considered fast? No difficulty. Even Qin he seemed to do her best not to laugh. An enchanting smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't seen Yi Futian like this before. Was he holding on? However, Even Yi Futian couldn't resolve it at the moment and dared not to act rashly, demonstrating just how strong the pattern of this seal was. People from other principalities around Yi Futian didn't bother to disguise their contempt. If he couldn't do it, he should just admit it. Was this guy really for real? His shamelessness was second to none. However, even Do Jiao of the Do tribe in Ziwei realm was following him. The space next to the battle axe also contained another divine implement, a dagger, which released a dark luster, with a terrible breath flowing from it, giving out a dangerous signal. However, like the battle axe, it was locked inside the flowing spatial divine light, as countless divine lights flowing back and forth, isolating the dagger in its place. You see, the others were useless, also. Each of the implement here is sealed by different means, so the method of unlocking is bound to be different. Otherwise, they would all have been opened long ago. You have not even unlocked the seal of the battle axe, yet now, you are looking at something else. I'm afraid it's all for nothing, Do Jiao said to Yi Futian. Who told you that it was sealed by different means? Yi Futian asked. Do Jiao was stunned when he heard Yi Futian's question and replied, this is known by everyone. Oh, Yi Futian responded, his eyes still fixed on the pattern of the dagger. When Do Jiao heard Yi Futian's response, the urge to beat him was even stronger. What did he mean by that? What Yi Futian saw was different from what Do Jiao had said. The spatial lines were indeed different, so the patterns that were formed were also different. However, they were not formed by different means. On the contrary, he found that both seals shared something in common. In those flowing golden divine lights, if he slowed it down, the vision became clearer, and he could see a door. This was the same ability, except that the timing of the arrangement was different. Or rather, it was possible that the supremely powerful character had sealed the divine implement here at will, so it was the same sealing ability, only because of different timing so that details were slightly different. If it was really as he had suspected, that this here was an armory where the supreme being stored the divine implements. If he was that supreme being, would he really set a different method to seal each implement? No. If he were really so powerful, the implement would be sealed as soon as he tossed it into storage. Why would he take on more trouble with them? Sometimes, things were complicated by overthinking because it was the wisdom of the ancestors that they were facing. However, considered in reverse, an entirely different angle now opened up. It didn't take long before Yi Futian walked in front of the third divine implement and continued his observation that roused Do Jiao's curiosity. What was this guy doing? Qin He and the others were also puzzled, but they trusted Yi Futian. Although he sometimes seemed less than reliable, he had often surprised them. In the next few moments, Yi Futian continued his walk inside, observing all the implements as time slowly passed by, little by little. The others had already begun to try to unlock the seals. If you really can't do it, then give it up, don't force it, Do Jiao finally said. Once I start my move, I'm afraid your heart won't be able to bear it, Yi Futian said with much contempt. He. Do Jiao said nothing but merely looked on quietly to see how much longer Yi Futian could act this way. At this moment, a strong light shot out as the cultivator of the martial god clan unlocked a seal, but he paid for it. A divine light flashed, and a divine implement rushed out, along with the cultivator of the martial god clan, who would not let it slip away so easily. Many figures now flashed out of the golden temple. Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without exception. An overbearing and indifferent voice was heard as the cultivator of the martial god clan threatened. Some cultivators continued to rush out, but no one dared to intercept the implement. The divine implement was a heavenly halberd. It was full of fierce breath. When a cultivator of the martial god clan attempted to take it, the horrific divine light of the halberd rushed into his body and shook his body violently. Bang! His body was knocked out, and the heavenly halberd flew out of his hand. All the cultivators rushed toward the void at the same time, not willing to let the treasure slip away. Yi Futian still remained within the golden temple, and even the cultivators of the martial god clan seemed to have figured out the skills to unlock the sealed gates, which was to destroy the circulation of the matrix that sealed the gate and allow the divine implement to come out by itself. However, this method was very dangerous, and may even cause the backlash of the matrix and end with the death of those who tried to breach it. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were also making the same attempt. However, even though they were extremely careful, they still made a mistake, leading to someone being directly killed by the divine light. Almost, Futian said to himself. His eyes were looking toward where the heavenly mandate dynasty was congregated, and a very brilliant light seemed to have bloomed from his eyes, like a divine light. In no time, a light seemed to have directly invaded the seal matrix. In the next moment, strong golden threads flowed about, and a radiant divine light suddenly burst out. A divine implement rushed out as the seal was broken. The implement bloomed a brilliant light, rose into the sky, and burst out of the golden temple. It's broken. The cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty shuddered suddenly and immediately started chasing after the divine implement. Some people looked that way, struggling inside. There were people on the outside who saw the emergence of more divine implements, and they were eager to move. Still waiting. Futian remarked secretly in his heart, only to see another seal matrix opening up once again, and it was still at the place where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty had gathered. Another divine implement broke through the air and flew straight into the sky. Another one. The hearts of everyone trembled. As they watched the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty rushing toward the divine implement, the inner throbbing of their hearts could no longer be contained, and some cultivators went after it as well. The heavenly mandate dynasty had sent out an impressive team this time and had scattered many people at different parts of the temple. They were not all stayed in front of one divine implement but were stationed at different locations. When they saw that 2 divine implements consecutively landed in their hands, a strange look showed on their faces. Just as a cultivator from the heavenly mandate dynasty looked up outside, the seal matrix in front of him suddenly lit up as another divine implement became available. "What the hell?" the cultivator from heavenly mandate dynasty remarked silently. This surprise was a bit unexpected. However, no matter the reason, the divine implements were the top priority. Take them down. Every one of the principalities outside could bear it no longer as 3 divine implements were unearthed in a row. They wondered if the heavenly mandate dynasty had found a method to crack the code. In the space above the spatial sacred hall, Yi Tianyu had already obtained a divine implement. The heavenly mandate realm had a Renhuang level cultivator, so they possessed some advantages. In this region, there were only 5 cultivators of the Renhuang realm, and the heavenly mandate dynasty had one of them. At this moment, Yi Tianyu held on to the divine implement tightly. It was a Renhuang pen, similar to the Qianqiu brush that he used for his expertise. This was why he paid special attention to this particular divine implement. The pen was shining with terrible golden divine light as Yi Tianyu held it tightly. The radiant divine light rushing into his body continuously and bathing Yi Tianyu in a golden glow. There was residual willpower in the pen, and he needed to conquer it in order to control the pen. The divine light of the heavenly mandate was shining, with the Renhuang of the heavenly mandate dynasty standing protectively beside him, watching over him. However, at this time, divine implements shot into the void in 2 other directions, and more curiously towards the positions where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty were located. At this time, all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty flew out successively to seize the divine implements. "What's the matter?" Yi Tianyu wondered. The seals on the implements in the spatial sacred hall were extremely difficult to crack, but they seemed to have some luck in breaking the seals. And before he even had time to figure out the situation, 2 more implements had revealed themselves, one after another. How could the heavenly mandate realm have such good luck? Did they get a large dose of it somewhere? This is bad, Yi Tianyu thought. At this moment, even the appearance of a single divine instrument would make others jealous, so the appearance of 3 divine instruments in a row was not luck, but disaster. Sure enough, just as Yi Tianyu thought, a dreadful Renhuang breath descended, covering the void. 3 consecutive divine implements appeared, and the other cultivators could endure it no longer. At times like this, how could they not snatch them? "Be careful," the Renhuang from the heavenly mandate dynasty yelled out as he was guarding Yi Tianyu. He saw another Renhuang-level cultivator heading straight toward those from the heavenly mandate heaven to fight for them Renhuang implement. One of their descendants was in that position. A force full of destruction enveloped the vast void, and the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had also realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, they saw countless dark air currents appearing around the space they were in, like spears of death from hell that came to attack them. Go! A shout came out as they tried to rush out of this space, but the surrounding space had been blocked already. Black mountain ridges now appeared in the area behind them. They laid across the sky, a blockade to all the heavens. Then, the dark spears of endless destruction went toward them like the apocalypse. Poof! A sound came out, accompanied by the screams of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, as all of them were penetrated by the light of darkness and slaughtered. At the same time, the place where the third divine arm appeared had a very similar ending with different players. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was attacked at the same time by many cultivators who were strangling them, and even some existences of Ren Huang were attacking them. It was in an instant that the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had become the target of the masses. Everything was happening so fast that there was no time to think carefully. As soon as the implement was freed, everyone could only think of getting it in their own hands. There were very few forces in the 9 realms who could claim that they had implements at such a level. For some, to have even 1 or 2 would be considered fortunate, indeed. Under such circumstances, could anyone suppress the desire to loot? The moment the divine implements appeared in front of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, they should have, by all rights, belonged to them. How could they just let them go? This terrible scene before them was the result of it. In only a very brief moment, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty on both sides were killed off. Nobody was spared. With the 2 Ren Huang and many other strong cultivators involved, there was no chance for any of them. Boom! The Ren Huang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was furious. In a flash, they had suffered heavy casualties, including one of his own descendants who had perished in front of his eyes. His rage was completely expected. The power of Ren Huang erupted. He took a step forward and raised his finger. The Qianqiu brush, which contained a powerful murderous intent, exploded. The Ren Huang pen dropped down as the light of death swept through the world, heading toward those who had murdered his descendant. The Ren Huang who took the shot was one of the most superior beings from the Hidden Land realm. When he saw the Ren Huang pen coming to attack, he put his hands together, and his whole body was like a plane in which countless sharp blades extended to lock in the space he occupied. Those black blades were extremely sharp, like countless dark spears, constantly extending to cover the sky and the sun. Each blade was thick and sharp, like sharpened mountain peaks slamming toward Yi Tianyu, his party, and everyone else. Other cultivators rushed toward the divine implement, too busy to care about the ongoing battle here. A chaotic scene now played out in the void, as the 3 divine implements had appeared at the same time, causing a melee. Yi Tianyu's face was extremely hard, as he was also attacked while trying to control the divine implement. When the other 2 divine implements had arrived just now, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty should not have done anything to allow others to fight for them. They were the first to make a move and became the targets of the others, sacrificing their lives in vain. This time, they had dispatched all the elite of his generation from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In just a moment, they had suffered heavy losses, losing many of their brightest descendants right on the spot. Boom! A violent destructive power swept toward them. The Ren Huang from the Hidden Land realm was at war with the Ren Huang beside him. Many other cultivators walked toward Yi Tianyu. It was as if they had begun to remember the Ren Huang level divine implement that was clutched in his hands. At this time, the cultivators of the Snow Divine Kingdom descended. Yi Man and the others came to Yi Tianyu's side. Her look was cold as she swept a glance to those who were surrounding them. Buzz! A splendid divine light erupted from the Ren Huang pen as Yi Tianyu took it and held it in the palm of his hand. His breath was floating. He had finally successfully controlled this Ren Huang divine implement, but when he saw those that were around him, it seemed that this divine implement was not so easy to keep after all. If they had concentrated their power in retrieving just this one implement, perhaps there may not have been much of a problem, but now everyone wanted what was in his hand. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty consecutively broke 3 major seals and released 3 divine arms. How did you do it? A voice came from nowhere. No one in particular appeared to be the speaker, but now, all eyes were focused on Yi Tianyu sharply. With so many cultivators present, it was difficult to get their hands on even one divine arm. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had broken 3 seals in a row, quite possibly because they had seen through the sealing method and found a way to crack it. Seeing the look on everyone's face, Yi Tianyu knew it was going to be bad. How the hell did he know how seals were unlocked? He had no idea how this seal was unlocked and had mistakenly thought it was luck. As for the other 2, he couldn't even wrap his head around what had just happened. Who could explain it to him? Even if they assigned it to the good luck of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, it was such bad timing for them that it was more bad luck than good. But at this time, inside the temple created by endless spatial divine lights, Yi Futian and the others looked up at the chaotic war outside. Qin, his beautiful eyes showed a curious look. Her eyes retracted from the sky above, and she looked at Yi Futian's profile. She was wondering if it had something to do with this guy. Let's go and see. Yi Futian's body flickered to the outside, and the others followed suit. Don't you want to lock them? Do Zhao looked at him and asked. The group came outside. Yi Futian looked at Do Zhao and said, no hurry. These seals are easy to break, it's just a matter of turning a thought. We'll get them sooner or later. If we are too obvious, we will end up just like them, targeted by everyone. Yi Futian's voice was not disguised, and everyone could hear him. Many were rendered speechless. They could also see that this man was brazenly shameless. The seals could be cracked with a mere turn of thought. Seriously? Then break one for me to see me first. Do Zhao looked at Yi Futian with shocked amazement. You don't believe me? Yi Futian looked at Do Zhao. How come, whenever he spoke the truth, no one believed him? It was indeed a matter of thought alone. Otherwise, how were the other 3 divine implements released? I don't believe you, Do Zhao said sincerely. Yi Futian pointed at Yi Tianyu, who was in the void, and said, this man is Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He is known as the natural-born supreme. He was extremely distinguished in the Heavenly Mandate realm but is still quite beneath me. If Yi Tianyu could break 3 major seals, I can do better. Do Zhao did not feel much like talking after that whole exchange. Yi Futian looked up at the battlefield in the void and said aloud, Brother Yi, when you were at the Heavenly Mandate realm, His Majesty called you unparalleled in the world. Your talent is incomparable, and there is nothing you can't accomplish. Today, you cracked 3 major seals in a row, which is befitting of your sterling reputation as the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. If only the Overlord knew, he would be most proud of you. The people around Yi Tianyu sobered up when they heard what Yi Futian had said. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyu's reputation was so great in the Heavenly Mandate realm that he was considered unparalleled in the world. They wanted to see for themselves just how strong the incomparable power from the Heavenly Mandate realm was. Yi Tianyu's face was all twisted. Was this B***** trying to kill him? He hadn't suspected that this was Yi Futian's doing. After all, Yi Futian didn't even come close to them. Could he have unlocked the seals from afar? How could this be achieved? Not to mention, he was unwilling to believe that Yi Futian could have even possessed such supreme abilities. There are many divine implements here in the temple. Why not turn over the method to unlock the seals so that everyone can choose what suits them? It's a win-win situation, and no one will need to monopolize all the weapons, someone said. Whether you believe it or not, what happened before was indeed a coincidence, Yi Tianyu said. Brother Yi is unparalleled in the world. He has no fear of the geniuses of the 9 realms. Remember the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's dream of once again ruling over the Heavenly Mandate realm. If these divine implements of God's relic can be obtained, then the revival of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is just a matter of time. Long live the Heavenly Mandate, Yi Futian continued. Yi Tianyu's eyes were extremely cold, and he wished he could destroy Yi Futian on the spot. Shut your mouth. Yi Man, the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom, stared coldly at Yi Futian. He was piling hatred on Yi Tianyu, making him a public target. Cultivating at the Divine Palace and favored by the princess of the Divine Kingdom of the High Heavens realm, who is willing to follow you. I really admire that, Yi Futian said with a smile. It was not easy to find more enemies of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, with so many cultivators here, how would they empty the temple? It seemed that there were some slight difficulties. Exposed. Yi Man looked coldly at Yi Futian, and her eyes contained murderous intent. But at the moment, she seemed to ignore Yi Futian. The will of the great path from the cultivators around them shrouded her and Yi Tianyu. I cultivated with him in the divine palace at Upper Heaven Realm. I can assure you that he did not know how to crack those seals. It was all just a coincidence. Yi Man looked at the crowd and explained. If they became a target, it would be trouble, to say the least. Buzz. A divine sword was slashed toward them. Without bothering with more words, someone had made a move. Then, a horrific pressure of might erupted as a mighty battle broke out in front. The storm enveloped the endless space as everyone was now wrapped up in it. Yi Futian stood there quietly, watching the battle. In the strong storm, his clothes and his long hair were flying in the strong wind. There were many cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who came here, forming a powerful alliance with the Snow Divine Kingdom. With a Renhuang existence among them, their alliance was a force of considerable power here. However, many of their people were exterminated right off the bat. Now being under siege, even if the Heavenly Mandate realm was stronger, they would still be in the same suppressed situation. Aren't you going to go for it? A voice asked. It was Long Chen of the Dragon Gods who had walked up next to Yi Futian. Do I need to? Yi Futian replied calmly. Why don't you fight for those divine implements? Long Chen shook his head. You didn't either. If I wanted to, I could get them at any time. No need to fight for them now, Yi Futian said with a smile. I believe you, Long Chen said. Yi Futian glanced at him. He didn't expect the purple blood divine dragon of the dragon gods to actually believe in him. You are the Yi Futian that's from the Heavenly Mandate realm? A voice came from the side. Yi Futian turned his attention to a group of monks that was coming their way. Their eyes were clear but gave an aura of unpredictability. And you are? Yi Futian asked. We are from the mountain realm, the monk replied. Which temple in the mountain realm are you from? Do Zhao asked, looking at them. We have been seeking enlightenment between the mountains and the wild, the monk responded. No temple. Do Zhao looked at them with curiosity and said, They are not the monks from Shunxing clan, are they? Precisely. The monk nodded slightly, and Do Zhao was even more astonished. It turned out to be this group of bald donkeys. Yi Futian looked at Do Zhao and heard him said, Shunxing clan was originally Shunxing temple, but because they did not observe the rules, they were ousted by the monks of the mountain realm. Because they were not allowed to build the temple, Shunxing temple became Shunxing clan. These bald donkeys were not here for good. They committed many evils and were greedy beyond imagination. It was an insult to their religion. Therefore, they were called unruly monks in the mountain realm. When Do Zhao said this, it was not via voice transmission but said out loud, so there was no concealment from those who belonged to Shunxing clan. However, when the monk of Shunxing clan heard what he said, there was not the slightest disturbance in his eyes, and no anger at all, as if he had just heard a few common words. What was so good about keeping the rules? The world of cultivation was a cruel world. They were just following the path to cultivate when opportunities rose, unlike those other monks who were hypocritical in obeying those rules. This was how they were, and they didn't mind what people had to say about it. I have long heard of your clan by reputation, Yi Futian said with a fake smile. But what may I do for you, O great masters? As to what my lord Yi had said previously, though the others may not believe, we have faith in you, the other replied. What? Yi Futian had a look of surprise on his face. Lord Yi just said it was easy to unlock the seals, and we believe you, the monk said with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the other and smiled in return, and what of it? Previously, in the temple, no one had taken notice, but I actually felt the power of Lord Yi's psychic power. I imagine the seals opened by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were with the help of Lord Yi. The monk faced forward without opening his mouth. He was communicating with Yi Futian through voice transmission. The ability that could open 3 seals in a single thought would have no problem opening up the whole temple. No wonder you are the genius talent who could have stepped into the ancestral land of the divine palace, the other party continued, but Yi Futian's eyes gradually grew cold. He didn't expect to be noticed by some people, but the perception of these bald donkeys was admittedly strong. Moreover, they even knew of some of his previous doings. And then, Yi Futian continued to inquire. Our strength is relatively strong here, with one of the 5 renhuang being ours. How about working together? The monk still did not look at Yi Futian. Those next to Yi Futian were all looking at the monk, obviously knowing that the two were communicating via voice transmission. What if I don't agree? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yi has a deep grudge with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. But why is the Heavenly Mandate dynasty under siege like this? The monk responded with a smile. Clearly, this was a threat. If he refused to cooperate, would they be besieged? I will consider it, said Yi Futian. He was just thinking about how to empty the temple and didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Indeed, he should not have thought so highly of himself. After all, there were many able people here, and these monks from the mountain realm kept a low profile before. No one had really sensed their presence before. However, it seemed that they had been paying attention to the movements of the others, which was insidious indeed. It seemed that it was time to rethink his plan. My Lord Yi is a wise man, the monk smiled and said nothing more. They did not press him too tightly, giving Yi Futian time to think it over. Under such circumstances, cooperation with them was undoubtedly the most beneficial. He believed that Yi Futian would definitely make the right choice. What are you two talking about? Do Jiao was very curious just what were the two talking about. As far as he knew, these bald donkeys were not good news. Chatting with the masters, Yi Futian responded casually, looking at the battlefield in the void. The alliance between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom, likewise, demonstrated extremely aggressive resistance, but to no avail. They were being steadily suppressed, and many of their people had already perished in the battle. Princess, a cultivator from the Snow Divine Kingdom, transmitted his voice to Yi Man. Although the two were in an alliance, such a great sacrifice was something they were unwilling to make. Yi Man had a terrible look on her face. She glanced at Yi Tianyu. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of here, Yi Tianyu said. As he released a punch, he was knocked backward. He looked at the crowd that surrounded him, saying, I can give up this divine implement to you, and will no longer participate in the battle for the other artifacts in the temple. Would this be enough for you to believe that I did not do what you thought I did before? He didn't want to admit defeat, but under such circumstances, continuing to battle would not guarantee the procurement of the divine implement by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. It only offered the strong possibility that his entire army might be wiped out. He had to do it. A series of tyrannical coercions loomed over Yi Tianyu. Yi Man looked at the figure above, and she understood Yi Tianyu. As proud as he was, the siege and the relentless attacks forced him to submit, asking for reprieve. He even offered to exit the battlefield of the relic proactively. Supposed he could really break the seals at will, how could he break the seals of 3 divine implements in a row and not know that it would lead to disaster? Yi Man also piped in. Perhaps this is someone deliberately trying to provoke a dispute. If it was not you who provoked the fight, who would it be? Someone demanded aggressively. Although there was some truth in what Yi Man said, it was still impossible for them to let go so easily. Didn't someone claim to be able to unlock the seals at will? Why couldn't it be him? Yi Man said coldly. Many people frowned and knew who Yi Man was speaking of. Yi Futian had been ranting and raving before with crazy words. Who would believe his bullsh**t? Do you guys really think that he was just some shameless madman? Yi Man continued. When Yi Futian decimated the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he claimed to have the divine body of the Heavenly Path, one who could do anything and had defeated all the Heavenly Mandate geniuses. Later, after he became well versed in the mystical ways of Haotian Celestial Gate, he caught the attention of Lord Taixian, who facilitated his entry into the Divine Palace to cultivate. In all these years, only one person from the Divine Palace had ever been able to enter the ancestral land. Yi Futian was not a disciple of the Divine Palace, and yet he was able to push his way into the ancestral land, defeating all the disciples of the divine palace with his sword. Yi Futian had a weird look on his face. Was this woman now trying to use what he had said about Yi Tianyu back on him? Yi Man didn't necessarily know that it was his doing, but simply wanted to redirect the attention at him. Why do you think that the top geniuses of the Dou tribe followed him closely? Do you really think that he was just some arrogant moron? Yi Man's every one word was driving into the ears of those who could hear, and many people turned their attention to Yi Futian. Previously, their impression of Yi Futian was that he was very shameless. Before, Ziwei Palace, the Dou tribe, and the clan of the Seven Slayers did encounter a relic that was inherited by him, so, Bei Chen of Ziwei Palace looked at Yi Futian. Doubts started to plague his mind. Dou Jiao was a proud man, yet he was willing to follow Yi Futian. Just exactly what had happened to the underground palace after they left. Now, this also reminded me of something. Previously, when we were in the Sword City, this man took the inheritance of the divine sword on behalf of the person that was with him. The Sword Saint of Avicii from the Heavenly Sword Hall was also present. When he was thinking back on all that had happened in the Heavenly Sword Hall, it all became so clear to him what happened at the time. It was Yi Futian who helped that swordsman to seize the heritage of the divine sword. It must have been that he had uncovered the secret of the inheritance. In light of what the cultivators from the Ziwei Palace had said, it could be deduced that this man possessed extraordinary talents in cracking the relics. The pupils of Yi Tianyu and Yi Man contracted slightly. Before, they hadn't suspected Yi Futian. However, after listening to the two sides, they really felt that Yi Futian had his own agenda in the matter. Could it be him who actually cracked the seals? And it was not just doubt. Even if Yi Man's words were not credible, it was impossible that the other two top powers also harbored some grudges against Yi Futian and intentionally set him up. Therefore what he was saying before was not the ranting of a madman. Dou Jiao looked at Yi Futian, who was next to him. His expression was one of surprise. Were the seals of those three divine arms were cracked by him after all? But the thing was, he never saw Yi Futian make a move. The words of all three parties inadvertently echoed with one another, and this was no longer a coincidence. Everyone's attention now instantly shifted from Yi Tianyu to Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there, brows tightly knitted as he was feeling the coercion from all sides. Unwittingly, and by sheer chance, Yi Man, Ziwei Palace, and the Heavenly Sword Hall stumbled upon the truth and left him exposed. Chapter 16:21 of Our Own. Do you really believe I can beat the seals with just a thought? Yi Futian spoke to those around him but saw the determinations in their eyes as they moved toward him. Apparently, they totally believed it. The monks from the mountain realm somehow appeared next to Yi Futian. These monks were treacherous and may have gotten some clues before. Thus, they believed even more that it was Yi Futian's doing all along. Yi Futian might have set the whole thing up to cause the decimation of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and to exhaust their strength in the process. My lord Yi, don't you think we are sincere in our attitude, said the monk of Shunxing clan next to him. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes to look at the monk next to him and cursed the bald donkey in his heart. What he said had sold him out completely, with no chance for explanation. He would have no choice but to own up to it. The master is right, of course. Yi Futian, with a smile still on his face, said to the crowd, my apologies. It was purely by accident that I broke the three seals without holding back. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. It was really him who did it. Breaking the seals with just a single thought. Many looked at Yi Futian with fiery eyes. This was even more horrific than the assumption that Yi Tianyu had a method for unlocking the seals. If a trace of his thought was enough to unlock the seals, wouldn't it be possible for him to take all the treasures away from the spatial sacred hall? In the past, no one had ever done it before. All they were able to do was take away a few treasures. Yi Futian was almost like a living treasure himself. Next to him, Dou Jiao also blinked. He didn't really expect this guy to do what he said he would. For now, Yi Futian was the center of all the attention, and the area became a little quieter. However, the attention of all the cultivators was fixed on Yi Futian alone. We need to neutralize him first and keep him under control. Then we'll make him surrender the method of unlocking the seals, a cold voice said. It was Yi Man. In the battle that just took place, both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom suffered heavy losses. All of this was because of Yi Futian, and it must be avenged. If it were not for her redirecting the attention back to Yi Futian, Yi Tianyu may have very well perished here. The grievance between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and me has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to get involved? Yi Futian glanced at Yi Man, then looked at the others and continued, I have always been straightforward in everything I do. To be honest, there is some bad blood between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and me, so I apologize that I used all of you for revenge. Now you all know that I can break the seals with my mind, and I can empty all that is in this temple. I will share the treasures with all of you to show the sincerity of my friendship. What say you? Many had a curious look on their faces. Yi Futian was facing a different situation than that of Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu really had no way of cracking the seals in the relic, and no one listened to his explanation, so what could he do other than be beaten? But Yi Futian freely admitted that he was the one who could unlock the seals, so it was up to them to choose to be friends or enemies. Now, this was an interesting proposition. Those monks were standing next to Yi Futian at the moment, as well as those from the Do tribe and the cultivators from Brahma's pure sky. When Yi Man heard what Yi Futian said, the look on her face changed. If you want to make friends, how do you propose to divide all these goods? The cultivator of the martial god clan from the Central Emperor realm asked Yi Futian. That was something the cultivators from other forces were also curious to know. It all depends on the depth of our friendship, Yi Futian said with a smile. You mean you will be the one to decide? The cultivator from the martial god clan asked. If you were the one who could obtain all these the divine implements by unlocking the seals, would you allow someone else to decide who gets what? Yi Futian replied, knowing that not everyone would accept his rationale. As expected, many sneered upon hearing Yi Futian's response and looked quite unimpressed. Clearly, many people were dissatisfied with his answer. If you do this, you will be greatly pressured beside him, Long Chen reminded him. We all came from the Heavenly Mandate realm. The principalities from the demonic realm and I go way back. You shouldn't be at odds with me, right? Yi Futian said to Long Chen and other cultivators of the demonic clan. There were no questions about the alliance of the divine elephants, and Yu Sheng took care of the dragon gods. Kong Xian and the Peacock Demon Emperor had the Sky Demon Court under their influence. Additionally, his third senior brother was the heir to the way of the demon god. No matter how he looked at it, the demonic powers from the Heavenly Mandate realm should be firmly by his side. I want some good ones, Long Chen said. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Sky Demon Court cannot be treated lesser than the dragon gods, Jun, suspended in the air, said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, so, I have to treat everyone equally because I don't want to offend anyone. Almost all the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm in this area had arrived, their powers being the strongest. Out of 5 Renhuang cultivators, the Heavenly Mandate realm had 2. One was the Renhunag from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and the other was the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court. Divine elephants were not a concern. Yi Futian had cultivated with them before, and the Divine Elephant Emperor specifically ordered his cultivators to support Yi Futian, demonstrating their extraordinary relationship. Naturally, they were on Yi Futian's side. This turn of event was an embarrassment to Yi Tianyu. Yi Futian had united the top forces of the demon realm behind the scenes, and it would greatly influence the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It may even be very unfavorable to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Qin He from Brahma's pure heaven was also very close to Yi Futian. It seems that it would not be good for me to stand against the Heavenly Mandate realm, Jiao Huang from the 10,000 Divine Mountains mused. You are welcome anytime, Yi Futian said with a smile. It's been a long time since we had this much harmony in the Heavenly Mandate realm, Jiao Huang said with a smile. Perhaps it was because there hadn't been anyone quite like Yi Futian who could make all his peers admire him. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate realm, did not achieve this, and neither did Jun or Long Chen of the demonic realm. Subtly, Yi Futian had become a symbol for this generation in Heavenly Mandate realm, having replaced and far surpassed Yi Tianyu in the influence he exerted. With all the principalities of the heavenly mandate realm standing behind Yi Futian in an alliance together with the Dou tribe, Yi Futian and his party had formed a rather powerful force. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Yi Futian to wield such a strong influence in heavenly mandate realm. In comparison, Yi Tianyu, who was previously praised as unparalleled in his world, seemed far inferior to Yi Futian. Their levels of influence were immediately clear. Dou Jiao looked at Yi Futian and thought admiringly, impressive. This man was truly remarkable. Judging from the influence he had demonstrated, this man was tremendously gifted in his talent, and it seemed that there was no shame in his being defeated by this man. Previously at Sword City, Brother Yi had been extremely honest in his conduct. Yuanyang clan would be honored to call such a man friend. Yuan Hong was heard making the remark, indicating that there was yet another top force joining Yi Futian's camp. In the current situation, they were not any less inferior than their opponents but had less Renhuang entities. Of course, it also depended on the attitudes exhibited by the monks from Shunxing clan. Shunxing clan's attitude seemed to be particularly critical. What do you think? Yi Futian asked the cultivators from the martial god clan. I have a proposition, the monk from Shunxing clan said. Yi Futian and the others directed their attention at him and heard the monk saying with a smile, divide the implements from the hall into 5 portions, and each side will receive 2 portions. Isn't this a win-win proposition? How about the other portion? Yi Futian asked. Naturally, that's for us, the monk replied with a smile. Shunxing clan would want the portion that was the best. The master is also a jokester, Yi Futian said with a smile. If my lord Yi does not accept it, why not listen to what the others might propose? The monk smiled and said to the cultivators on the other side. Now, their position was of great importance, and may directly affect the situation on both sides. Under such circumstances, why shouldn't they spearhead the effort to come to an agreement? The master can get a portion as well as the rest of us, isn't that great? The cultivator of the martial god clan looked at the Shunxing clan monk. They didn't short the monks what they felt they deserved. I don't disagree, however, if Lord Yi accepts my proposal, I am still willing to give him a chance. After all, us monks do not like to get involved in all this killing. Peace is priceless, the monk said with a smile. Looking at his smiling face, Yi Futian inexplicably felt somewhat amused. No wonder you masters have been expelled by real Buddhists. That's some wishful thinking you have, Yi Futian said with a smile. Did Shunxing clan think that they deserved to have a portion entirely for themselves? Now he was overthinking it. The monk was not angry, but both wore fake smiles on their faces. He continued, what is my lord Yi's final decision? The seals of the sacred hall can only be opened by me. Therefore, only I can be the one who distributes the content. I will not accept any other suggestions. Yi Futian said with a smile, whether you are to be an enemy or a friend, it's completely up to you. My lord Yi is quite bold. The monk smiled and looked at the cultivators from the martial god clan. Can you guarantee that we will receive 1/5 of the portion? Shunxing clan has one of the 4 great Renhuang. Of course, we can guarantee it, the martial god clan responded. Very good. Chapter 1621 The Death of a Renhuang. Both alliances had been formed. They were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. The atmosphere in the sacred hall turned solemn in an instant. In terms of ability, the alliance of the martial god clan was obviously more superior. Yi Tianyu seemed to have forgotten about the vendetta he had with martial god clan as well since he had decided to join forces with them to attack Yi Futian's party. Now, it was 4 against 1 among the cultivators at the Renhuang plain. Martial god clan had a strong advantage against Yi Futian's party. The 4 Renhuangs were from the martial god clan, the heavenly mandate dynasty, Shunxing clan, and the hidden land realm, respectively. On the other hand, in Yi Futian's alliance, there was only a demon emperor from Sky Demon Court. The disparity in ability between the 2 alliances was obvious. A cultivator at the Renhuang plain could take down a group of people alone. Even though there were a few exceptional figures in Yi Futian's party who could barely stand against the Renhuangs, they were still at a disadvantage. Moreover, the opponent team had other talented cultivators as well. The situation of the battle was conspicuous. The alliance formed by Yi Futian was clearly the weaker party. This was the reason why the Shunxing clan had raised the price when forming a deal just now. If the Shunxing clan had joined Yi Futian's party, the tables would have been turned. The addition of a Renhuang and the support of a top force would result in an entirely new ball game. Rumble. Terrifying aura burst forth. The murderous intent of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the strongest. In the previous battle, they suffered the greatest losses. They were almost eradicated. Even Yi Tianyu had to back down, and the Renhuang was also injured. They were close to being wiped out. All this was caused by Yi Futian. How could they not hate him? Hence, their murderous intent was burning. The rest of the cultivators did not have much VO of vendetta against Yi Futian. However, in order to seize the treasures in the sacred hall, they had to take him down. Be careful. Don't kill him, the leader of the martial god clan ordered. His name was Wu Zhon. He was not a Renhuang, but his bloodline was noble in the martial god clan, so he was crowned as the leader for this mission. There was a chance of him advancing to the Renhuang plane in this god's relic. Clearly, they could not kill Yi Futian. Over the years, no one had ever had such a fateful encounter as to be able to unlock the seal to the entire sacred hall. Now, they had encountered someone who had managed to do so. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they possibly let it slip past them? The crowd naturally understood that anyone here could be killed, except Yi Futian. Rumble. In this instant, law power swept across the sky above. Immediately, countless law power attacks blasted down from above. The entire space was thrown into chaos. Destructive law power was everywhere. There were divine swords in the air that slashed down from afar. There were scorching flames that set the world ablaze. There were destructive ancient mountains that descended from the sky, crashing down from above. Yi Futian took out a long spear. He stood in mid-air, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. Fighting will swept out and enveloped his body. His fighting will was at the level of a Renhuang. It caused the aura on his body to skyrocket to a frightening extent. His deed of thorough comprehension burst forth, and his great path coalesced, merging into the spear. The spear emanated terrifying golden divine light. Kill him. In an instant, both sides charged towards each other. Yi Futian stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. The law power that was blasting down on him was shattered. His long spear was like lightning. It actually was directly aimed at the Renhuang from Heavenly Mandate dynasty. So presumptuous. Yi Tianyu's expression turned cold when he saw that Yi Futian completely ignored him as an opponent. Yi Futian actually charged straight towards the Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Did he want to battle a Renhuang? That was more than just being presumptuous. The Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty also revealed a strange look. The divine wheel of the great path in his body rumbled and roared. A myriad of Qianqiu brushes, which were tainted with murderous intent, lunged towards Yi Futian with the intention of burying him underneath them. At the same time, a massacre brush appeared in the hand of the Renhuang, and he pointed it forward. The trumpeting sound of elephants could be heard from Yi Futian's body, causing his energy to increase multiple exponentially. He thrust the spear forward, tearing the space apart. His spear actually penetrated through the myriad of Qianqiu brushes and closed in on the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty snorted. Was Yi Futian countering his attack with a head-on attack? The great path of all things came together and surged into the body of the Renhuang. A dazzling massacre brush of Renhuang appeared in the sky, causing the surroundings to appear dim in comparison. Many people from both alliances were engaged in battles now, but the fight between those of the Renhuang plain still caused the other people to palpitate in terror. Kill. The cries of a massacre reverberated. The gigantic massacre brush and the spear collided. An alarming sound of collision erupted. However, Yi Futian was actually not driven back by the attack. His fighting will burst forth once again. His body emanated a brilliant glow, as though he was a mighty god of war. The expression of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty turned extremely solemn as well. His gaze was deadly fixed on Yi Futian. His finger pointed at the brush of Ren Huang. The great path of all things flowed into the brush of Ren Huang, causing its might to scale up ferociously. Buzz! Yi Futian was sent flying into the sky by the repulsion. Then, he dove and launched another attack. His will, surging with murderous intent, traversed the space and charged at the Ren Huang. At the same time, innumerable shadows of spears appeared in the sky. Buzzing sounds rang all around, as though the shadows of spears were drilling holes in the space. The Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty put his palms together. He was actually forced to go all out when faced with Yi Futian's attack. The Ren Huang had a divine halo around him. Before him, one by one, the brushes of Ren Huang materialized, charging toward the spear. At the same time, with a flash of the divine glow of Ren Huang, he took a step and pointed his finger forward. A brush of Ren Huang popped up, and it expanded to more than 100 zhong tall, wiping out everything in front of it. Rumble. Yi Futian advanced to execute his opponents, accompanied by rampaging fighting will. The Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty stabbed out with his 100 zhong tall brush of Ren Huang. It clashed with Yi Futian's attack. A destructive storm swept up all around them. However, at this moment, the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty frowned, seemingly alerted to an intense sense of danger. The golden silhouette that had passed by him and charged over to the other side suddenly dashed towards the Ren Huang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty, leaving a golden afterimage. Frightening sharp claws that bore the aura of Demon Emperor slashed down. It was aiming to slice his head apart. Vermin. The Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty cursed, but right now, he did not have any time to think more of it. The claws of this rat demon had an aura at the level of a Demon Emperor. If it landed on his head, it would be split apart. His thoughts shifted, and he raised his eyes and looked up into the sky above. Light flashed over the Ren Huang, and the divine wheel of the great path in his body burst forth with blinding divine light. A brush of Ren Huang directly shot towards Shu Huang's son. Bang! The furious attack blocked the sharp claws of Shu Huang's son. With that split-second opportunity, the dominance of a Ren Huang was fully on display. Even if one used a sneak attack on a Ren Huang, it would still be blocked and would not succeed. Poof! A soft sound was heard. The body of the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty shook once. He slowly lowered his head and looked downwards. A silhouette that was covered from head to toe with endless fighting will had appeared before him. The long spear in its hand had pierced straight through his throat. In the instant that his attention had been diverted to block off Shu Huangsuan's sneak attack, Yi Futian's attack had exploded and directly pierced through the Ren Huang's own attack. In that instant, the long spear had penetrated his throat. In a battle between pinnacle cultivators, a mere lapse in thought would determine life or death. Yi Futian was still only at the Saint Plane. Even with that increase in fighting will, how did he manage to penetrate his own attack? There was a look of despair in the eyes of the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He was very dissatisfied. Rumble. The power of his divine wheel of the great path burst forth. Terrifying aura swept out. However, the fighting will on Yi Futian's long spear also furiously exploded out. The head of the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty immediately exploded. His spiritual soul was eradicated. His body fell down to the ground below, turning into the corpse of a Ren Huang. God's relic was renowned as the land where proud sons of heaven would fall. He was the first Ren Huang to fall in God's relic this time around. Initially, Yi Futian did not want to reveal Shu Huangsuan's existence so early. However, if he did not do so, the difference between the Ren Huangs of both sides was too great. 1 against 4 was rather tricky to deal with. Once the battle played out, the destructive power of 4 Ren Huangs would be too frightening. Hence, they needed to first kill 2 Ren Huangs. That was why he let Shu Huang's son reveal himself and carry out a sneak attack to kill off 1 Ren Huang first. When Yi Tianyu, who was fighting over on the other side, saw this scene, his facial expression turned extremely ugly. Vermin, he cursed out loud. He never imagined that the purple god rat would suddenly go for the kill. Back then, the purple gold rat clan had also participated in the ambush against the celestial gate of vast heaven. The purple gold rat emperor was also involved in the murder of the Wang clan leader. This score could never be wiped clean. They were destined to stand opposed to Yi Futian. Hence, Yi Tianyu had never even suspected the purple gold rat clan. It was the same for that Ren Huang. Why would they suspect the purple gold rat clan after knowing the grudges between Yi Futian and the purple gold rat clan? However, the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was suddenly ambushed by Shu Huang's son, causing his attention to be diverted from blocking Yi Futian's fatal blow and resulting in him being killed with a stab from Yi Futian's spear. Just like that, a Ren Huang had died without any premonition. It was such an injustice. The number of Ren Huangs now stood at 3-1. A fatal blow was delivered in the other fight, which happened concurrently. As soon as the fight began, the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court and the Ren Huang from Hidden Land Realm engaged each other in close-quarter combat. The fighting scene was practically shocking. Demonic beasts were good at close combat. They would counter an attack with another attack. Every one of their strikes went for the kill. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Ren Huangs from the opponent team had their hands full as well. Jun led the members of Sky Demon Court to hold off a Ren Huang, while cultivators like Yu Sheng and Long Chen joined forces to attack the other Ren Huang. The most fatal blow happened at the critical moment when the Demon Emperor was battling the Ren Huang from Hidden Land Realm. A shocking murderous power erupted while the cultivators of the clan of the Seven Slayers were exchanging blows with the demonic beasts of Sky Demon Court right beside the former fight. The 7th Slayer especially activated the 7th trick of 7 tricks of the killing gods. This lethal attack by the 7th Slayer did not charge towards the members of Sky Demon Court. It instead slew the Ren Huang from the Hidden Land Realm. The clan of the 7 Slayers was proficient in killing. When they activated the 7th trick, they were betting their own lives on the success of their attack. If their opponent lived, they might instead be killed by their own strike. When used together with a ritual implement, this attack reached the level of Ren Huang. It penetrated through the defense of the Ren Huang from the Hidden Land Realm and made a slash on his body directly. A streak of blood appeared on the Ren Huang's body. However, even so, he still sent the 7th Slayer flying outwards with one blow, causing the 7th Slayer to throw up a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. Swoosh! However, in this instant, the sharp claws of the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court immediately ripped Ren Huang's head apart. One could imagine how the battle would end when one received such a fatal blow during such a fierce battle. Rumble! A ferocious aura sent everyone in the surroundings flying backward from the shockwave. The other 2 Ren Huangs also knocked back all the cultivators around them. They stood alone in midair. Their expressions were extremely sullen. 2 Ren Huangs were killed off one after another. They had also died in the same manner. Both of them had been backstabbed. The Purple Gold Rat clan switched sides. The clan of the 7 Slayers also went against their alliance and helped their opponent slay a Ren Huang. Their huge advantage of having 4 Ren Huangs against their opponent's 1 Ren Huang was immediately reduced to 2 against 1. The power difference was no longer that conspicuous anymore. There was also the coup d'état of 2 large forces. Why? Wu Zhong cried out angrily. Yi Futian looked in his direction. His eyes bore a chilly look. When the 4 Ren Huangs were here, they had already decided to split the spoils 4 ways. If you all truly obtained the treasures of the sacred hall, what would the others get? Did you take the others as fools? Yi Futian mocked out loud. Before the battle began, Yi Futian had transmitted his thoughts to the 7th Slayer of the clan of the 7 Slayers. Chapter 1622. Incited Defection. God's relic itself was a place for looting. If it were to belong to whoever could unlock its seal, then this battle would have never taken place. Since they were all looting, if they truly managed to subdue Yi Futian and make him unlock the seal of the sacred hall, would they distribute the spoils equally? It was clearly impossible. Everything still depended on ability, and the 4 top forces with Ren Huangs would undoubtedly claim the largest portions. They would even distribute everything amongst the 4 of them. After that happened, the 4 top forces would then turn on the rest. It would be practically perfect. Moreover, even if they managed to subdue Yi Futian, was it certain that they could force Yi Futian to unlock the seal? Conversely, if Yi Futian's side won, it was different. Yi Futian himself was the person who could unlock the seal. The most crucial point was that he would naturally not mistreat them. In the underground palace, they had battled before. In the end, Do Jiao of the Do tribe actually followed Yi Futian willingly. This meant that their opponent's character was solid. On top of that, almost all the top forces in the entire Heavenly Mandate realm were siding with Yi Futian. Hence, rather than trust the martial god clan, they might as well put their trust in Yi Futian's side. This was a matter of choice. The seventh Slayer was somewhat hesitant before this. However, when Yi Futian transmitted his thoughts to the seventh Slayer, he immediately made his decision. As for School of the Emperor Star and Heavenly Sword Hall, before, this Yi man had spoken up and betrayed Yi Futian without any hesitation. Clearly, in the underground palace as well as the Sword City, they were dissatisfied and were naturally destined to oppose Yi Futian. At the same time the seventh Slayer's massacre power exploded, the other cultivators of the clan of the Seven Slayers also immediately slaughtered the alliance members of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The scene played out without any premonition. Even Yi Futian's side had not imagined that they would do such a thing. In a short while, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's side suffered heavy losses. The other members of their side also frantically retreated backward. They looked all around, their gazes filled with looks of caution. With two large forces defecting at the same time, how could they not be cautious? Who knew whether another defecting force would appear? The cultivators of the clan of the Seven Slayers returned to Yi Futian's side. Yi Futian threw a fruit of the way to the seventh Slayer, saying, "Good work." The seventh Slayer immediately consumed it, swallowing it into his mouth. In this bout, he had also received the retaliation of the Renhuang right before he died and had suffered severe injuries. After this, "It is fine if you just rest," Yi Futian said. Now, the two sides were no longer so unevenly matched. With the addition of the clan of the Seven Slayers, there was almost no difference between the two sides. Adding on the severe losses of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom, Yi Futian's side even held the advantage now. As long as they could handle the opponent's additional Renhuang, there should be no problem for them to deal with their opponents. Their positions were suddenly reversed. Many people on Yi Futian's side were secretly celebrating. This sudden sneak attack had killed off two Renhuangs. They could not help but consider it to be well executed. Due to this, they felt that the pressure on them had lessened and was not as heavy as before. They should be able to handle the situation now. Clan of the Seven Slayers from the Emperor Star Realm. The Hidden Land Realm's top force was the Prison Fort clan. Due to the Seventh Slayer's sneak attack, they had lost their only Renhuang to the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court. In that regard, their Prison Fort clan would no longer hold any advantage now. They had established a vendetta between them. However, the clan of the Seven Slayers did not seem to care. Each time people entered God's Relic, various massacres would take place. There were countless people who had died before this. Their clan of the Seven Slayers was the top force of the Emperor Star Realm. Would the Prison Fort clan from the Hidden Land Realm dare to seek revenge on them? Back then, in the battle where the Heavenly Mandate dynasty ambushed the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the Purple Gold Rat clan was also involved. "What are you all thinking by pulling this off?" Yi Tianyu coldly questioned as he glared at Shu Huang's son. The death of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's Renhuang was because of Shu Huang's son. Purple Gold Rat clan had offended both sides. How were they going to survive in the Heavenly Mandate realm? The first to be eliminated would be them. Yi Tianyu, now almost all of the forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm are on Yi Futian's side. Could it be that you still have not understood the situation? Going with the flow of things, I will naturally side with whoever has the higher chances of winning. As long as I help Yi Futian eliminate Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the grudge between Purple Gold Rat clan and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven will naturally be a thing of the past, Shu Huang's son said with a sharp voice. Hearing his voice, Yi Tianyu felt that it was exceptionally ear-piercing. As expected of a lowly rat demon, a member of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty immediately insulted him. The expressions of the members of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who heard Shu Huangxuan's words turned sullen. Had he actually defected just like that? Also, was the Purple Gold Rat clan prepared to pledge their allegiance to Yi Futian? How dare he? Were they prepared to join the other demonic beast clans to oppose the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Do you believe that the demonic beast clans in the demon realm will see eye to eye with you? At the end of the day, your purple gold rat clan is only suitable to be slaves. Yi Tianyu's voice was as cold as ice when he said this. The divine light of the heavenly mandate shone on his body. His murderous intent was terrifying. The first person that Yi Tianyu wanted to kill was Shu Huang's son. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Realm and Demon Realm forces beside Yi Futian felt somewhat baffled. Yi Futian actually persuaded the Purple Gold Rat clan to betray the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and stand on his side. When did this happen? Could Shu Huang's son make this call? However, Kong Xian was calm since she knew what had happened without a doubt. Back then, she had also fallen for this trick. Right now, Yi Futian was using this trick to sow discord among the forces on the opponent's side. This trick was too ruthless. However, she naturally would not tell anyone about it, including the other demonic beast clans from the demon realm. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd and loudly proclaimed, "Feel free to go all out. We are sure to win this battle. Even if something else comes up halfway, don't be surprised." When the members of the forces on Yi Futian's side heard what he had said, they revealed strange looks. As for their opponents, their expressions turned extremely sullen. Could it be that there were other traitors hiding in their alliance? Right now, the two major forces in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty alliance were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom. Their stand was undoubtedly firm. The other forces that sided with them were Martial God Clan, Shunxing Clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, School of the Emperor Star, and Kaixiao Divine Mountain, which had not spoken much all this while. The Martial God Clan of the Central Emperor Realm was ambitious, so their loyalty was more or less affirmed. Prior to this, Heavenly Sword Hall and School of the Emperor Star betrayed Yi Futian together, so the possibility of them becoming traitors now was slim. On the other hand, Shunxing Clan sided with whoever could offer them the greatest benefits. If the situation changed, it was possible for them to make a deal furtively with Yi Futian. As for Kaixiao Divine Mountain, nobody knew what they were thinking. The swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall were aware that back in Sword City, Kaixiao Divine Mountain was present too. Could it be that Kaixiao Divine Mountain had been coaxed by Yi Futian to side with him? As they thought of this possibility, the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Kaixiao Divine Mountain with doubtful gazes. Suddenly, the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was in a precarious state. Everyone in the team was suspicious of each other. Yi Futian snickered internally when he saw this scene. In reality, he had indeed tried to persuade Kaixiao Divine Mountain to join him, but they did not declare their stance clearly. However, they did not reject him blatantly as well. As for the Shunxing clan, Yi Futian had no intention of cooperating with them, so he did not even bother asking them through voice transmission. Yi Futian had spoken in order to incite suspicion among the opponents. As soon as he spoke, Yi Futian's team had had the upper hand in this psychological warfare. "Everyone, pick your opponent and avoid all-out brawls," Wu Zhon said to the monks of Shunxing clan. "Ren Huang of Shunxing clan, please handle the three-legged golden ravens. Are you fine with this arrangement?" Now, he dared not ask everyone to engage in an all-out brawl like what they had done before. He was afraid that his team might receive yet another surprise attack. "Okay. Leave the brutes of the three-legged Golden Raven clan to us," the monks of Shunxing clan replied. Right now, they didn't bother to be picky. They understood that any further haggling might cause their alliance to break apart. When that happened, no one would benefit. "No problem. Leave Yuanyang clan to us," Wu Zhon said. Both Martial God Clan and Yuanyang Clan were from the Central Emperor Realm. They knew the abilities of each other. As for the Ren Huang of Martial God Clan, he was naturally in charge of defeating Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very powerful. He could even match a Ren Huang. They could tell this much about him based on his performance in killing the Ren Huang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty just now. Moreover, he could unlock the seal. Naturally, the Ren Huang of the Martial God Clan wanted to capture him personally. It would be difficult for others who were not Ren Huang to capture Yi Futian alive. Seeing that Wu Zhon was assigning tasks, Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to the leader of Kaixiao Divine Mountain, saying, "Martial God Clan is giving orders now. If Kaixiao Divine Mountain still does not want to declare your stand, we can only go into battle. Sir, you should be able to gauge the current abilities of both alliances. It will be difficult for your team to take me down. If we go into battle, many from Kaixiao Divine Mountain will be injured or killed. Please consider your stand wisely. There are still 2 Renhuangs in your opponent's team. How do you plan to handle the Renhuang of the Martial God Clan?" The leader of Kaixiao Divine Mountain responded with a secret voice transmission. This was his first time replying seriously. Obviously, he was starting to waver. Or rather, it should be said that he knew that he had to make a decision. Once he chose wrongly, not only would their ritual implements be taken, many of them would most likely die in battle. "I will handle it," Futian responded. "There is no point in saying any more. Decide for yourselves. Our Kaixiao Divine Mountain will be in charge of helping you attack the 2 major forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm as well as the Shadow Realm," the other party said decisively and did not say anything anymore. Clearly, he had already made his decision. However, they had chosen to attack the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom, and not the other forces like the Martial God Clan and Shunshin Clan. Obviously, even though they were standing on Futian's side, they did not want to take too big of a risk. Martial God Clan and Shunshin Clan were originally powerful, and they had Renhuangs to hold the fort. The risk of fighting against them was much higher. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had suffered severe losses in the previous battle. They were the easiest to attack. Alright, Futian immediately agreed to that. With Kaixiao Divine Mountain acting, he only needed to arrange for Brahma's Pure Sky as well as Purple Gold Rat Clan to deal with the 2 forces. It would be easier for the forces of the Demon Realm, Do Tribe, Clan of the 7 Slayers, and 10,000 Divine Mountain to go against the remaining forces of their opponents. Rumble. A loud thud was heard. The Renhuang of Shunshin Clan took a step forward. His divine wheel of the Great Path exploded. It actually resembled a giant golden foot. This was where the namesake of the Shunshin Clan originated. With a stamp of his foot, golden feet stamped down from the sky above onto the cultivators of Sky Demon Court. It took up half of the battlefield. Buzz. The Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court spread out his wings. They blocked out the sun and the sky. Golden divine wings that were covered in flames swept up into the sky. They slashed at the golden feet. For a moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were ripped apart. Most cultivators were sent flying from the shockwave. At the same time, the Renhuang of the Martial God Clan also stepped forward. His Renhuang aura pressed down on Futian as he directly walked over in Futian's direction. Prior to this, 2 of their Renhuangs had actually been taken down. For causing the fall of the other 2 Renhuangs, Futian could not be forgiven. Now, he would personally take on Futian. Anyone who got in his way would die. Futian's body rose up and became a bolt of lightning that shot off high in the sky. In another direction, Yusheng also took a step forward and flew up. Now, they could open up the battlefield and go all out. Futian flew up high in the sky. The Renhuang of Martial God Clan naturally pursued him. Futian was the only person who could unlock the seal. 3 silhouettes flew up into the sky together, leaving after images. Above the sacred hall, many people raised their heads to look up into the sky. This fellow drew the opponent's extra Renhuang away to avoid their battlefield involving others. He was rather righteous. However, could Yusheng and Futian withstand the onslaught of a Renhuang? Prior to this, they had also held off the other 2 Renhuangs. However, that was just containing them for a short amount of time. If they truly continued to battle against the Renhuangs, they would have certainly lost to them. The difference in their planes was clear as day and was difficult to overcome. Do Jiao raised his head and glanced high up in the sky above. His eyes burned with a flaming fighting will. He really wanted to battle Renhuang together with Futian and Yusheng. However, Futian had not called him to come. There were other cultivators here waiting to be dealt with by Do Jiao. Before he left, Futian had already arranged their tasks. Each of them already had their assigned opponents. Do Zhao felt a faint feeling of anticipation inside. When his will of the sevenfold fighting god erupted, his combat ability was definitely at the level of a Ren Huang. Since Yu Sheng could defeat him, Yu Sheng was naturally also at that level. As for Yi Futian, he had always been secretive of his cultivation. Up until now, Do Zhao did not know what level Yi Futian's cultivation was at. If Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were existences at the level, it might be possible for the two of them to go against the Ren Huang. However, for him, it was unfortunate that he would not have the opportunity to do battle against a Ren Huang. Regardless, he could finally go all out today and enjoy a good fight. Open, Do Zhao roared. Endless fighting will surrounded him. The divine light was blinding, his golden pupils were terrifying. On his glabella, the six-path war god appeared, activating the fighting will of the sixthfold fighting god. He was approaching his upper limit. His body swelled up while his fighting will shot up to the sky. He had transformed into a god of war. At this moment, he, Do Zhao, was the six-path war god. Bei Chen, you scums of the school of the Emperor Star are shameless. If it was not for the fact that the others showed mercy, could you guys have left the underground palace alive? Do Zhao took a step forward. His thunderous voice reverberated in the space, saying, "Let me teach you how to behave." Then, he leapt across the air, striding towards the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star. Other cultivators from Do tribe followed behind him and rushed in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. The task that Yi Futian assigned to Do Zhao was battling the school of the Emperor Star. In this underground palace, Yi Futian sensed that, relatively speaking, Do Zhao was the strongest in their alliance. The Do tribe would most likely not suffer great losses when they fought against the school of the Emperor Star. Do Zhao agreed to Yi Futian's assignment without hesitation. Both alliances pounced onto their opponents. The war had begun. Everyone in Yi Futian's party had a specific target, respectively. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, unleashed his strongest attack, Divine Art of Heavenly Mandate. Like a divine god, he lunged at Shu Huang's son, with the intention of killing this traitor. The purple gold rats were engaged in battle with the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. As for the cultivators of Snow Divine Kingdom, they were fighting against the virgins from Brahma's pure sky. Yi Man targeted Qin He, the greatest virgin of Brahma's pure sky. Yi Man's attacks were swift and aggressive, desiring Qin his life. However, Qin his ability had improved a great deal, so the battle between the two of them was fierce. Bang! A loud thud sounded. Shu Huang's son was at the short end of the stick when dealing with Yi Tianyu's attacks. Right at the moment, a group of cultivators approached them, shining with the dazzling glow of the sun. The glow was scorching hot and blinding. Their target seemed to be the purple gold rat clan. "I don't need you here. Go help the others," Yi Tianyu said loudly. Due to the previous incident and Yi Futian's provocation, Yi Tianyu bore a sense of distrust towards other forces, especially Kaixiao Divine Mountain, which he knew little of. He knew almost nothing about this force of the solar realm. Isn't it better to combine efforts to eradicate a force first? Gleaming divine light descended and struck towards Yi Tianyu. Clearly, the force which was to be eradicated was not the purple gold rat clan, but the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The facial expression of Yi Tianyu was grim. As expected, another top force had betrayed their alliance. The two alliances had equal strength initially, but now they had become the weaker team. The war turned white-hot in this space. Sky Demon Court and Divine Elephants joined forces to attack the Shunxing clan. The clan of the Seven Slayers and 10,000 Divine Mountain collaborated to attack Heavenly Sword Hall. The Dragon Gods put up a fight against Prison Fort clan, while the opponent of Yuanyang clan was naturally the Martial God clan. Brahma's Pure Sky, Purple Gold Rat clan, and Kaixiao Divine Mountain were working together to fight the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom. Yi Futian's alliance had the advantage in every one of the battles. Their alliance was even winning in some of the battles. After they defeated their targeted opponents, they helped out in other battles. The Shunxing clan was suppressed by Sky Demon Court and Divine Elephants. The monk who was the leader had an ugly expression. He had not expected that there would be so many traitors among them. Initially, he thought his team had the game in their hands. However, judging from the current situation, unless the Renhuang could defeat Yi Futian, otherwise, the rest of them here would be considered very fortunate not to be killed. If the monk knew this was going to happen, he would have chosen to side with Yi Futian. Then, the party that he was in could defeat the opponents effortlessly. It was just that Yi Futian was too petty. Now, he could only put his hopes on the Renhuang of the martial god clan. The Renhuang was up against Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, who were both at the Saint Plane. The Renhuang couldn't possibly be that weak, right? In mid-air, Yi Futian left behind after-images as he traversed the space. The Renhuang of the martial god clan was called Wu Meng. His pupils were frightening as he stared at the sky above them. His will enveloped the vast space, pressing down on Yi Futian's body. A figure at the Saint Plane wanted to escape from him? Where could he escape to? He could have cut off Yi Futian earlier, but he had not done so due to self-interest. Yi Futian controlled the method of unlocking the treasures of the sacred hall. If he could capture Yi Futian and force the method of unlocking the seal out of him, it was the same as possessing a huge treasure trove. Its value would be immeasurable. All the ritual implements of all of the top forces within a realm combined could not compare to such a huge treasure trove. If he could force the method of unlocking the seal out from Yi Futian, anything he decided after this was his prerogative. He could maximize his own benefits. If he killed off Yi Futian, he could then dictate what happened to the treasures of the sacred hall. Hence, he did not mind that Yi Futian was running further away. From below, there was another figure at the Saint Plane chasing up to him. The Renhuang of the martial god clan paid him no heed. How could figures at the Saint Plane stand against him? The brilliant divine light came to a halt. Yi Futian stood in mid-air. This should be a good spot. With his speed, even though it had not been long, he had already covered a very large distance. Even the will of a Renhuang could not reach this far. He had just stopped when a silhouette from below traversed the space and appeared opposite him and stood in mid-air. The light of Renhuang shone on his body and was insufferably arrogant. It was Wu Meng. Yi Futian naturally also saw that Wu Meng had intentionally allowed him to escape further away. Of course, Yi Futian understood his scheme. Who didn't want to monopolize the treasures of the sacred hall? Martial God Clan should be the strongest force on the opponent's side. For Wu Meng to have his own interests in mind was to be expected. "Why aren't you running away anymore?" Wu Meng said indifferently as he looked at Yi Futian. His face was expressionless. He did not mind letting Yi Futian escape further away. Yi Futian smiled. With the spear in his hand, he pointed it at Wu Meng and said, "I have yet to truly face a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain head-on. Unfortunately, you will be the first." Unfortunately? Wu Meng stared at Yi Futian. A figure at the Saint Plane actually called him unfortunate when faced against him. It was truly outrageous. You have never faced a Renhuang head-on before? Have you never experienced it either? Wu Meng asked. If I don't count the previous exchanges I have had, I have indeed never meaningfully exchanged blows with a Renhuang, Yi Futian said. He had encountered Renhuangs before, but those exchanges could not be considered true battles. No wonder, Wu Meng nodded and said, if you had truly fought against a Renhuang, you would not say such things. Today, I will educate you on what a Renhuang is. As he said this, the light of Renhuang in his body burned even brighter. It appeared extremely divine as it extended up into the heavens. His divine wheel of the great path burst forth. In an instant, the vast sky was lit up by his light of Renhuang. In the sky above, golden pagodas appeared and descended, pressing down towards Yi Futian. It was as though this space had become an absolute space and was his own domain. The will of Renhuang. Yi Futian looked at the golden pagodas descending upon him. Each one of them contained the frightening might of the worldly great path and seemed as though they could suppress all existences. The divine wheel of the great path of the cultivators at the Renhuang Plain communicated with the heavens and the earth. With just a thought, the heavens and the earth were at his bidding. The might of his will was all around. Wherever his will was, he could exert his vast authority. Under the influence of this authority, a cultivator at the Saint Plain seemed minuscule. Buzz. The inside of Yi Futian's body became a divine furnace for the Great Path. Ancient characters like Qian, Kuan, Li, and Khan surrounded his body. The world tree in his body became a will. Monstrous fighting will swept out, causing his spiritual will to explode. His aura also expanded greatly together with it. It was an extremely powerful fighting will at the level of a Ren Huang. At the same time, he also activated the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. The sound of trumpeting elephants shook the heavens. Divine elephants trampled across the space and merged into his Ren Huang level fighting will. They collided with the pagodas crashing down from the sky. The sound of loud collisions roared. Wu Meng was not surprised. Ordinary cultivators of the Saint Plain could not even withstand the will of a Ren Huang and could be directly killed off. However, the most monstrous figures of the top forces could already resist the will of a Ren Huang. Otherwise, how could the other two Ren Huangs possibly be killed off by sneak attacks from them? As the commander of an alliance, Yi Futian's ability was naturally beyond doubt. Wu Meng clearly knew this. However, no matter how powerful Yi Futian was, he could not surpass the difference between realms. The will of the Ren Huang shifted, and he extended his hand towards the sky. The heavens and his divine wheel of the Great Path resonated. A gigantic golden pagoda appeared and spun in the sky. It emanated beams of divine light that enveloped all around him. Descend. He closed his palm, and the pagodas immediately dropped down upon Yi Futian. The spinning pagodas emanated unparalleled divine light that eradicated all existence. Storms descended. Yi Futian naturally felt a pressure pressing down on him from above. The aura on his body exploded to its limit. He stepped in mid-air. The sound of trumpeting elephants roared all around them. The long spear in his hand, covered with lingering monstrous fighting will, stabbed out, straight and true, into the empty space before him. Clang. The sound of a loud collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Yi Futian thrust the long spear towards the pagodas. Beneath the gigantic pagoda, his silhouette seemed exceptionally small. The divine light that emanated from the spinning pagodas could easily eradicate him. The great path storm swallowed up his body. However, Yi Futian still remained standing firmly. A frightening power exploded on his long spear. It caused cracks to appear on the gigantic golden pagoda. The cracks propagated throughout it frenziedly until there was a loud rumble. The pagoda collapsed and turned to rubble. It seems that this is all there is to a Ren Huang, Yi Futian said as he glanced at Wu Meng. Wu Meng raised his head and glanced up. His gaze was locked on Yi Futian, whose body was covered from head to toe in lingering fighting will. Yi Futian's fighting will and his spear should have been obtained from within God's relic. As for Yi Futian's attack power, it had indeed already reached the level of a Ren Huang. Otherwise, how could Yi Futian have possibly shattered his pagoda? Yi Futian's plane should not be far from the Ren Huang plane. For you to have cultivated the Saint Plane to your level, it must not have been easy, Wu Meng said. With such talent, you are sure to have a bright future. I also do not want to destroy such a talent. Give me the method for unlocking the seal, and I will let you go. Even though Yi Futian possessed an attack at the level of a Ren Huang, at the end of the day, he was still not a true Ren Huang. How could Yi Futian possibly win against him? Behind Wu Meng, Yu Sheng had also arrived. The demonic might on his body churned, and Wu Meng actually felt a faint pressure coming from him. The Ren Huang of Martial God Clan had not imagined that he would encounter two such figures in one day. These two figures were possibly not weaker than Wu Zhon of his Martial God Clan. You sure are confident in yourself. However, we still don't know who will leave here alive, Yi Futian said. The instant he finished uttering his words, golden divine light flashed, and he directly traversed the empty space between them. His spear stabbed out straight towards Wu Meng. For him, the distance between them was just a step away. Rumble. Wu Meng clenched his fists. The light of Ren Huang spread upward. With a shift of his will, the pagodas swept out. With his divine wheel bursting forth, almost all of the power of the great path in this part of the sky became pagodas that kept crashing towards Yi Futian. It was as though there was a light shroud of pagodas. Again and again, they crashed down on Yi Futian. This was the might of the will of Renhuang and the divine will bursting forth. No one could block it. Hence, those who had weak cultivation would not be able to withstand the will of a Renhuang. The spear covered in lingering fighting will pierced right through the pagodas constantly as though they were made of bamboo. A brilliant protective light shroud of the great path appeared around Yi Futian's body. The shadows of the pagodas kept shattering. Shocking explosive sounds filled the space, spreading across a region of hundreds of miles. Buzz. Wu Meng took a step forward and also walked towards Yi Futian. He raised his arm and sent a punch bursting forwards. The will of a Renhuang's punch was powerful. Before his punch arrived, the gigantic pagoda shadow crashed onto the spear and was mostly shattered. When the punch landed on the spear, a humongous divine pagoda appeared. It spun at an extremely high speed, sweeping and destroying this space. It swept up an astonishing storm. Clang! The spear collided with the punch. A shocking sound of metal clashing erupted. Yi Futian's body was sent flying backward. The spear in his hand hummed as it trembled. His arm was also slightly shaking. The force of the punch even directly entered into his body and wanted to shatter his flesh. However, he had already forged a powerful body of the great path. It was not easy to shatter his body. Wu Meng also took a step backward. He relaxed his fist and then clenched it again. He sensed a faint numbness in his hand. In the attack just now, he sensed an absolutely strong power become a frightening destructive force that wanted to tear apart his fist. He glanced at Yi Futian. He was standing opposite him. He had indeed lost some face for being knocked back by a junior at the Saint Plain. He stepped forward, and his body approached the part of the sky where Yi Futian was. He extended both of his hands at the same time. The divine wheel within him exploded with the might of an emperor. At this moment, in the sky above, countless golden pagodas kept appearing. They were all physical pagodas that were like divine arms. Each pagoda was spinning and releasing frightening windstorms. Yi Futian was once again buried within all of them. The power of this attack was clearly much more powerful than that of the first. The pagodas descended and flattened mountains and rivers alike. Yi Futian's spear stabbed forth and shattered a pagoda. However, a second pagoda came crashing down. There was no time gap between them. They did not give Yi Futian time to even attempt to retract his spear. Yi Futian's arms shook, and his spear trembled. His fighting will surged forward and frenziedly burst out from his spear. His fighting will shattered the pagodas that continued to rain down upon him. His body was also knocked downwards, as though he was about to fall. Rumble. A domineering aura burst forth. Golden divine lights shone brilliantly. Yi Futian's body turned gold in color as though he was made of pure gold. From the sky, the divine sound of the great path rang. Golden divine lights erupted from Yi Futian's body continuously. Under the divine furnace of the great path, the sky turned luminous gold. Divine sound could be heard continually from the sky, and it resonated with the great path of all things. One by one, golden ancient god figures appeared behind Yi Futian, as though deities were descending to the earth. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Yi Futian's body was still being knocked downwards. However, Wu Meng, who was in midair, was frowning slightly. This seemed to be a magnum opus from an ancient force from the higher heavens realm. It was the sigh of the divine god from Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation had some affiliation with Donghuang the Great. Hence, Wu Meng knew a little about the Golden Divine Nation. How could Yi Futian be proficient in a powerful art of sorcery from the Golden Divine Nation? Right now, it was as though Yi Futian was possessed by a god. Within his golden figure, the trumpeting of divine elephants shook the heavens and the earth, seemingly able to suppress all things. Combined with the lingering fighting will on his body as well as his deed of thorough comprehension, when these magnum opuses burst forth at the same instant, Yi Futian's power at this moment had already reached an astonishing level. The spear in Yi Futian's hand shook as his pupils looked up at the sky. He took a step forward, and his body forcefully halted. The sound of the sigh of the divine god could be heard. His spear trembled, and golden divine light pierced the heavens. Yi Futian's body shot up into the sky. One by one, the pagodas were shattered. High up in the sky above, Wu Meng lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian below. He saw Yi Futian's body become golden divine light and smashed through his attack as though he was splitting bamboo. Yi Futian kept rapidly advancing towards him, as fast as though he was a golden shooting star. Could combat power at the Saint Plane actually reach such a high level? Wu Meng secretly thought to himself. He lowered his head and looked down at Yi Futian below. Such combat ability at the Saint Plane might have already surpassed that of Wu Zhon of the martial god clan. However, what of it? Even if Yi Futian's ability was vast, he was still a saint. The difference between a saint and a renhuang could not be overcome with just an increase in combat power. It was a difference in terms of quality. Yi Futian's movements were like flowing light. The pagodas came raining down. Most of them were shattered. Right then, Wu Meng waved his hands. Clang. There was a huge clang like the sound of the great path of all things. The heavens moved in sync with the sound. Countless shadows of pagodas merged into one and fused into Wu Meng's body. The pagoda divine wheel in Wu Meng's figure could be clearly seen. It lit up the endless space. The shadows of pagodas in the sky began to flow. They contained unparalleled killing power. They were like ripples. Even ripples could coalesce into huge and powerful waves, what more for the pagodas moving in sync. Wu Meng extended a hand and looked at Yi Futian, who was charging upwards against the flow of his attack. Wu Meng's huge palm slammed downwards. Clang. As this palm strike descended, there was another huge clang. The heavens and earth shook, and thousands of shadows of pagodas appeared. They covered this part of the sky and loomed over Yi Futian's body. In just an instant, they collided directly with Yi Futian's spear that was stabbing upwards so fast that he had no time to react. Dull thuds could be heard. Finally, the spear did not continue to split apart the pagodas. Yi Futian was once again knocked back and fell downwards. When Yi Futian finally came to a stop, his arms were shaking, and fresh blood was flowing out from the corners of his mouth. The bones in his arms were nearly shattered from the shock. The might of the 1,000 shadows of pagodas was too astonishing. In the other direction, the demonic might on Yu Sheng's body churned and howled. He was prepared to provide support at any moment. However, Yi Futian wanted to truly experience the power of a renhuang as he was about to break through to the next plane. Hence, Yu Sheng had not interfered and had let Yi Futian battle the renhuang alone. Now do you see? Wu Meng looked down on Yi Futian below and said, no matter how powerful your combat ability is, a cultivator at the Saint Plane is still just at the Saint Plane. There is a great difference between the Saint Plane and the renhuang plane. This difference cannot be surpassed with mere combat ability. How could you possibly overcome it? While Wu Meng was talking, his will of renhuang loomed over Yi Futian. His divine will radiated brilliant divine light. There were still countless shadows of pagodas crashing down towards Yi Futian. The renhuang controlled his great path of all things, causing the way of the heavens and earth to be at his bidding. It was as though he had his own great path zone. For a renhuang to go against a cultivator of the Saint Plane, it was like a king of a domain quelling an invader. There was no suspense worth mentioning at all. The renhuang could kill any and every cultivator of the Saint Plane. He extended his palm, and pagodas descended, thousands of shadows of pagodas appearing again. Yes, I see now, Yi Futian nodded his head and replied, in terms of quality, the difference between the renhuang plane and the Saint Plane is indeed difficult to surpass. Since you now know that, then hand over the method of unlocking the seal, and I will let you go. You won't need to go through this pain. Wu Meng continued to walk down towards Yi Futian as though he was a god. However, some people can still surpass it in the end, Yi Futian continued saying. Wu Meng scowled. Why was Yi Futian so full of himself? However, the next moment, Wu Meng saw Yi Futian's body radiate bright divine light that pierced the heavens. These beams of divine light shot out in all directions. There seemed to be countless leafy branches extending everywhere. They consumed the great path of all things in all directions and fused with the power of all creation. Yi Futian's blood vessels were screaming. His figure was burning. At this moment, Yi Futian felt that the great path of all things was his to command. Wu Meng's facial expressions changed. Right now, Yi Futian was standing there, shining radiantly like an emperor of the human world that demanded worship from all. Yi Futian's eyes were shining brightly, as though they could see through all things, like a king of the world that looked upon all things. Yi Futian looked towards Wu Meng's divine wheel. It seemed as though he could see through it with just one glance. He actually seemed to have found the cracks in his great path. His heavenly path was flawed. Wu Meng's divine wheel of the great path was flawed, and it was not a perfect divine wheel. At this moment, Wu Meng felt a great sense of danger. He actually felt threatened by a cultivator at the Saint Plane. The more horrifying thing was the aura emanated by Yi Futian. How was it possible? Wasn't he from the heavenly mandate realm? The spear of Yi Futian struck. His fighting will overflowed from the spear and merged with the divine light. Flawed Renhuang, I will send you on your way, Yi Futian said. He took a step forward, and divine light immediately shot across the space. He seemed to have instantly traversed the distance between them, his body immediately appearing before Wu Meng. Wu Meng hurriedly raised his hands to attack. How was it that Yi Futian was so fast this time? Bang! The spear hit directly on Wu Meng's divine wheel. Cracks appeared on the divine wheel in Wu Meng's body, then it shattered into pieces. Appalled, Wu Meng stared at Yi Futian. Swoosh! The divine light penetrated through Wu Meng's body as Yi Futian's silhouette appeared behind him. After that, the body of Wu Meng exploded, turning into dust. Spare a life. Yi Futian turned around to look at the disappearing figure. Even though he had killed a Renhuang, he didn't feel joyful. In terms of ability, he was already half a Renhuang. Many of his skills had reached the tipping point. When he activated the will of the Emperor, he could comprehend the limits of the Great Path. His spear attack just now had directly breached the limits of the Great Path. Besides that, the Great Path of the Renhuang of Martial God Clan was flawed. Yi Futian wondered how strong would a flawless Renhuang be? In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was most likely only a limited number of flawless Renhuangs. Moreover, all of them were cultivators from the top forces of the 9 realms. One would need some great luck in order to encounter them, especially the cream of the crop among them. The divine halo dissipated. Yi Futian could sense that he had exhausted much of his energy. Even though he had reached the peak of the Saint Plane, activating the will of the Emperor still placed a huge toll on his body. However, Yi Futian also felt somewhat happy at his current progress. For him to activate the will of the Emperor now was similar to Yu Sheng activating his demonic method. Yi Futian would no longer fall unconscious due to fatigue. He popped a fruit of the way into his mouth. A majestic aura of life enveloped his body, recovering his lost energy quickly. Yu Sheng stood at the side and observed everything calmly. He was not surprised at all, as though killing a Renhuang was but an ordinary thing to do. Let's head back, Yi Futian said. Then, he rushed back the same way he had come. At the same time, life will surrounded his body, and his body recovered quickly. After they had eliminated the Renhuang of Martial God Clan, there was only one Renhuang left in the opponent's team. When they left, their alliance was not at a disadvantage. As long as Kaixiao Divine Mountain fulfilled their promise, Yi Futian's side had a great advantage, and they would surely be able to manage the battles well. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng joined the others at the main battlefield, they could wipe out the remaining opponents directly. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng traveled in the air at the same speed. At the moment, the battles which were happening above the sacred hall were getting more intense. Most of the cultivators here were existences at the peak of the Saint Plane. They were saints who had experienced nirvana. The commotion caused by their fights was huge. Their fights affected a large area, and everywhere the battles took place, the sky trembled and the earth shook. The entire sky seemed to be buried underneath the overwhelming crossfire. Bang! A loud thud sounded. Wu Zhon and Yuan Hong moved away from each other. Their auras fluctuated. Wu Zhon put on an overbearing expression as he stared at Yuan Hong, saying, "Yuan Hong, you are the descendant of Yuanyang clan from the Imperial Realm, and you are actually assisting others in this battle. Are you expecting them to bestow you with a few ritual implements? Join us, and we will plunder the entire sacred hall for its treasures. Wouldn't that be better? It depends on whether or not you can get your hands on the treasures, Yuan Hong responded with a smile. When they were in Sword City, not only did Yi Futian activate the teachings of the divine sword for the swordmaster of Lihan, he also defeated the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall with a spear. This time around, nobody knew just yet which party would emerge victorious. Although you have a slight advantage in this battle, did you believe that the two of them could stand against martial god clan's Renhuang? Wu Zhon retorted with a cold smile and continued saying, once we capture him, everything will naturally come to an end. When Wu Meng returns, how will you handle yourselves? Should I or should I not kill the Yuanyang clan? What if you are the ones who lost? Yuan Hong asked. When Wu Zhon heard Yuan Hong's retort, he revealed a mocking look and said, Yuan Hong, no matter how we put it, you are also a descendant of a top force of the imperial realm. You actually said such laughable things. You actually hope that a cultivator of the Saint Plane can win against a Renhuang. Don't you feel like you are dishonouring your clan? Yuan Hong raised his eyebrows slightly. He had also not imagined that Yi Futian would choose to lead the martial god clan's Renhuang away with Yu Sheng. This was indeed somewhat risky. However, right now, he could only believe in Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Apart from the martial god clan, who was still doing relatively fine, other forces were being suppressed by Yi Futian's alliance. Before Yi Futian left, he had assigned his teammates to fight against specific targets. Among all the forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had it the worst. Brahma's Pure Sky and Purple Gold Rat clan were not very powerful, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had experienced a massacre prior to the battle. Many of their cultivators had been killed. Moreover, they still needed to handle the sneak attacks from Kaixiao Divine Mountain. The battle was practically a one-sided beating. One by one, cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom were killed. The facial expressions of Yi Tianyu and Yi Man were ugly beyond comparison. They fought even more valiantly, but Yi Man couldn't get the upper hand when faced against Qin He. Yi Tianyu was powerful, but since Xu Huang's son and a top figure from Kaixiao Divine Mountain had joined forces to attack him, he was fully occupied. Even when Yi Tianyu went berserk, he couldn't shake off the two of them. The top figure from Kaixiao Divine Mountain seemed to still be deliberately holding back. He had chosen the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom as opponents because these two forces were weakened and there was no risk involved. He had no plans to kill Yi Tianyu and Yi Man. One was the crown prince, and another was a princess. Although he was not afraid to kill them, he had no need to completely offend their two forces. He only needed to complete what he had set out to do. There was a huge rumble. Yi Tianyu stood proudly in mid-air. There seemed to be shadows of deities standing behind him. Yi Tianyu looked towards Yi Man. She had also distanced herself from Qin He and was glancing over at Yi Tianyu. I've caused trouble for you, Yi Tianyu said. There was always a price to be paid for looting in God's relic. How can this be considered trouble? We just need to hang on until the Renhuang of the martial god clan returns. Then, it will be their death hour, Yi Man replied. Yi Tianyu nodded his head slightly as he looked up into the sky. Would the Renhuang of the martial god clan be able to capture Yi Futian who had left? The members of their alliance were all waiting for Wu Meng to return with the captured Yi Futian. As they were all waiting, a golden divine light shot down from the sky above. Instantly, the crowd below sensed a wave of aura. He has returned. Wu Zhon looked up into the sky. The pagoda in his hand crashed down and forced Yuan Hong back. Wu Zhon sinisterly said, "You will all pay the price for what you have done. He has finally returned." Yi Man's gaze was sharp and cold. She stared at Qin He and said, "Greatest virgin of Brahma's pure sky, you will fall here in God's relic." As long as the Renhuang had returned and they were more cautious, their alliance would certainly bulldoze over each battlefield. After all, it was already impossible for the previous sneak attacks to happen again now. They would also no longer give Yi Futian's side the opportunity to sneakily attack them. Everything before had happened too quickly for them to be able to guard against. The forces on the side of the martial god clan were all waiting in anticipation. It was because they were being suppressed that they had this sense of anticipation. Radiant light shone down on them. Two silhouettes traversed the space and stopped in mid-air. The facial expressions of many people changed as though they had already sensed something. When the white-haired silhouette and the burly youth, who was clad in demonic armor, appeared in the sky above, the expressions of the forces of the martial god clan alliance turned ghastly pale. It was as though they had plummeted into a freezer. They felt a chill in their hearts. The Ren Huang of the martial god clan, Wu Meng, had not returned. The people who had returned were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. What did this mean? It was impossible for figures at the Saint Plain to shake off a Ren Huang, unless no. Yi Man felt her heart turn icy cold when she saw the white-haired silhouette. She was in despair. How was it that the person who had returned was Yi Futian? Where was the Ren Huang of the martial god clan? Yi Tianyu also raised his head and looked at the silhouette in mid-air. The clothes of the silhouette fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were exceptionally calm. Had he emerged victorious? Had Yi Futian and Yu Sheng defeated the Ren Huang of the martial god clan? Yi Tianyu had been considered to be born supreme. In the heavenly mandate realm, he was without equal in his generation. He had believed that he was invincible among his peers. At least in the heavenly mandate realm, no one could stand as his equal. That was until Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu appeared. Yi Futian had actually advanced even faster than him. What did Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returning signify? It meant that the Ren Huang would most likely never return. Impossible, Wu Zhong mumbled in a low voice. He raised his head and looked towards Yi Futian. His expression had also changed. Wu Meng was a Ren Huang. How could he have possibly lost to them? Opposite him, Yuan Hong looked at him with a smile. From the looks of it, it seems that your martial god clan's Ren Huang has dishonored your clan. Yu Sheng, go and settle the members from the Hidden Land Realm, Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Hidden Land Realm's prison fort clan were being handled solely by the dragon gods. This force was also very powerful and did not show any signs of losing. Letting Yu Sheng head over to them could directly determine the outcome of the battle. Bang! Yu Sheng took one step forward and headed down below. His demonic might churned and howled, as though a peerless demon was descending from the sky. He immediately headed over to where the dragon gods and prison fort clan were battling. Before his person had arrived, Yu Sheng had already raised his hands and sent an attack crashing out towards them. A demonic dragon howled and consumed the sky. Bearing the power of the dragon gods, it crashed towards the cultivators of prison fort clan. Bang! A number of cultivators were sent flying by the demonic dragon. They threw up mouthfuls of fresh blood, their faces pale. Another violent trembling sound that shook the heavens and the earth rumbled as Yu Sheng joined the battle. Everywhere his punches passed by, no one could withstand them. One by one, the cultivators of prison fort clan were directly sent flying. On the other side, Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at Yi Tianyu. Under the effects of the divine method of the heavenly realm, the divine picture of heavenly mandate flowed and spun in the sky above, gathering the power of the great path. Yi Tianyu was indeed considered a figure without equal. Currently, his cultivation was also at the peak of the Saint Plain, almost approaching the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian's long spear pointed downwards at the sky below as he said, "Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. You were born supreme. Now, can you stand against a strike from my spear?" Yi Tianyu raised his head and looked towards the voice in the sky. One strike from his spear. Was Yi Futian trying to humiliate him in this manner? The divine picture of the heavenly mandate floated in the sky above. Right now, Yi Tianyu was like a deity. He was one with his great path. On the divine picture of heavenly mandate, endless divine light surged into his body. Buzz. In this instant, Yi Futian moved. Bright golden light shot across the space. Nearby, Yi Man's gaze was locked on them. Bright light flooded the space. Destructive power swept out into the distance. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Deep within her pupils, two silhouettes were reflected. The two silhouettes stood opposite each other. One wielded a spear in his hand and still stood proudly in the sky above. The other was bent over, fresh blood flowing out from his mouth. The once stubborn and arrogant figure was now bent over, as though it had lowered its proud head. Could he take a strike from this spear? He was born supreme. I'll spare your life. My third elder brother will come to claim it, Yi Futian said. He had preserved Yi Tianyu's life for Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu were enemies. Their families had been engaged in a feud for generations. This feud would soon be ended by his third elder brother. Other than that, Yi Futian had spared Yi Tianyu's life so that he could leave here alive and trigger the conflict between Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Purple Gold Rat Clan. How could the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty tolerate this grudge? Yi Tianyu's eyes were smiling, portraying the irony and forlorn hope he felt. Sparing his life was worse than killing him. For Yi Futian to show mercy on him, it was a great humiliation. Yi Futian was belittling him. Yi Futian had not viewed him as a worthy opponent, thus, he had let him go. Total victory. Due to the bitterness between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu, there was no reason for him not to kill him. They were already lifelong enemies, why would have any scruples about doing this? So by not killing him, he was showing incredible disdain for him. This kind of disdain towards Yi Tianyu, who had once been called an ultimate talent, would be an unimaginable humiliation. But reality was indeed that cruel. Once again, the winners wrote the history books. He had not even been able to withstand a single spear thrust. In this battle, all the other forces besides the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had stood on Yi Futian's side. When they saw the spear thrust, they had felt many conflicting emotions. After that spear thrust, the Heavenly Mandate Realm truly had a number one junior, one whom no one could compete with. If Yi Tianyu could not even withstand a single spear thrust from him, who could compete with him? The young master was gone, and the Ren Huang of the Martial God Clan would never return. Ever since Jiyu Tianxing fell, the Heavenly Mandate Realm had fallen behind the other realms, and there was no one within it who could stand among the most powerful figures. But now, in the younger generation, Yi Futian had the potential to stand at the top. Would this affect the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm? The Demon Clan thought back to the prophecy from years ago. Could it have had to do with Yi Futian? Yi Futian swept his gaze over Yi Man, then said coldly, "For the sake of letting the Divine Palace keep face, I won't deal with you. Get out of here. Get out of here." Yi Man went pale. As a princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom who had been sent to the Shangxiao Divine Palace, she had never been humiliated like that. She had never had someone of the same generation as her look at her and tell her to get lost. What was most painful was that she did not even have the right to protest. Letting her go was a form of forgiveness in that he would not kill her. Did she dare refuse? Would she dare to trade her life to keep her honor? She did not, and so she kept her mouth shut, despite how hard it was. Looking at Yi Tianyu, she felt a burst of sadness. She and him had been heroes at the Divine Palace, envied by countless people. But now they had come to such a tragic conclusion. It was bitter, indeed. Let's go. There was no emotion on Yi Tianyu's face. He walked off into the distance. Everyone could feel his sadness as they watched the retreating figure. Yi Man watched him go as well. The spear thrust must have hurt him badly. She lowered her head, then followed him as he left. There were not many people left from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Divine Snow Kingdom, and many of them had been wounded. They had no more power to fight. They left the battlefield in a desolate manner, as they no longer had the right to keep participating. Yi Futian letting them live was his forgiveness. After they left, Yi Futian looked at the other fights going on. Although the other battlefields were far away, everyone else knew what he had done. When he returned, all eyes would be on him. Everyone would be paying attention to him. There was no doubt that the Ren Huang level cultivator from the Martial Gods clan would not be returning. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had been able to cut down a Ren Huang when they teamed up. How had they done that? The Martial Gods clan had no more heart to fight. Yu Sheng had cut his way through them like a tiger through a flock of sheep. Everyone he went, there was no one left behind who could stand. Cultivator after cultivator fell to the ground, crippled. The reason they had not been killed was that Yi Futian did not want it to be so final, so he had asked Yu Sheng to not slaughter them. After all, they could always just leave, so he had left them some leeway. Yi Futian's figure flashed as he moved again. Everyone watched him. Who was he going towards? Golden lightning split the sky, as the spear wrapped in incredibly powerful fighting will struck out again. A figure went flying backward. It was the leader of the martial gods clan, Wu Zhon. His body slammed into the mountain behind him, making it shake. Blood streamed from a wound in his chest, as well as from his mouth. His face was pale, and he felt like his internal organs had been cut to pieces. He looked up and saw Yi Futian standing before Yuan Hong. His spear pointed at him. "Do you still want this ritual implement?" he asked. Wu Zhon looked at him, then said resolutely, "I have lost, and so I admit defeat. I will take my people and leave." There was no point in continuing to fight. If this had been a fight to the death, he would have already lost his life. The spear thrust that Yi Futian had hit him with could have killed him. Yi Futian pulled back the spear and said, "Go and find another ruin. You may not come back to this one." Wu Zhon nodded. Fine. At this point, he would do whatever Yi Futian said. Whatever happened here from now on had nothing to do with them. The fighting stopped all across the battlefield. All of the cultivators separated. Yi Futian looked down at his own people and said, "If you want to keep pursuing this, you can keep fighting, and I will help you. If not, let's leave it here." In fact, he could perform a terrible slaughter here, but if he did that, there would be endless consequences. After all, he was only one man. If others used this as an excuse to make an enemy of him after he left, he would not let them off easy again. No one said anything. In reality, Yi Futian's people had the upper hand. They were all crushing their opponents and had taken a few casualties. Their opponents had many more dead and wounded. If they stopped fighting, they could end their losses here, making the whole situation a lot less serious for them. On the contrary, if they were the ones with more dead and wounded, they would not be able to stop fighting. But they had had the advantage ever since the beginning of the fight. The martial gods clan's alliance naturally could not say anything. In reality, they had no right to choose. They were the losers, and their fate was in their opponents' hands. Since their opponents were willing to stop fighting, what else could they do but leave in defeat? Many figures turned to leave the battle. Some of them looked dejectedly at the spatial sacred hall. "Wait," called Yi Futian. They all stopped. "Leave all of the treasures that you got in the sacred hall before. You are free to go, but you must leave the spoils of war here," he said with a smile. All the people of the great forces, including the martial gods clan, looked crestfallen. "We got these things before our fight. Why should we leave them?" Wu Zhon stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him, and a strange look came over his face. "I am the one who broke the seal," he said. "Why do you want to steal what is rightfully mine?" Had he really asked that? He had lost so badly, and he still had the gall to ask why he should leave his ritual implements. Wu Zhon stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eye twitched, and several lines of cold killing will appeared from his brow. When he saw this, Wu Zhon trembled. He clenched his teeth, pulled out 2 magic weapons, and flew over towards Yi Futian. Then several more ritual implements appeared and fell into his hand. "Benefactor Yi," said the monk from the Shunxing clan with a smile, "we have gotten along fairly well. If you ever find the time to come to the mountain realm, please come visit the Shunxing clan." Yi Futian held out his hands to him in an expectant gesture. "I think you're forgetting something." He had gotten back 2 of the divine arms that he had unlocked. One of them still remained with the Shunxing clan. He had not yet given it back, and yet the monk was speaking of friendship. How could they be friends? "Benefactor Yi, we still have a Ren Huang. If this comes to a conflict, I fear it will not go well." The monk was still smiling. The Ren Huang beside him had fought a demon emperor of the Sky Demon Court not long before. The martial gods clan had a Ren Huang too, but he died. Yi Futian was smiling insincerely as well. The monk's mouth twitched, and his smile disappeared slowly. Do you really want things to come to that point? I will ask you one more time. Will you give it to me or not? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. The monk from the Shunxing clan was silent for a while, then he pulled out the ritual implement and threw it to Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught it, then nodded in satisfaction. Take care of yourself, teacher. No need to see me off. The monk left Yi Futian's side, and the other cultivators followed him. Soon they had disappeared off into the distance. The monk from the Shunxing clan has always been said to be insidious and cunning. He may seem like he's given up, but he might be trouble in the future, said Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan to Yi Futian. Although the Shunxing clan had lost a lot of people, they still had their Ren Huang. Judging by their previous attitude, they were still ambitious and unhappy with how things had turned out. Many forces were pulled into this fight. It could have ended in a massive slaughter. Will the Yuanyang clan be willing to protect me for the sake of the friendship between us? Yi Futian asked Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong shook his head. They won't. Then that's the way it is. Yi Futian smiled and said no more. After all the forces here would make for advantageous allies. Even though some of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm were his friends, in the end, they were only heirs. If he wanted to really fight other great powers, it would be difficult to get them involved. If he had killed a lot of people here, once he left, many would come to him seeking vengeance. Even though Lord Taishen would help if they all moved against him, would Lord Taishen be enough? Yuan Hong said no more as well. He understood that even Yi Futian would not be able to withstand the Yuanyang clan's wrath if he slaughtered their cultivators. However, if the monk wants to provoke me, next time he won't speak so politely, said Yi Futian. He looked down at the battlefield. Their alliance had won a crushing victory. Thus, the treasures within the spatial sacred hall could be safely taken out. The next step was to divide up the treasure. Beside him, the people from the other great forces looked down with burning gazes. They all had their own expectations. There was a whole hall full of treasure. Even if Yi Futian was stingy, he would still be able to give several treasures to each force. In any case, they had been strong enough to break the seal, which they would not have been on their own. And they had not taken many losses in this battle. Gate the. Yi Futian stepped towards the spatial sacred hall and said, "Come with me." Everyone else followed him expectantly. He was able to break a seal with a single thought, and so the divine arms within the treasure house of the spatial sacred hall would soon be theirs. As they all entered, Yi Futian continued forward, saying, "Each force may take 3 divine arms. You go and find them, and I will break the seals for you." He thought to himself that these already very powerful figures were receiving a frighteningly incredible gift here. Every one of the divine arms was earth-shaking. Once they fell into the hands of the top forces, they would increase their power many times. "Please go and take your pick," he said. "Once you have chosen, let me know." Everyone quickly moved off in different directions and began searching through the artifacts. Yi Futian walked up to the battle axe and said, "Yu Sheng, you go first. You should take the battle axe." Yu Sheng nodded. "All right." He floated up into the air towards the top of the spatial sacred hall. Yi Futian's eyes changed, and it seemed like he could now see through all illusions. His thoughts swept out through the hall and seemed to form a key for the gate that affected the way the light curtain flowed. A crack appeared in the gate, and the battle axe began to fly through the air. Boom! Yi Futian was sent flying backward as the battle axe shot upwards. Yu Sheng's demonic aura surged, and he reached out towards the battle axe to grasp it. A terrible aura spread out as his body began to tremble slightly. The battle axe carried him up into the air with it. "It's so powerful," said Do Jiao, his eye twitching. "Don't worry, it's not a problem," said Yi Futian, looking up into the air. The process of obtaining a divine arm was a test in and of itself. "How are you unlocking these things?" he asked Yi Futian. The man had really not explained how. To be able to release them with a single thought was too marvelous. "Do you really think I'm going to tell you?" Yi Futian looked disdainfully at Do Jiao. Do Jiao rolled his eyes. "I want that scepter." Do Jiao pointed towards a scepter sealed away, shining with a divine jade green light. A shockingly powerful life aura was emanating from it. It seemed like it would be able to heal anything in a short amount of time. Yi Futian looked at Do Jiao, then muttered, "You should broaden your horizons." Do Jiao clenched his fists. He had an impulse to hit Yi Futian, but when he saw how he was smiling, his temper abated. Wu Meng of the martial gods clan had been killed by him, so he probably should not hit him. Moreover, he was depending on him to unseal the ritual implement. He, the mighty descendant of the fighting god, had lost face for his elders. This must make him the lowest of all the heirs of the Do tribe in history. "Get ready," said Yi Futian. "All right." Do Jiao, who had just been dejected, suddenly brightened up and looked happy. After all, this would increase his strength. What did his reputation matter? When Yi Futian unsealed the ritual implement, the whole golden spatial sacred hall lit up with jade-green light, and a life aura covered everyone. At that moment, everyone felt the life energy and spiritual energy that they had used up while fighting be restored. They all thought that if they could get their hands on that scepter, they would have unlimited recovery ability and could fight until the heavens unfell and the earth cracked apart. "That was a good choice," someone said, looking up at Do Jiao. The scepter did not have a great amount of repelling force, and so Do Jiao was able to grasp it without difficulty. Once he had formed a connection with it, he cried out, "Wonderful!" His fighting ability was impressive, and when he used all the sevenfold seals of the fighting god, he was stronger than a Renhuang. But the after-effects were devastating to him. Now that he had this scepter, he could fight and recover at the same time. Just imagining this made him excited. Xia Qingyuan looked up at the scepter and felt a little bit jealous. She was a cultivator of life energy herself. "Everyone used up a lot of power in the last battle, so I am letting them choose the things that they want. There are many ritual implements in the spatial sacred hall, including some that are arcane and mysterious. I will leave those for you and Emperor Xia," said Yi Futian. "Oh," said Xia Qingyuan with a nod. She had not used up any of her power as she had basically just been watching the battles. "I want this one." At that moment, Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan pointed to one of the treasures. It was a map scroll from which radiant light was emanating. Yi Futian did not even bother looking at what it was. "Get ready for it," he said. "Oh." Yuan Hong stepped forward as Yi Futian directly unsealed the item without even really looking at it. He had promised everyone that he would give them ritual implements, and he would keep his promise. They could have any items that they chose. He did not care what they were. "I want this one," said seventh slayer of the clan of the Seven Slayers. Yi Futian unsealed it for him. Then, people were constantly choosing the ritual implements that looked powerful and were well suited to themselves and to their forces. Many seals were broken for the many people in the hall. At that moment, many people looked up into the air and saw that someone had broken through to the next level after receiving their ritual implement. It was seventh slayer of the clan of the Seven Slayers. He had formed a connection with his ritual implement, which had been enough to launch him to the next level. Endless wisps of slaughtering will filled the air and swallowed up all the worldly great path in the area. He had forged a wheel of the great path. Yi Futian watched seventh slayer breaking through to the next level. Divine slaughtering light suffused seventh slayer's body. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face as he watched this. There seemed to be two kinds of will fighting within seventh slayer's body. Boom! Cracks seemed to appear in the very air. The divine arm that he had received was a spear, and it was eating up the worldly great path and pumping it into his body. A look of intense pain was on his face. "What's wrong?" someone whispered. Yuan Hong's eyes shone with divine light. So it was true. If he had had the good luck to reach the Renhuang plane here in the God's Relic, he would have been able to forge an unblemished wheel. The wheel of the great path slowly materialized. Yi Futian looked at seventh slayer and said, "If he breaks the will that he had previously, what will happen?" "He will likely be crippled," answered Do Jiao. "Ah." Yi Futian said no more, but he still looked into the air. The others were all watching as well. After a while, seventh slayer's wheel of the great path was formed. Divine light emanated from him, and his slaughtering aura spread to every corner of the room. A celestial level wheel, said Do Jiao. A look of confusion came over Yi Futian's face. What did you say? He asked. I am talking about his wheel of the Great Path, said Do Jiao. Do you not know the different levels of wheels of the Great Path? I know of the different levels of renhuangs, the 3 ranks and 9 tiers. There are different levels of wheels as well, asked Yi Futian. There are, though only the top forces of the 9 supreme realms make this distinction. Among the common forces, things are not so clear since all of their wheels are common level, said Do Jiao. When wheels of the Great Path are created, they are divided into different levels based on their strengths and weaknesses. The vast majority of renhuangs have common level wheels. Those who are incredibly talented can forge golden wheels that shine with brilliant light. At the higher level, you have celestial level wheels. Wheels at this level are extremely strong, and few people can forge them. This is the kind of wheel that 7th Slayer just forged. Of course, legends say that there are even wheels above this, perfect wheels that shine with dazzling divine light. These are called divine level wheels. There are those who say that the reason all wheels of the Great Path are called divine wheels is that they all originally start at the divine level. But when there are flaws in one's will, you get wheels of lower levels. All wheels are imperfect, and so we of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path have made these distinctions. In reality, any wheel below the divine level is commonplace. There should only be perfect and imperfect wheels. I understand. Yi Futian looked up at 7th Slayer up in the air. His divine wheel was stronger than that of Wu Meng, who he had just fought. Huang Zhong, who cultivated in the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace, had wanted to forge a perfect divine level wheel of the Great Path. He had heard those mysterious people in the Divine Palace talk a little bit about this, but they had never spoken about the different levels in concrete terms. 7th Slayer had forged his wheel here in the God's Relic. The divine arm he had taken had given him this chance, and thus he had forged a celestial level divine wheel. But it was still flawed as it was not at the divine level. He had just been wondering, if 7th Slayer attacked someone with his wheel, what would it be like? Of course, he could not say this. This was 7th Slayer's personal path of cultivation, and their friendship was not very deep yet. They could not speak of matters of life and death casually yet. Each force finally selected 3 divine arms, but they all still wanted more. They felt that 3 was not enough. They hated to leave. Can't we pick some more to take back to the people in our clans? Do Jiao asked tentatively. You were only choosing for yourselves before. Yi Futian's face darkened. They were so shameless. Do Jiao smiled awkwardly and said, I am the most prominent junior member of the Do tribe after all. One day I will be the leader. Yi Futian felt that in some aspects, he was not Do Jiao's equal. He looked at the others and saw their expectant gazes. Fine, each force way choose 2 more. Kaixiao Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky expended a little bit less power, so they don't get to, said Yi Futian. Kaixiao Divine Mountain had been hesitant and had only decided to join them at the last moment. In addition, they had only fought the weakest of opponents, so loyalty was not assured. Right now, they were in an alliance, but after they left, who knows if they would be friends or enemies. He could not trust them too much. As for Brahma's Pure Sky Qin, he looked at him with a smile, then said to him telepathically, Are you really going to be so cruel to me, Lord Yi? Forgive me, Goddess Qin. You can keep the ritual implements yourself. If Brahma's Pure Sky wants them, then when the Empress asks me, I will surely give them to her, answered Yi Futian. Qin, he stared at him. Did he have some ulterior motive with this? The people from Kaixiao Divine Mountain's expressions changed. They did not say anything, but they were clearly unhappy. But the other forces were all quite glad. They seemed to like this new turn of events. In reality, Yi Futian had originally planned to give each force 5 divine arms. Soon, the various forces had each chosen 2 more items. Yi Futian walked down the vast hall until he finally discovered that it was blocked off. There was a gate blocking off one side of the hall. In front of the gate was a pearl shining with brilliant golden light. All the light in the hall seemed to be gathering towards it and forming countless lines of light. Obviously, the god's relic did not end here. There must be more land beyond the gate. Creator of history. What is this? Whispered Yi Futian as he stood before the pearl. All the light in the spatial sacred hall was gathering in this one place. It was clearly a supernatural object. What kind of secrets did it contain? He looked back over his shoulder. If this hall was truly the treasure trove of some great figure, then the gate was probably the entrance to the treasure room. The pearl was the first thing in front of the gate. Could it be that it was the key to the whole spatial sacred hall? Divine light flashed in his eyes, making him able to see through anything. He saw how the pearl connected with the entire spatial sacred hall. All of the seals on the treasures seemed to be one with it. Many illusory spatial gates appeared in all directions. It seemed like they were everywhere. It seemed like if he could master this pearl, he could unlock all the gates with a single thought. He let his thoughts enter into it and saw brilliant, dazzling light emit from the pearl. The light covered everything in the hall, making it so that it was painful for people to keep their eyes open. Be careful. As the whole hall lit up with dazzling radiance, Yaya could feel the spatial power in the room strengthening. In the instant that she said that, Yi Futian was covered in spatial light. All of the illusory gates overlapped on top of him, swallowing him up completely. A group of figures flashed over towards him, but countless gates appeared in front of them. Their expressions turned dark. "What is that thing?" said one of the people who had rushed over. This sudden change had made it so that they were unable to reach Yi Futian. They thought that he had already completely mastered the spatial sacred hall. He had never thought that this pearl that had not been sealed away would have had such hidden danger. No one could get closer to it. They were all blocked by the spatial gates. Even being a few inches away was like being oceans apart. In the same instant as Yi Futian's consciousness entered the pearl, the endless gates appeared in his vision, one after another, covering his consciousness. In that moment, his thoughts seemed trapped. There were no divine arms round him, only gates. It was like he was in a huge spatial prison. His expression changed slightly. He had been a bit careless here. This pearl was perhaps the most mysterious ritual implement within the spatial sacred hall. It had not been sealed because it itself was the seal. This pearl was the origin of all the seals. Endless spatial light flowed out. There was no sense of order to these gates, and they could not be controlled. Perhaps it was because the master of the spatial sacred hall had died. This is dangerous, thought Yi Futian. The spatial light continued to flow. If it was going to attack him, he would not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, he began to shine with brilliant divine light. His eyes became incredibly frightening. Even his divine spirit seemed to become a real, golden object. He could perceive all the deep mysteries of the world. The principles of these gates were similar to those in the outside world, but there were too many of them. When countless gates appeared in a single instant, his senses were overloaded. But if he slowed down and deeply thought about their secrets, he could unlock them one by one. When he realized this, he gradually relaxed and stabilized his mood. His divine spirit flowed out towards the gates. Open. His divine spirit descended, and a spatial gate opened, then a second one, then a third. The endless spatial gates seemed to form a tunnel that he was trapped inside. Yi Futian did not dare be even the least bit careless. He continuously opened the gates as he continued on towards the depths of the tunnel. As time passed, the people on the outside began to look very worried, especially Yi Futian's friends. Although they had great faith in Yi Futian's abilities, this was no ordinary place. The pearl was clearly something extraordinary and nobody knew what would happen with it. But there was nothing they could do. They could only wait. A thought appeared in everyone's minds. They stared forward. Time seemed to slow, and that moment seemed to take a very long time. In that moment, the whole spatial sacred palace lit up with brilliant light. All the spatial power in the hall flowed towards the pearl, as if it was returning to the source. What is happening? Everyone looked into the hall. The endless beams of spatial light were slowly disappearing. The pair seemed to possess infinite space as it swallowed up everything. The ritual implements are going into it too, said someone. Everyone realized that the space where the ritual implements were sealed was being sucked in as well. The pearl began to spin quickly, giving off brilliant light that lit up the whole hall. It seemed like it would never be filled. The inside of the pearl contained infinite space. Everyone found it hard to keep their eyes open as they saw all the space in the hall being swallowed up. When the light dissipated, the spatial sacred hall had disappeared as well. The vast hall had vanished without a trace. The pearl was still spinning and giving off spatial light. Futian's figure appeared in front of it. Golden light was shining from his brow, producing a mystical connection with the pearl. The light connected him to it like they were of one body. He's all right. Everyone sighed when they saw him. He had escaped the terrible seal. At that moment, Futian opened his eyes, and the pearl disappeared along with the light coming from his forehead. In addition, the ritual implements and divine arms disappeared as well. A look of shock flashed in everyone's eyes. The pearl had swallowed up everything in the spatial sacred hall, as if it was the source of everything. Is something wrong? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Futian shook his head and smiled. It was a false alarm. On saying this, he rubbed his forehead and a strange expression came over him. He had wanted to take everything in this treasure house. At the very least, he would need a few ritual implements. In that case, things would be a little difficult. First, he would need to spend a lot of time and energy. But he had never thought that it would all be resolved by a little bit of fright and shock. He had received the pearl that sealed all the ritual implements and divine arms in the spatial sacred hall. Now, he had formed a connection with it and he could use it at will. You refined it? Asked Do Zhao in shock. This guy was crazy. He could do this too. He thought back to when Futian had taken the spear that had fighting while swirling around it in the underground palace. It seemed that it had been quite easy for him. Was there anything he could not do? It was difficult for others to obtain ritual implements, but Futian was good at it. He could unseal them with a single thought. Now, he had directly refined the source of the spatial sacred hall, obtaining all the ritual implements at once so that he did not need to master them one by one. This after seeing him fight the god of battle, he would just have to accept it if he felt wronged in the future. It seemed there was no reason for him to be too arrogant. I don't know, said Futian with a shrug. He did not show the treasure he had gained. Do Zhao looked at him. He didn't know. Futian turned and walked towards Tay Gate. The divine arms had been divided up, so now they should continue heading inwards. The purple gold rats who had gone in the other three directions had reached their ruins already. Even from here he could feel that they were very close. If they were far away his perception would be very hazy, but since they were close it was extremely clear. They were in 4 different places. Futian looked at the gate, and brilliant divine light shot out of his forehead. It flowed towards the gate, lighting it up. The people behind Futian trembled. He had already mastered the ability to control the gates. It was possible that nobody had ever entered that place before. Could it be that something that had never happened before was going to take place here in the god's relic today? A booming sound rang out and a crack appeared in the gate. Light poured through it. As everyone watched with trembling gaze, it opened up inwards, as if where they were standing was actually inside the gate. Futian raised a hand to shield his eyes. He had found the way to break the seals, and it had worked for the gate as well. What would be inside it? Futian had come from the eastern side of the god's relic. Just as he had guessed, there were ruins in the other 3 directions as well. There were many divine trees in the south upon which grew many pieces of fruit of the way that grew thick with will. A rare kind of grass grew there as well. To the north there was a collection of books. In this collection were sacred and valuable texts that recorded many powerful and mystical arts. To the west were many statues of armored soldiers, as well as statues of divine beasts that contained powerful will guarding the. At that moment, many people were still searching in the south and the west and fighting each other constantly. There had been many casualties. Within the book collection to the north, the battles had already ceased as the cultivators had come to the end of it. There was a huge wall covered in bookcases there that looked like a gate. There was a book in front of it, one that seemed divine. Golden light circled around it. It was very large and the light coming from it lit up the room. At that moment, a figure was standing calmly before the book, one who was clearly someone extraordinary. He was young, and had an unforgettable look to him. His face was bright and clear, and his eyes shone with divine light. There were many people behind him, cultivators from all the 9 realms. And they were all top figures. They belonged to many different factions. But they all stood behind this young man. No one went up to disturb him. Shockingly powerful figures appeared in every generation, and this one was no exception. In fact, this man was even more dazzling than those who had come before him. He came from the Central Emperor realm. Many years ago, when he was still a junior, he had already made a name for himself. Now, he had naturally been among those who came to the god's relic. Among 10,000 secrets of the way, there were none that he had not discovered. Now, would he be able to unlock this divine book? The book collection had originally been sealed, but now it was open and wind blew through it, making the young man's robe swirl. The golden light upon the book glowed even brighter as ancient characters flew out of it, imprinting themselves in the young man's eyes. It was like they were flying directly into his brain. There was a sound of the bookcase moving, and everyone's hearts beat faster. They could see that the bookcase was beginning to open. Chapter 16:29 Tiantian Academy. The divine golden gate opened. Yi Futian and the others looked inside. Was this the true end of this ruin? Yi Futian stepped right through the doorway, and the other cultivators followed behind. Destroyed palaces and ruins. Yi Futian swept his gaze around. They seemed to be in the wreckage of several palaces. People had obviously once been here. Could some high-level battles have broken out? The broken palaces all seemed to have been built out of some supernatural material. This was like a divine treasure house. It was impossible to imagine just how magnificent this place must have once been. The whole area was filled with magnificent will. Look over there. Some of the people were looking up into the distance. As the destroyed palaces continued, they could faintly see an incomparably glorious celestial palace floating in the air up ahead. It looked like a divine ruin, a ruin left behind by a god. Was this the true meaning of the god's relic? Boom! A sound rang out, making all the cultivators look towards it. Their formation was suddenly broken and thrown into confusion. Before they had come here, they had all been working together, but if this was truly the god's relic, would they really let each other have it? Probably none of them would. They would all fight for it. Yi Futian took a step forward, but he was not too concerned. He knew that this place was truly the core. The main places in each of the 4 directions seemed to be a treasure trove, a library, a garden, and now this in front of them. This must have been a place where an incredibly powerful figure had lived. This whole god's relic that people were fighting over was nothing more than his treasure trove. If there were something in here, it would probably be extremely difficult to steal. They flew through the air towards the ruins that were floating high above, passing through destroyed palaces and ruins. They finally reached the floating palace and looked up at it. An incredible pressure covered the cultivators, giving them a feeling of awe. It seemed that even after so many years, the palace still contained supreme majesty. A thread of invisible force appeared in front of them, blocking their path. There was an incredibly spacious road of the great path ahead of them that went all the way to the palace. They could see some statues standing guard in the distance that looked like real people, though they could tell there was no life within them. But they still stood guard below the palace. They were guarding a set of stairs that went up to the palace. It seemed that going up those stairs was the only way to get there. Imperial Majesty. Yi Futian's heart was trembling fiercely. There were hints of imperial majesty left behind at this palace. He himself had some of the will of the emperor, and so he was naturally familiar with how it felt. In that case, the master of this palace must have been someone at the same level as the great emperor. This must have been the place where he had cultivated. If that was so, did that mean when the people of the world spoke of the gods, they were really talking about great emperors? They were as strong as gods. Everyone was still trembling on the inside, but they suddenly sensed that many powerful auras were coming towards them. They suddenly turned and saw a group of figures coming through the air from behind them. It was a group of cultivators who just so happened to have come to the same place as them. What is going on? Looks of surprise came over all their faces. Those others had not been here before. How had they gotten here? Futian had not told anyone about the ruins, so they did not know about them yet. Those cultivators who had just arrived looked at Futian's group in shock as well. One of them even said, "How did you get here?" "I'd like to ask you the same question. Where did you come from?" someone replied. No one knew what was going on. It seems that our elder guessed right. Traveling in each of the 4 directions here at the God's Relic will lead you to the same place in the end, came a voice from the crowd. Everyone looked surprised at this. Each of the 4 directions led to the same place. A figure stepped out from the group who had just arrived, handsome and imposing. In the instant that he appeared, everyone's gaze fell upon him. So, he has come. Surprise flashed in Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan's eyes. This man was famous throughout the Central Imperial Realm. He was the standout figure of his generation. And now, he was here. His at the Renhuang level. Yuan Hong trembled when he sensed the young man's aura, remembering that he had not been at that level yet when he had first entered the God's Relic. Moreover, given his talent, he would not have been willing to hastily enter the Renhuang plane. So, he must have had an incredible opportunity to do so. He was so talented. What kind of wheel of the great path had he forged? Could it be a perfect, unblemished one? Yuan Hong looked back at Futian beside him. Although he came from the Yuanyang clan of the Central Imperial Realm, Futian's talent still shocked him. He had made history all by his own strength and had brought them all to this unknown place. If the God's Relic was really here, Futian actually had a chance of competing for it. But now, looking at this man who had reached the Renhuang level, Yuan Hong could feel Futian's hopes evaporating. It could even be said that he had no hope at all. It was no wonder that they had come here. It was because that man was with them, and he had reached the Renhuang level. Futian looked at the young man as well. So someone had guessed correctly. Moreover, the man who was speaking gave him the feeling that he was incredibly powerful. "Do you know him?" Futian asked Yuan Hong. He could feel that Yuan Hong was comparing him to that man. "Have you heard of the most prestigious academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" asked Yuan Hong. Futian shook his head. "No." Yuan Hong looked at him. This guy really didn't care about anything. Tiantian Academy in the Central Emperor Realm is known as the foremost place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for seeking the path. It contains countless ancient texts, and countless people go there to study. However, even though they are all great talents, none of them are able to enter the core of Tiantian Academy. But this man is considered the greatest member of the younger generation there. Before him, all the heroes of the Central Imperial Realm pale in comparison, Yuan Hong whispered to Futian. "Even including me." Futian was surprised. Yuan Hong, who had been born into the Yuanyang clan, was a very proud and confident man. But he had said that he was no match for this man. This showed just how talented he was. He was truly an overwhelming figure. He was the foremost young man at Tiantian Academy. He was someone who could crush all foes. Moreover, he was from the Central Emperor Realm. No wonder he had felt that he was special as soon as he had seen him. "Is he Jian Qingzhu of Tiantian Academy?" asked Do Zhao from beside them. "Yes, that is the greatest talent of Tiantian Academy, Jian Qingzhu," said Yuan Hong with a nod. A look of surprise came over his face. He turned to Do Zhao and asked, "You know of him too?" Do Zhao was from the Ziwei realm. If it was some great figure, it would be natural for Do Zhao to know him. But Jian Qingzhu was of the same generation as Do Zhao, but even given the vast distance between their realms, he still knew of him. This was very out of the ordinary. "My elder said that once I inherit the leadership of the Do tribe, I will stand among the greatest figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Jian Qingzhu will be another one of them," said Do Zhao. This man was born into the Jian clan, the founders of Tiantian Academy. When he was young, he read through all the books there and learned all the different methods therein. "There is nothing he cannot do." "So powerful," said Yi Futian. He was a man whose name shook the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and made the other proud sons of heaven of the same generation as him say they were not as good as him. This was a man whose talent could shock the world. Previously, he had met Huang Zhong at the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, whom no one could compare to. Now here was Jian Qingzhu, who played a similar role in Tiantian Academy. Moreover, the fact that he had made it here meant that he had uncovered the secrets of the god's relic. The people who had gone in the other two directions had not made it here yet, and they would not necessarily ever do so. At that moment, Jian Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. "Did you come from the east?" he asked. "Yes," said someone with a nod. "Did you come from the north?" Jian Qingzhu nodded as well, saying, "If my elder guessed right, the east must have had the skeletons of many demonic beasts and a divine hall full of ritual implements." Jian Qingzhu was of high birth. He was from the Jian clan, which had founded Tiantian Academy and had sent expeditions to the god's relic before. Thus, he knew a little bit more about this place than others. They had never shared this information with the outside world. He had decided to go to the trove of a book, as that was the area he was most skilled in. Events had proven that he had made the right choice, and he had gotten a lot of the things that he had wanted. After all, he had broken through to the next level there, and then come here. Who was it who opened the gate between the divine hall and here? He asked. Since he had come here, he knew just how hard it was to do so. He had thought he would be the first, but someone had gotten here first. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Futian, including Jian Qingzhu's. "I am Jian Qingzhu of Tiantian Academy," he said to Yi Futian with a nod. "I am Yi Futian, the heir of Sky River Temple in the Tianhe realm," answered Yi Futian. A look of surprise came over Jian Qingzhu's face at his introduction. The Tianhe realm? Could it be that he didn't come from any of the 9 supreme realms? The Sky River Temple must be the place where the Sky River Great Elder cultivated. A conflict had occurred there between him and the Shen clan. "What was in the north?" asked Yi Futian curiously. "A trove of books with many ancient texts," answered Jian Qingzhu as if he did not care at all. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It was just like he had sensed from the purple gold rats. "What you said before must be right. No matter which direction you go in, you will always end up here in the end," he said. Everyone's gaze fell upon the white-haired youth. Could Yi Futian of the Tianhe realm do the same things as Jian Qingzhu, even open one of the gates? If what Jian Qingzhu had said was correct, that the east held a trove of ritual implements, had Yi Futian and his people taken them all? Chapter 1630 Seeking the Way in the Garden. There was one person in the crowd who could not restrain him and began walking towards the floating palace. This was their destination in the god's relic. Moreover, Jian Qingzhu and Yi Futian had had the same idea, that the 4 directions would all go to the same place in the end. This meant that this place was the actual god's relic. Despite their extraordinary minds, they still found it hard to control themselves, and thus this one man rushed forward. An invisible imperial aura covered the sky above the palace, throwing back the figure who rushed towards it. He landed with wobbly knees. He looked up at the palace. How could mortals contend with this power that came from the gods? The area in front of the palace was completely blocked off. There was absolutely no way to get into the palace from the air. Perhaps the only way was to go up the road of the Great Path and step onto the divine stairway. Although he had been forced back, the figure could still feel the mighty power coming from the palace. There was so much pressure on him that he felt like he was being crushed by a mountain. There was a roar as the Great Path surged within him. He straightened himself out and stood up, taking a determined step forward towards the road. Boom! A low roar sounded from the road. He walked up towards the palace while everyone else watched calmly. Although many of them found it hard to restrain themselves as well, they understand when they saw this situation that it would not be easy to get to this palace. It would probably be even harder than it had been to get here. There were many statues standing guard in front of the stairway that looked like ancient divine generals. When the figure reached that place, one of the statues lit up with brilliant radiance. A burst of terrible will swept out, making an illusory image appear. It looked like a battlefield. Bang! There was a loud noise as the figure was sent flying backward. Blood poured from his mouth as he slammed into the ground. The power of the great path descended upon him, making so he could not stand up. Crimson blood stained his robes. All the cultivators frowned when they saw this. It was just as they had guessed. That cultivator was from one of the top forces as well, but even he was being kept outside. Futian was staring forward as well. He seemed to sense a burst of powerful will. Even though many years had passed and they had turned into statues, they still possessed will. Moreover, there were many statues over there. It would not be easy to pass them. He was not sure he could do it. Jian Qingzhu was just like Futian. The genius cultivator, who was known as the foremost young member of Tianqian Academy, did not move. He looked at the celestial palace, then pointed at it and said, "If this palace was left behind by the gods, then the entrances from the other two directions must be around here too. Go and see if we can open them up from the inside." Open them up? The people around him looked surprised. At a time like this, when the number of people he had to compete with was decreasing, Jian Qingzhu was going to let the cultivators from all the top powers of the 9 supreme realms come here? "Yes," said Jian Qingzhu with a nod. "There is only one chance to obtain the god's relic. Since people have already come here from the divine temple, there must be nothing there. I haven't been in the other two directions, and I'd like to go see them." He had chosen to come from the collection of books because that was what he was most skilled in, but that did not mean he didn't want to see what the other three directions held. All of the areas of the god's relic were extraordinary. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to go and see the other ones and see if he could get anything from them. Even if he could not get as much out of them as he had at the collection of books, it was still worth going. The people from Tianqian Academy around him all looked surprised. If anyone else had the advantage of coming here first, they would not have acted like Jian Qingzhu and thought to open up the ways to the other parts of the god's relic. His way of thinking was truly different from other people's. But looking at it from a different perspective, this showed just how absolutely confident Jian Qingzhu was in himself. It seemed like no matter how many people came to the god's relic, it would still be his in the end. If he could not get it, then no one could. All right. Someone nodded and turned to leave. This person had no desire for the god's relic. This was Jian Qingzhu's ambition. Other than a few of the other disciples from top forces, no one else at Tianqian Academy could compete with him. "If the gates can be opened from the inside, I will go to the garden with you in a little bit," said Futian to Xie Qingyuan. "The garden?" A confused look came over Xie Qingyuan's face. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Yes, the garden," said Futian with a smile. "For us, and even for the 9 supreme realms, this is something that a god left behind, and thus it is called the god's relic. But for him, it was just his home. Those bones of the demonic beasts and those treasures were probably the remains of beasts that he raised and rode, and some treasures that he collected. And the divine tree and celestial plants in the other direction were probably just his garden." Xie Qingyuan was speechless at Futian's words. But he seemed to make some sense. For the people of the world, this was the god's relic. But to the god himself, it was just his place of cultivation. Futian meant that this place was just the home of an incomparably powerful man. "Why do you want to go to the garden?" asked Xie Qingyuan curiously. "Is your life spirit not that of a lotus?" "Of course we should go to the garden to see if there are useful things for you there," said Futian. There was a purple gold rat hidden there who had not fought anyone, so no one had paid attention to it. Thus, he knew more or less what was going on there. Xie Qingyuan stared at him. Was he showing that he cared for her? When he saw the way she was looking at him, Futian smiled and said, "Your personality isn't really that good, princess, but I won't hold it against you." The emotions that had just been born in Xie Qingyuan's heart instantly evaporated. She looked at Futian coldly. That be asterisk starred. Absolutely shameless. What was wrong with her personality? At that moment, a voice came from the distance. Another powerful aura was spreading towards them, making a look of surprise come over Futian's face. Was it opening? Could it really be that simple? Apparently, it was hard to get in from the outside, but easy to get out from the inside. After all, this had been someone's home. Boom. Brilliant light shot towards them as even more powerful auras spread out. Renhuang-level cultivators were arriving. Yi Futian looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was Huang Zhong, the most powerful young member of Shangxiao Divine Palace and a Renhuang-level cultivator. When he had gone to the Divine Palace to train, Huang Zhong had only been a step away from the Renhuang plane. He had just wanted to forge a perfect wheel of the Great Path. Now, here in the God's Relic, he seemed to have found his opportunity to do so. He had successfully created the wheel of the Great Path that he had wanted. After all, he was said to be number one within the Divine Palace. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. "Let the others do as they will." On saying this, the two of them left. No one would probably be able to inherit what was left behind in the God's Relic for a while, so he wanted to see the other places here. The fruit of the way that he had gotten while training at the Divine Palace was limited, and he was using them up quickly. Yu Sheng did not go with him. He wanted to see what would happen here. Soon, more and more people gathered. The people of all the 9 supreme realms were gathering here. At that moment, Yi Futian reached the gate on the south side. He stepped out as if everything going on behind him had nothing to do with him. When he stepped out, he saw that there was a willow tree beside him. It seemed to be extremely ordinary, except for the fact that it was very old, and thus very large. Countless branches drooped down from it, and there was a pavilion under it. At that moment, there was a monk within the pavilion, looking dignified and stately. His eyes were closed as he cultivated assiduously. He seemed to be coming to some realization there under the willow tree. "Brother," said Yi Futian to the monk. He sensed that the monk had a special aura about him, forming a force field around the area. He must be a cultivator from a top force from the mountain realm, Yi Futian thought to himself. He was the only person there under the tree. "What are you looking at, sir?" came a voice. Beside him, Xia Qingyuan could hear it too. It was not telepathy, but the monk's mouth did not move. "There are many divine trees and celestial plants here. Why are you cultivating under this ordinary willow tree?" asked Yi Futian. "Perhaps, in your eyes, this willow tree is ordinary, but in my eyes, it is divine," said the monk. "When I look at the mountains, they are not mountains. When I look at the lakes, they are not lakes." He was speaking of the 3 levels of Zen. At the first level, when one looked at mountains, one saw mountains, and when one looked at lakes, they were lakes. At the second level, when one looked at mountains, they were no longer mountains, and when one looked at lakes, they were no longer lakes. At the third level, the mountains were once again mountains and the lakes were once again lakes. "I would have thought you would have already gone past the second level, Master, and reached the third. I would think that you would see mountains and lakes," said Yi Futian with a smile. "My body is a body tree, my mind is a mirror," the monk said to Yi Futian with a smile. Although he had not yet opened his eyes, Yi Futian still felt like he was looking at him. "I did not mean to interrupt you cultivation, Master," said Yi Futian. He and Xia Qingyuan began to walk away. "Why were you two talking in riddles?" asked Xia Qingyuan, a look of confusion in her eyes. What had they been talking about? He had given up all the divine trees and celestial plants and was cultivating under an ordinary willow tree. His mind was as clear as a mirror, thus, he was able to see right through that tree, said Yi Futian. The willow tree was not as simple as it seemed. As he said this, a powerful aura suddenly spread out behind him. He stopped and turned around. Xia Qingyuan looked over her shoulder as well. They saw brilliant light shining under the tree, shooting up into the clouds. They saw a huge golden Buddha form there that then transformed into a divine wheel. The willow tree became golden as well and swayed without stopping. At that moment, countless willow leaves began to swirl around in the air as divine light poured through them, falling upon the monk. The monk's body had turned gold, and he slowly rose into the air. He had entered the way and become a Buddha. This was the Renhuang Plain. He formed a perfect wheel of the great path, whispered Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan looked at the incomparably bright willow tree in shock, then looked at Yi Futian beside her and asked, "What was that tree?" "I don't know. Perhaps the god who lived here used to cultivate beneath it," said Yi Futian with a smile. Let's go and find a chance for you to become a Ren Huang. Chapter 1631 Lotus in the Lake. Xie Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian, only to see him with a smile on his face that seemed to be full of confidence. It was as if he already knew where to look for opportunities. She knew that Yi Futian could control the demons, and he must have dispatched the purple gold rats to all sides. It was possible that Yi Futian might already know of the movements here and was just taking her on a trip. The two figures flickered straight to their destination. They passed many divine trees and enchanted plants, but Yi Futian just glanced at them without interest. After a while, they came upon a lake. The lake was large, with pavilions next to it that looked like places to rest. In the middle of the lake, there were lotus flowers blooming like a sea of flowers. The breath of life is strong, Xie Qingyuan mumbled to herself. She looked toward the center of the lake. In the middle of the sea of lotuses, there was one that was blooming in 6 colors, swaying in the lake with each petal a different color. This one lotus was huge. It was as if it was the chief of all the lotus flower with its 6 petals. There were many people standing in the middle of the lake, and they were all floating on the surface of the water as if they were weightless. All of them were stationed in different positions, and it seemed that they were all fighting for that single lotus. Clearly, they all realized that this lotus was extraordinary and was born of the way. Seeing Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan coming their way, many glanced at them, but they looked calm and unconcerned. Obviously, the two did not cause too much concern. These two cultivators were only of Saint Plain, and the cultivation of the woman was not even worth much consideration at all. The white-haired youth possessed unusual temperament, but they didn't know him. They had not seen him in this area before. Perhaps he was someone who had arrived later than the others. God's relic has already appeared. Don't you want to go see? Yi Futian said. Many of the figures floating on the lake turned to look at Yi Futian, and one of them said, God's relic has appeared. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and said, Jian Qingzhu from Tiantian Academy traveled from the north, passed over the land of the book collection, and entered the true location of God's relic. The gates leading toward other major directions were ordered to open, which confirmed the fact that all 4 directions eventually led to the same destination, the heavenly palace in God's relic. Now everyone is rushing to get there, but it seems you didn't know that yet. Are you serious? A lady with extraordinary temperament asked as the faces of those in the group altered slightly. Her eyes were sharp, and she looked intently at Yi Futian. Had the real God's relic had been opened? How could this be fake? Go see for yourselves, and you'll know, Yi Futian said. Why don't you go? The woman looked at Yi Futian cautiously. Jian Qingzhu and many other genius talents were there. I am avoiding the spotlight for a while. Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone looked at him as if they understood something. This man must have known that there was no hope for him to compete, so he came here. The purpose of informing them of God's relic was probably to lure them away so he could take the lotus flower himself. This lotus flower was extremely unusual. They felt its existence before they even arrived here, so they came to fight for it with one another. None of them were able to take it away yet. See you guys later, someone said as he went into the distance, clearly believing Yi Futian. He didn't appear to be lying. They, too, had felt some movements but had no idea what was happening. You are not going? Yi Futian asked. That's the inheritance of the gods. The woman who spoke before glanced at Yi Futian. It was not as simple as making them leave. Even if God's relic had really appeared, it would certainly be another bloody storm of battles, and it would take some time for the dust to settle. In light of that, this lotus became the priority. You all have been fighting for it for a long time without result, and you can't take this lotus flower with you anyway. Why waste time here? You are better off trying your luck at the heavenly palace, where you might receive the inheritance of God, Yi Futian continued to incite. When everyone heard what Yi Futian said, they looked baffled. The woman asked, You claim to come from there, so how do you know that we have been fighting for this for a long time? It was as if he had seen all that had happened here. I also know that you are the daughter belonging to the Xiao family of the Central Emperor realm, Yi Futian said with a smile. In this area, The daughter from the Xiao family in the Central Emperor realm was very eye-catching and was quite an attention-getter. Her name was Xiao Muyu, and her strength was powerful and aggressive. There was some confusion in Xiao Muyu's eyes, and then those eyes that were watching Yi Futian grew cold. Just exactly where was Yi Futian coming from? How did he know of her? This lotus is useful to me. You all have already fought each other for it before. Fighting aside, it is difficult for you to take the flower easily, so why not let me give it a try? Yi Futian continued. No one paid any attention to Yi Futian, totally ignoring him. Xiao Muyu, he's right. It makes no sense for us to continue like this. Why not enter the lotus world together, and whoever can take it may have it, a young man in black across from Xiao Muyu said. I agree. In another direction, someone else also spoke up, agreeing with the other. Now, except for Yi Futian, there were only 3 other parties left. Aside from Xiao Muyu from the Central Emperor realm, there was also the Fate World from the Hidden Land realm. This was the force behind the young man in black who just spoke. The other force that spoke after him was Illusion Island from Myriad Realm. All of them were the most powerful principalities in the 9 realms. Just now, a major force had left them. Otherwise, it would be the 4 major powers competing for this one lotus. It could be deduced that this lotus was extraordinary. Agreed. Count me in. While Yi Futian sailed toward them, he was transmitting his voice to Xia Qingyuan at the same time. Wait for me outside. Xia Qingyuan stood in the lake and waited quietly. Whatever Yi Futian wanted, he could surely get his hands on. She felt a warmth in her heart. Would this be the first time Yi Futian gave her a gift? There is nothing for you. The eyes of the man in black from the Fate world swept toward Yi Futian. Those eyes seemed to contain a will of fate that could swallow up the will of men. Yi Futian's eyes directed toward the man and instantly felt torrents of wills of the way invading him. With a vibrant will of life enveloping his body, Yi Futian was still moving forward. Laughing, he said, since it's a fair competition, you should count me in. A lotus bloomed underneath the feet of the cultivator in black with each step he took, but it was a dark lotus. The lotus was black like ink, emitting a gloomy feeling. The black lotus flew toward Yi Futian and enlarged, turning into a giant black lotus that wanted to devour Yi Futian. The black petals extended out to cover the sky and the sun, seemingly intent on swallowing Yi Futian whole. A terrible air of death puffed out from it and meandered toward Yi Futian. Buzz. Yi Futian was submerged in a sea of black lotuses. As Yi Futian raised his finger to point, a horrific sword will fell on the petals. With a loud boom, the black lotus collapsed and shattered. The air of death screamed in the sky, turning the surrounding space pitch black. The items in God's relic are free to all to take. I arrived late, but I only asked for the opportunity to compete. If you still want to continue, you will have to speak with your strength from now on, Yi Futian said with nonchalance. No matter what happened, he would get what he came for. Since he had promised it to Xia Qingyuan, he had to get the lotus. He didn't want to resort to outright robbery because he didn't want to appear too ruthless. Otherwise, there would be no competition from the others. The man in black frowned. Was he being threatened? Although that sword was incredibly powerful, how dare he act so haughty? He took several steps upon the lake, and then the man in black from the Fate world stepped into the air above the lake. With a turning of his mind, countless dark lotuses instantly appeared on the lake as the air of death filled the space. Yi Futian looked up at the sky that was filled with black lotuses, a spear appearing in his hand with intentions of war shooting out from it. He asked, "Why are you like this?" As he took a step, his body traversed the void and aimed towards the young man. Humph. The man in black made a cold snorting sound, and his dark eyes looked into Yi Futian's eyes. At this moment, countless black lotuses transformed into their own world that buried Yi Futian within. Countless black lotuses opened and closed around him, blocking off the void. The death currents flowed madly toward Yi Futian. The petals of the black lotus flew out, turning into the light of darkness and slashing at Yi Futian. Space locking? Yi Futian kept moving, letting the death currents flow over his body. The spear in his hand lanced at the sea of black lotuses that was drowning him. In an instant, the void seemed to have collapsed, accompanied by a loud bang. The black lotuses in front were shattered as his body turned into a stream of light, continuing to move forward. When he saw this, the man in black frowned. Countless dark lotus flowers hovered around him, opening at the same time and turning into a black hole that engulfed Futian as he came attacking. The dark air of death that filled the sky cut through the void at the limit of its speed, just like a death storm that intended to obliterate Futian here and now. Bang! There was another loud noise, and without any delay, the white-haired youth rushed out of the collapsed black lotus, carrying with him the spear that exuded horrific intentions of war. A giant black lotus protected the man in black so that the spear blasted on the lotus instead. With a loud noise, the body of the man in black was knocked out with the divine implement. Boom! Menacing breaths came out as the will of death overwhelmed the sky. Many cultivators from the fate took a step forward at the same time. Instantly, the sky turned to twilight, as if becoming a world of death. Futian took one look at the cultivators from the fate realm, stepping into the air. "Get out of here." As the voice came down, there was a tremendous amount of martial will in him. At the moment when the spear was released, countless shadows also appeared at the same time. A mighty will enveloped the entire lake as if the god of war himself had descended. Boom! An extremely violent explosion was heard. Many men flew backward, and even some cultivators from Fate World were penetrated by the shadow of the spear. "There's nothing more for you guys to do here. Anyone who doesn't accept that will die," Futian said coldly, denying the Fate World further participation. He had promised Xia Qingyuan the opportunity, and he would deliver it to her. He could not allow anyone to interfere. Chapter 1632 The Lotus Chooses Its Master. The cultivators of Fate World had extremely hard expressions on their faces. One strike of the spear directed at them was enough to repel all the cultivators and send them running. And now they were forbidden to compete, or they would be killed. "Who are you?" The man in black released a dark light from his eyes and asked Futian. His eyes were fixed on him. They had never heard of this man, so why was he so strong? The cultivators from the Xiao clan and the Illusion Island looked shocked. They did not expect Futian to be so strong. If the cultivators from the Fate World couldn't sustain that single strike, would they fare any better if the strike was aimed against them instead? Futian from Tianhe realm. Futian replied. He looked at those from the Xiao clan and the Illusion Island and said, "Now, can I participate in the competition?" "Fine." Xiao Muyu agreed. Futian had such strength, was it possible to keep him from participating? The leader of the Illusion Island also nodded without saying anything more. Now they could only rely on luck. Clearly, this man was stronger than them. Futian smiled, and said, "Isn't it great that we can reason together?" There was no need to resort to violence. He had always used reason to convince the others. But if they couldn't be convinced, what the third senior brother had said held true even today. The cultivators from the Xiao clan and Illusion Island twitched when they heard him. Reason? Was there any room for reasoning in the matter of competing for treasures? They thought that it only mattered who was the strongest. "My friend will follow me." Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was behind him. He was uneasy about leaving Xia Qingyuan out here by herself, so he wanted to take her with him. "Sure." No one from the two major principalities disagreed. "Thanks a lot." Futian was very satisfied with their response. As disciples of the top principalities, they knew how to be reasonable. "Let's go." The four of them moved forward together, and the people from Fate World did not act rashly again. Futian still had the spear in his hand when he was walking and looked at them from time to time with a friendly smile on his face. However, no one had forgotten about the impressive strike that just took place. The four of them walked to the middle of the lake. The lotus bloomed with all 6 petals and opened up, its brilliance enveloping the surrounding heaven and earth. Futian's eyes suddenly brightened. At a glance, he could feel that the lotus appeared to possess self-will. All things in the world were filled with spirit and contained life, and it was the same with the lotus. Containing life was not equivalent to possessing self-will, But this blooming lotus gave Yi Futian a feeling that it did. Divine light in 6 colors suddenly bloomed and enveloped the vast space. Countless lotus flowers seemed to appear around Yi Futian and the others, wrapping them inside. In just a moment, Yi Futian seemed to have entered a world of lotuses that isolated them from the outside world. Amazing, Xia Qingyuan whispered. Beneath their feet, lotus flowers also appeared. Huh! Xiao Muyu frowned. This was a slightly different situation from what she had encountered before. In a flash, she was heading toward the sky below, racing to the center of the lotus. However, just as she was about to touch the core, she saw gleams of radiance, and the lotus flower disappeared right in front of her. It was as if it had turned into an infinite number of lotuses floating between heaven and earth. It's gone. Xiao Muyu looked surprised. They had come out from the previous space, and countless lotus flowers floated on the lake, appearing just like ordinary lotus flowers. Illusion, indeed. The eyes of a cultivator from Illusion Island became terrifying and looked at the lotus below. However, each lotus flower was almost the same, except for a few that were brighter than the others. His figure flashed as he waved his palms. The strength of the palm strike shattered the lotuses as he tried to eliminate the others from the true lotus. However, those lotus flowers regenerated again and again, floating silently on the lake surface as if they would never disappear. Xiao Muyu waved her sleeves, wanting to draw the lotus into her sleeves. However, whenever a lotus disappeared, there would be more that appeared underneath without end, forcing her to stop immediately. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian because she did not understand what was going on. It is reluctant to leave here, and wants us to leave on our own, Yi Futian said. Reluctant to leave? Xia Qingyuan said, do you mean that the lotus has its own will? Yi Futian shook his head. He didn't really know either. It was said that a monk comprehended the way under the willow tree, and he became a Buddha through a matter of a thought before entering the Renhuang realm. That willow tree gave him an extraordinary sensation, as it seemed to contain life. And could life give spirit to all things? What kind of realm was this? Perhaps, the gods like to meditate in the lake and nurture the spirit of the lotus. Yi Futian said. The illusion magic was so strong that he couldn't discern which lotus was the real one. His eyes were able to detect all kinds of unreality, but it couldn't detect the real lotus itself. What could this mean? It meant that the lotus contained the same level of inheritance as his eyes. It was born out of the nurturing of the great emperor, and clearly, it had already obtained the way. There were many ancient trees and divine plants in the relic garden, and many of them clearly held opportunities that caused many to compete. Although this lotus was extraordinary, only a few forces came here because of their similar abilities in cultivation. But they did not really understand. As for the willow tree, only the monk was comprehending under it. Perhaps many people knew that the willow tree was extraordinary, but they could not really comprehend anything from it. Everyone had their own opportunities. It seemed that Xia Qingyuan's chances were better than he imagined. Yi Futian walked on the surface of the lake, passing many lotus flowers. He looked at those lotuses and said, all these flowers here are just one, aren't they? There is no difference between you and the others. He sat on the lake and put a lotus in his palm. This was why he might not see a distinction in any area. It was because they were all the same. It's just that the person you have been waiting for will probably never come back. Instead of enduring thousands of years of loneliness, it's better to find someone new, Yi Futian said to the lotus. People from the Xiao clan and other cultivators watched on with great curiosity. This guy was actually talking to the lotus. They all came from top principalities and knew that all creatures possessed spirits. But they had never seen this type of situation. Could it be true that this lotus flower really contained life? Then that would mean that it had already obtained the way. Qingyuan, sit down. Yi Futian looked up at the Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. Xia Qingyuan sat obediently next to him. Release your life spirit, Yi Futian said. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and her life spirit was released. A radiant lotus appeared. Its petals opened and closed. At this moment, Xia Qingyuan was like a fairy with a ray of sacred glory upon her. She is like you. Her life spirit is also a lotus. Lotuses are a part of life, and you could grow and accompany her cultivation of the way of life. If you merge into her life spirit and become a part of her, there will be someone growing with you so that you won't feel lonely anymore, Yi Futian murmured softly. The breath from his body was gentle, and a bright divine light flowed in the palm of his hand. Everyone around looked at Yi Futian with a strange look. Xiao Muyu's eyes were full of curiosity. This was the first time she had seen someone grab treasure like this. Was he in a dialogue with the lotus? And asking it to select its own master, they had never seen anything like it. If it was in another circumstance, she would think that there was something wrong with Yi Futian. However, this man was extraordinarily handsome. His white garment matched his white hair, gentle and elegant. Somehow, his dialogue with the lotus gave her a very mysterious feeling, as if he was a guru of some sort. Crazy. Xiao Muyu thought to herself that this man's age should be close to hers, yet he exuded an air that was not of this world. Moreover, he was not fighting for the lotus for himself, but for the woman next to him. Was she the one he loved? The light from Yi Futian's palm had a trace of wondrous breath. The lotus flower gradually released rays of light, slowly floating upward and actually drifting toward the life spirit of Xia Qingyuan. What is this? Everyone was shocked when they witnessed what was before them. Everything they saw now was incredible, but it was really happening in front of them. Did this work too? If they had known, they would have talked with the lotus already, without waiting for Yi Futian. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and countless lotus flowers were now integrated into the lotus flower that floated above Xia Qingyuan's head. The six-petal flower released a radiant divine light. Indeed, all the lotus flowers were one. It truly understood. At this moment, everyone was getting antsy. However, at this time, Yi Futian got up, pointing the spear in his hand in the air, and said with a laugh, "I always believe in reason. Please respect the lotus's choice." Respect a lotus's choice. When everyone heard what Yi Futian said, they felt an urge to beat him up. However, they also felt the fighting intention of the spear, and no one dared to act rashly. You are not here to fight for yourself. Who is this? Xiao Muyu asked, eyes on Xia Qingyuan. My friend, but what's the difference? Yi Futian smiled. Why not give me the lotus? Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan could also be your friend. Xiao Muyu smiled provocatively and unleashed her charm. She was already a very beautiful woman with elegant temperament, and at the moment, she was working with all she had. She possessed extremely lethal skills of seduction. Yi Futian was tempted for a moment but then smiled at Xiao Muyu. Yi Futian was not someone who could be swayed by beauty. I'll consider it if the Xiao clan wants to propose marriage to me, Yi Futian said with a smile. Did it mean that he would no longer need to cultivate with such effort if he married the daughter from the top force of Emperor Realm? Shameless. Next to him, Xia Qingyuan was feeling warm and fuzzy, but when she heard Yi Futian's words, she couldn't help but swear in a low voice. What a shameless B*****. In the future, if she could ever be moved by him again, she would. Xiao Muyu also froze and stared at Yi Futian. She must have been blind not to see that he was a shameless B*****. I'm just kidding. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? This lotus and my friend fit together perfectly, and it took the initiative to choose its master. Naturally, it belongs to her. Whoever disagrees will have to go through me and my spear, Yi Futian said, standing guard next to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was again warmed in her heart. It seemed that maybe he was not so shameless, after all. No one dared to move lightly. They watched the lotus flower merged into the Xia Qingyuan's life spirit. In a flash, Xia Qingyuan's life spirit released an extremely radiant glory as lotuses filled the sky. The way of heaven and earth poured into Xia Qingyuan's body madly as she closed her eyes to meditate, absorbing the way of heaven and earth and perceiving the true meaning of the lotus. The divine light shrouded her body. As Yi Futian glanced at her, he saw that Xia Qingyuan's face was also illuminated by divine light, just like a glorious goddess. Although she was rather fierce, if she put on something feminine, she should be pretty enough. Chapter 1633 Princess of Emperor Xia's Realm. Xiao Muyu looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was sitting on the lake, and there was a faint sense of envy in her heart. The great path was born of the lotus and nourishing the life spirit. This woman's talent seemed unremarkable and lacked outstanding cultivation. But with such an opportunity, she was destined to go through a remarkable transformation. In hindsight, she could see that although she had paid a lot of attention to this lotus before, her assessment of it was still off. This lotus had already contained spiritual wisdom and was thus able to understand Yi Futian's persuasion. It may have been nurtured by the spirits of the gods or the master of the relic. Such an opportunity was taken by another when it was so close at hand. All this was because of that white-haired young man, Yi Futian, from Tianhe realm. This be *starred. How dare he claim that he had one by reason? This was clearly a robbery. It was just that he had given such a precious gift to the woman next to him. Judging from his flirty words before, it did not seem like they were path companions. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so bold as to joke about entering the Xiao clan as a son-in-law. She was considering whether she should still try to snatch the flower. If she did, could the people of Xiao clan deal with Yi Futian's spear? I know I am extraordinarily handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that, Yi Futian said just as Xiao Muyu was thinking. The god's relic has already opened, and there are still many other opportunities. Do you really plan on spending more time here? Xiao Muyu looked at Yi Futian and couldn't fathom how could someone at the peak of Saint Plain so accomplished in combat could be so brazenly shameless. Extraordinarily handsome? Xiao Muyu took a closer look at Yi Futian. Well, he wasn't really lying farewell, Xiao Muyu said as she turned to leave. After all, she had decided to give it up. It was a gamble to start a war with Yi Futian, and the odds were not good. It was far better to go somewhere else to seek other opportunities. After sending off the Xiao clan, he looked at others again with a smile. Soon, the people from Illusion Island and Fate World started to leave one after another, until only Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were left. All of a sudden, it seemed extremely quiet. Some peace, finally, Yi Futian whispered. He glanced at Xia Qingyuan beside him, who was still bathed in the sacred lotus light screen. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Princess, look how much I have sacrificed for you." Xia Qingyuan gave Yi Futian a sideways glance. She suddenly smiled and said, "How do you want me to reward you?" Yi Futian gasped when he saw Xia Qingyuan's smile, and said rather carefully, "Cultivate with peace of mind, knowing that I am here standing guard for you, princess." As he was speaking, he turned to sneak aside. This woman actually knew how to smile. Horror. However, it was a truly beautiful smile. "Chicken," a contemptuous voice was heard from behind him. Yi Futian had a look of slight outrage and wanted to say something tough, but he thought better of it and said nothing. There was a faint sense of loss in Xia Qingyuan's eyes when she saw how Yi Futian had behaved, but then she closed her eyes and cultivated in peace. The lotus opened up all its 6 petals and extended toward the sky. Countless rays of the great path fell down into the lotus itself. Yi Futian looked over at her. A life spirit was the foundation of cultivation. The divine lotus of the emperor was now integrated into Xia Qingyuan's life spirit, and that was enough for Xia Qingyuan to complete a transformation. Occasionally, someone was attracted to the lake by the movement, but when they saw Yi Futian standing guard with the spear on the lake, those who came would leave quickly. Anyone who had received the opportunity by themselves and remained standing would not be someone to be trifled with. They were not so blind after all. There are things that would cost them their lives if they insisted on fighting for them. Many had already fallen in this place before. Time passed slowly, but Yi Futian was in no hurry. After a while, a breath came from within the petals, which attracted Yi Futian's attention. He smiled, realizing that she had broken through the realm. With such a rare opportunity of the great path, the breakthrough was not surprising. Moreover, that breath was still getting stronger. For Xia Qingyuan, it was a total transformation inside and out, to improve the body of the great path and cleanse the spiritual soul. The glorious brilliance shone between the heavens and the earth in 6 colors, intertwined and dreamlike. After some time, this light returned, flowing toward the lotus before it disappeared. The lotus petals also disappeared along with it, transforming into a sacred lotus and entering the life palace of Xia Qingyuan. At this moment, Xia Qingyuan seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Even her temperament had changed, and she was radiant. Yi Futian's eyes fell on her, looking at her eyes and face. Xia Qingyuan seemed to sense the surprise in his eyes, and she slightly lowered her head and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Yi Futian came to his senses. This woman seemed to have gotten even more beautiful. However, he shouldn't say anything. "Why don't you continue to cultivate for a while? The lotus contains the way, enough for you to comprehend for a long time," Yi Futian asked. It was not possible for Xia Qingyuan to digest it so quickly. "It has already integrated into my life spirit and is one with me now. Why should I rush? The relic is open. I don't have time to cultivate here," Xia Qingyuan responded. It was one thing if she was here cultivating alone, but for Yi Futian to stand guard here would delay his chance to fight for the relic. In her view, the relic left by the gods of the heavenly palace should belong to him. "Huh?" Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan with surprise. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan felt that Yi Futian was acting quite strange today. "Since when is the princess so understanding?" Yi Futian murmured. Xia Qingyuan glared at him with her mouth pursed. "When was she not understanding?" "Let's go look elsewhere," Yi Futian said, and then turned to leave with Xia Qingyuan trailing behind him. Her light footsteps caused gentle ripples upon the lake. Yi Futian's divine will was permeating toward the far distance, with the purple gold rats exploring the way underground. The top characters in this region had all been informed one way or another and converged on the real god's relic. After all, that was the center of focus. Who wouldn't want to fight for the relic left by the gods? As for this side, there were still many lesser cultivators competing for the opportunity who were not so high among the top forces. They understood that the relic left by the gods was out of their reach, so the main thing was for them to find more opportunities that suited them. At least they had to make the trip worthwhile. At this moment, in front of a golden divine tree, there were many cultivators gathered. The golden leaves made rustling sounds, and every leaf was of a golden color that revealed a sharp sensation. The tree also bore golden fruits of the way, and all of them were precious. The people around them looked at Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan alarmingly. Yi Futian said, "You have fought enough for this tree. Our princess is somewhat interested in it. Could you give the rest of them to our princess?" Xia Qingyuan blinked her beautiful eyes, but still remained calm. Her eyes focused forward, understanding that she couldn't say anything to explain herself. Everyone stole a sideways glance at Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan, who had just gone through a metamorphosis, was dazzling. Someone asked with alarm, "What princess is this and from where? Was she from the divine kingdoms or the ancient tribes? It's rather far away. Perhaps you have never heard of it before," said Yi Futian. "Which realm of the 9 realms?" someone asked. "Most of the people here came from the supreme 9 realms. None of the 9 realms. Princess of Emperor Xia's realm in the Crimson Dragon's region under the 9 realms." Yi Futian actually sounded proud and arrogant. Below the 9 realms, Crimson Dragon region? Emperor Xia's realm? What small, unknown, crappy realm was this in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Everyone's face changed drastically as they felt the humiliation. "Get out," someone scolded in anger. They were not fit to proclaim the title of princess before them. "I have always convinced people with reason and was willing to discuss the matter with all of you. I didn't expect you to be so disrespectful to our princess. In that case, I have to take action." Yi Futian took out the spear, and everyone sneered. However, in the next moment, a powerful intent of battle swept across the sky, and many became greatly alerted. Buzz! A shadow sailed across, with illusions of the spear filling the sky. In a short moment, everyone was lying flat on their backs. Yi Futian, being greatly satisfied, stepped over to pick all the fruits of the way. Soon the golden tree lay bare except for the trunk. "Princess, these people have been punished for disrespecting you. Let's go look elsewhere," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's face darkened with gloom. Even in victory, she felt greatly embarrassed. Whether robbing or plundering, there was no need to be so blatant and shameless. After Yi Futian left, all the geniuses from the top forces were so mad that they were shaking. They had never seen such a brazen cad in their lives. Whoever heard of such justification for blatant plundering? This crappy Emperor Xia's realm from Crimson Dragon region must have been some kind of scum of the lowest kind from the 9 realms. Looking at the tree that now stood bare, they just wanted to cry. This is the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Could you all please give away some opportunities from here? A voice could be heard vaguely in the distance that made the eyelids of all the cultivators present twitch uncontrollably as they mourned in silence for those in the distance. After a while, 2 figures were seen emerging from the relic and moved toward the way back to the heavenly palace. These 2 were Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. At the moment, Yi Futian felt as if the spring breeze was caressing his face, and he was happy. This trip was full of rewards. Next time, can you not use my name? Xia Qingyuan said through gritted teeth. She felt completely humiliated. The princess from Emperor Xia's realm was going to be famous. I will remember what princess has said, Yi Futian said with a smile. Xia Qingyuan knew what she had said was in vain. You've already emptied out a temple, why bother with these fruits? All the divine implements in that temple were perhaps more than the power of all the top forces within a single realm. This meant that the wealth possessed by Yi Futian alone was comparable to that of a single realm. The poor have no ambition, Yi Futian said. That was before, Xia Qingyuan said with loathing. He wasn't poor now. Princess has never been poor, so you wouldn't understand, Yi Futian said, and Xia Qingyuan had no response. In the past, she was a princess of one realm, but that was nothing in the situation they were currently in. Cultivation is not an easy task, Yi Futian said while taking out a fruit of the way and tossing it into his mouth, making a clear, crisp sound. He was eating it like any ordinary fruit. Xia Qingyuan's eyelids quivered as her innards trembled. Indeed, like some poor bee ****, he was treating the fruit of the way like any common fruit. Does princess want one? Yi Futian handed one to Xia Qingyuan. I'm not eating it. Xia Qingyuan firmly refused to be the same kind of ignorant fool as him. The whey contained in this fruit can cast the body to the great path faster, Yi Futian said. Xia Qingyuan ignored him and stretched out her hand silently instead. She put the fruit to her mouth and took a gentle bite, feeling the whey enter her body with an enjoyable and refreshing feeling. Chapter 1634 Convergence of Cultivators in 9 Realms. Beneath the heavenly palace, cultivators gathered in droves from every direction. All the notable figures of the 9 realms were assembled in one place. The god's relic was definitely a place attended completely by the talented geniuses of the current 9 realms. All the best from the Saint Plane would make an appearance here. At this point, there were already many cultivators who had attempted to break into the divine path to set foot on the stairway to the heavenly palace. But so far, no one had succeeded, and that immortal celestial palace that stood above the sky seemed unreachable. When Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan came back here again, there were already many more people present than before. Previously there was only the group that was led by him and the group led by Jian Qingzhu. With the additional passages gained by 2 other channels in addition to those who arrived later, quite a gathering had formed in this place. The arrival of Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan did not attract too much attention, and they were only noticed by some who knew him. For example, many in the upper heavens realm knew Yi Futian, and many cultivators from Divine Palace, Divine Sword Li family, and Sky-Burying God clan had seen him before. That was in addition to his own notoriety. Of course, there was also the Golden Divine Nation. There was a sharpness in Gari Shusha's eyes as a golden divine light shot out from his eyes, directed at Yi Futian. The humiliation of the past battle was still difficult for him to swallow. That was the greatest humiliation yet in his life. Huang Zhong from the Divine Palace, who had already entered the Renhuang realm at this moment, also took a look at Yi Futian. He could have broken through to the realm earlier, but he had waited until he entered God's relic. His presence was very different from what he was before. Of course, those who were defeated by Yi Futian in the past also took notice of him, such as the martial God clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, Ziwei Palace, and other forces that were previously expelled. They were all back now. Yi Futian had forbidden them from participating in the battle for the divine implement at the Sacred Hall, but he had emptied out the entire spatial Sacred Hall and opened that door. So, they were here too, but their eyes were cautious as they regarded Yi Futian with vigilance. And Xiao Muyu and the others gave Yi Futian a dirty look. "What are you looking at?" At this time, there was a place among the crowd that attracted attention. The people gathered there possessed extremely superior temperament, and one of them asked the youth next to him. His disciple. The young man's eyes turned to Yi Futian, his look extremely sharp. "Him?" asked the person next to him with some doubt. "The one from Tianhe realm," the young man responded. It turned out that this man was a disciple of the Shun clan. Not long ago, he went to Tianhe realm with his father, Shun Yarrow, to make their demand of the Sky River Great Elder. He had met Yi Futian then, so he recognized him. Sky River Great Elder. The cultivators from Shun clan immediately understood when they heard the youth. Suddenly their eyes turned, and they regarded Yi Futian from afar. The people from the Shun clan evoked a sense of fear, as no other forces dared to get too close to them as they stood there. Everyone maintained a certain distance from them, so it was particularly conspicuous. Yi Futian noticed the cultivators from the Shun clan in an instant. He felt the gaze from the others. Likewise, his eyes were looking over as the two sides stared at each other. Disciples of Shun clan. Yi Futian recognized them instantly and made a note to himself. The Shun clan had once gone to Tianhe Mountain, intending to take him away before taking his teacher Qi Shengang to the Shun clan at Central Emperor Realm. How could he have forgotten that? "Who are they?" Xia Qingyuan seemed to sense something. She asked Yi Futian via voice transmission. These men did not look friendly, and they seemed to scrutinize Yi Futian very closely, which made her feel a little uneasy. Could they be forces that Yi Futian had offended? She had been transported to other realms before, so she did not know what had happened to Yi Futian. "At the Central Emperor Realm in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I've had some exchanges with the Shun clan," Yi Futian responded, and Xia Qingyuan frowned slightly. The top power of the Central Emperor Realm was enough to cause her concern. She believed that Yi Futian had no need to fear anyone in the competition at the God's Relic because his own talent would not be inferior to those from the top powers. However, if there were grudges, then it was not a matter simply limited to the younger generation. Yi Futian's talents, no matter how impressive, couldn't contend with the top forces of the Central Emperor Realm. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan returned to Yusheng and the others. Many powerful cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Realm were in this position. Next to them were the mighty cultivators from Dou Tribe and Yuanyang clan. Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan glanced at the direction of the Shun clan. Yi Futian claimed to be the successor of the Sky River Temple, so he must have known that there would be grievances with the Shun clan. Now, it seemed that he had already understood the implications. He was a formidable figure once upon a time, but in his old age, his obsessiveness caused self-destruction. After so many years, to have accepted an inheritor, it must be because he has high hopes in this successor. In the direction of the Shun clan, their leader spoke softly, without the disguise of voice transmission. Although they were separated by quite a bit of distance, Yi Futian could hear it clearly. When the other spoke, their eyes were still focused on him. "I heard that he had personally escorted this inheritor to the City of the Ruins," the man beside him added. At its peak, there were 3,000 disciples in Sky River Temple. What is the point of accepting another disciple now, other than just to inherit his craft and give him some comfort in his later years? The young man continued, if he had known what would happen today, why bother destroying everything back then? When he finished speaking, the youth withdrew his attention and no longer focused on Yi Futian. They did scrutinize Yi Futian, but now that Qi Shengang had been taken down by the family, he wouldn't deliberately pick on Yi Futian. That would be beneath him. Sky River Great Elder and the Shun clan went way back in origin. They would let him keep this one inheritor that would eventually inherit all of his craft. Yuan Hong also heard what the other had said, and his eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Even though he had witnessed Yi Futian's talent, There was indeed a huge gap between the two of them in terms of status. Yi Futian would probably be subjected to great pressure in the future. Moreover, he knew that the young man who had spoken was the strongest of the current descendants of the Shun clan. It was one of the most dazzling figures among his peers in the Central Emperor realm, Shun Hao. Shun Hao was destined to be extraordinary. His father was a fabulous cultivator in the Shun clan, and since birth, he was destined to embark on a glorious path. He did not disappoint. Since the beginning of his cultivation amongst the children of countless clansmen, he was always invincible. In the future, he would undoubtedly inherit his father's crafts. Moreover, there was a good chance that he would become the future helmsman of the Shun clan. Previously, in his fight for the spatial sacred hall, Yi Futian had offended many top principalities. But as his alliance was powerful, there was not much issue. However, now in the fight for the relic left by the gods of Heavenly Palace, status and background were all within consideration. The question was, could he do it? Therefore, no matter how powerful was Yi Futian's talent, the pressure he would be subjected to would be unimaginable. Princess had a breakthrough. Yaya noticed the transformation of Xia Qingyuan's temperament as her breath became even more overpowering. It seemed that Yi Futian had found an opportunity for her. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and glanced at Yi Futian beside her. I haven't found anything suitable for you yet, Yi Futian said to Yaya. I know. Yaya didn't say anything more, as she didn't have any other thought. Previously in Sword City, Yi Futian had let her choose. It was she who first gave the opportunity to the sword master of Lihan. She understood that as long as there was an opportunity, Yi Futian would never treat his people poorly. Boss, what about me? The little condor looked at Yi Futian pitifully. Even that vicious woman had broken through. Would that spell future misery for Lord Condor? What are you fretting about? Xia Qingyuan looked at the little condor with a smile. Seeing the look in Xia Qingyuan's eyes, the little condor felt goosebumps all over, and muttered, oh boy, she wants to be the mistress. Without further ado, Yi Futian pressed his head down fiercely as Xia Qingyuan was heard saying, after you go out, leave the little condor to me for a few days. I will share some opportunity with him. Ah, the little condor looked at Yi Futian tremblingly. Seriously. Yi Futian was speechless for the time being. Xia Qingyuan and little condor were entangled for good. How is the situation here? Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng. Everyone has arrived, but no one can approach the sky stairwell. Yu Sheng kept his eyes forward and said, the statues seem to be alive. It is as if they still contain the will of their previous lives. There were even mirages when one stepped inside that appeared real enough. Yi Futian nodded. This was well within expectation. After all, this was the cultivation place of the fabled Great Emperor, which would not be so simple to breach. This had happened several times with God's relic. For more than 300 years, each time it was opened, the genius from all 9 realms would enter. But so far, no one had ever entered. This time, it was because of him and Jian Qingzhu that they were able to open 2 of the doors and activate the other 2 passages, hence the situation at hand. Jian Qingzhu left. Yi Futian looked to the other side and didn't see Jian Qingzhu in the direction of Tianqian Academy. He said that he was going to see 2 other places, Yaya said, and Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Jian Qingzhu had similar thoughts, but he only went to the Garden of Gods. As for the remaining place, it resembled more of an entrance. Many relics had already been trespassed upon and were not worth visiting. At this time, the sound of air breaking was heard, and the group of captivating characters from Tianqian Academy came forward. The person in the lead was none other than Jian Qingzhu. Eyes fell upon him, and they were very serious. Before, when they were at the entrance, it was the people of Tianqian Academy who opened the sealed door. It was said that Jian Qingzhu had commanded it. It also meant that it was Jian Qingzhu who came here and activated all the passages so that they could gather together here. After coming here, everyone focused on the Heavenly Palace and did not talk about anything. They had no idea that the people from the Heavenly Mandate realm led by Yi Futian came earlier than Jian Qingzhu. The people of the Heavenly Mandate realm and other forces like Yuanyang clan would not disclose this information on their own, as that would only cause more trouble for Yi Futian. Never mind that Jian Qingzhu opened the gate to the ultimate relic. Many notable figures had known his name as the first person among the descendants of Tiantian Academy. Even those who had never heard of him would have heard of him by now when they arrived. If it were not because the god's relic of Heavenly Palace was right before them, the gathering of all of the most excellent figures of the 9 realms would only tempt them to compete against one another. Chapter 16:35 Decision. What's the situation? Jian Qingzhu asked those around him after returning to where Tiantian Academy was positioned. The person next to him shook his head and said, "No one can crack it. I'm afraid that ordinary people can't pass." Those who could come here were all qualified to be called geniuses in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Being considered ordinary was dependent on context. Those powerful cultivators who had gathered in front of them were considered geniuses by the top forces and were only ordinary in comparison to the best. Jian Qingzhu understood what he meant, and he could also see that it was difficult. Unless top geniuses were willing to render aid in the effort to crack it, there was not much hope. Everyone has arrived. Hasn't anyone tried? Jian Qingzhu looked at the cultivators around him, many of whom he had met before. Several of them were the same extraordinary geniuses who were also from the Central Emperor realm just like him. He recognized Shun Hao of the Shun clan, that princess, and several other extraordinary individuals. In addition, not only the Central Emperor realm had arrived this time. Other realms within the 9 realms were also represented by their own top talents. The strongest from each realm was bound to be unusually outstanding. Yi Futian, for example, who led his group coming from the east, was not a simple man. Like him, he would be a creator for the history of God's relic. Has anyone here got a clue how to solve the mystery? Jian Qingzhu asked the crowd. As the first person among the descendants of Tiantian Academy and someone in the Renhuang realm, he exuded an ethereal aura. As soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. This road is the only way to enter the Heavenly Palace. This means that we must gain passage through these statues. However, until now, no one could solve the meaning of these statues, said Shun Hao from the Shun clan rather calmly. He stood there with a divine light shining upon him. Well, Jian Qingzhu nodded. It seems that it is not easy to decode the meaning of this statue. But we have here a gathering of many genius talents from the 9 realms. Is there someone who would like to be the first one to give it a shot? Tiantian Academy is the leading institution of all the academies. Its disciples are all colorful figures in their own rights. Not to mention, Brother Jian was also the first person who set foot into the relic, hoping to gain entry first. Why doesn't Tiantian Academy take the lead in solving this mystery? Some cultivator from a top force in the Emperor realm suggested, hoping Tiantian Academy would take the lead in this. I'm not the first person to set foot here, Jian Qingzhu said, and the others didn't seem to pay him any mind. This wasn't important, after all. Jian Qingzhu did not bother to explain anything. He merely looked at a young man next to him and said, "Ziyu, how about you give it a try?" Hearing his words, many became expectant. For those from the top powers of the 9 realms, everyone knew of the reputation of Tiantian Academy as the academy that stood inside the Central Emperor realm. It was known as the premier institution in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was only appropriate that disciples from Tiantian Academy would step up in situations such as this. Very well. The young man next to Jian Qingzhu nodded, and then walked toward the ancient path in front of him with countless eyes fastened on him. This young man, Han Ziyu, was a well-known figure in Tiantian Academy. Because of Jian Qingzhu's presence at the academy, Han Ziyu was not as dazzling in comparison. But on the book list at the academy, his ranking was rather high on the list. Above the Heavenly Palace, as divine might descended, Han Ziyu stepped forward. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. The crowd looked at the Heavenly Palace above, which seemed to be closed despite the fact that it was still quite a distance away. The ancient path in front was about 10 kilometers long, but this was nothing to the cultivators of this realm. As Han Ziyu moved forward, his temperament transcendent, the will of the way was released from his body. He quickly walked in front of a statue, and suddenly a terrible will erupted from it. It was as if there were ancient peaks blasting onto Han Ziyu, but it was also akin to thundering attacks on the spiritual soul. Bang! Han Ziyu's feet planted themselves firmly into the ground. His eyes became extremely sharp as he stared at the statue, and a magnificent spirit exuded from him. Worthy disciple of Tiantian Academy. Many who saw him praised him. Indeed, the reputation befitted the man himself. Cultivators of the Divine Palace were also concerned because the Divine Palace was a famous place for cultivation and held a supreme position in the upper heavens realm. However, its reputation in the 9 realms was certainly not superior to Tiantian Academy's. There seemed to be a dazzling and radiant divine light that shot out from the eyes of Shen Hao. Yi Futian's eyes also changed. He seemed to be able to look beyond falsehood. He observed that the statue seemed to be able to perceive Han Ziyu's approach as an extremely overwhelming will emanated from the statue. In the next moment, a terrible will of the way spread and converged between heaven and earth. Birth of illusions, many whispered, staring closely. On the ancient path, some changes were taking place as a suffocating will of the great path appeared. Many could vaguely see a purple radiance, ruinous thunder, and the mountain peaks. It was hard to distinguish between illusions and reality. Yi Futian was able to see it a little more clearly and saw a region of the great path appeared there. Han Ziyu was enveloped by that region of the great path. That region was closed off by ancient peaks guarding it on all sides, blocking all directions except for a sliver of the sky above. Dazzling golden divine light fell, and there was also a terrible purple light of destruction that continued shining. Han Ziyu must be under tremendous pressure at this moment, Yi Futian thought. Han Ziyu saw that countless purple divine swords suddenly emerged from the sliver of an opening in the sky, like the sword of the end of days, instantaneous diving towards him. Under the pressure of the great path, he could hardly move. However, he was a talented genius from Tiantian Academy. An extremely sharp divine light flashed through his eyes, and an overpowering will erupted. Suddenly, there were many radiant golden swords that flew toward the sliver in the sky. Click! A violent sound came out, and many did not actually witness the destruction but heard the terrible sound of the great path instead. Han Ziyu's long hair suddenly loosened and spread out, dancing wildly in the wind. Bang! There was another loud bang, and he continued to retreat. In that illusion, he felt that he was extremely small. It was as if he was competing with heaven. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not overcome it. An incredibly strong will of the way burst from him. His eyes were extremely firm as his will became even more determined. The crowd saw many swords rush out of Han Ziyu's body to illuminate the space he occupied. This genius talent from Tiantian Academy is quite impressive, and his will is tough enough. He's still hanging on, Dojao said, his eyes turning golden as he saw much more than many others. The divine light of destruction fell down like an illusion, and yet seemed all too real. Accompanied by a loud bang, Han Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was quickly weakening. He bowed his head and dared not look at the statue in front of him. Bang! A wave of divine might blasted on his body and knocked him backward. Jian Qingzhu reached out with his hand, and suddenly, an invisible light blocked Han Ziyu's backward momentum and stopped his fall. Han Ziyu retreated after steadying himself and whispered, "I have failed." The statue's will was far too aggressive. Failure was not surprising. Jian Qingzhu comforted him, and Han Ziyu said nothing more but simply returned to the crowd from Tiantian Academy. Many felt somewhat disappointed, having witnessed the power of the statue. Han Ziyu from Tiantian Academy had failed, and this was only one of them. It was probably going to be extremely difficult to pass them. Tiantian Academy gave it a shot. Do any of you want to test the remaining will of might in the other statues? Jian Qingzhu asked, eyeing the crowd. Han Ziyu's failure at least shed some light on one of the statues. Since all the cultivators from the 9 realms wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, it was unreasonable for just Tiantian Academy to do all the heavy lifting. Shun Clan will give it a try, Shen Hao said, but he did not make the move personally, either. Instead, he looked at a cultivator from Shun Clan beside him, who took the cue and walked toward another statue. Before he had time to get close, he He felt like he was suffocating, and his heart was about to stop beating as well. Similarly, he seemed to have also entered an invisible phantasmal space where everything had become unreal. After a few moments, he met the same fate as Han Ziyu. In even less time, he was injured and knocked out. After that, many cultivators from various forces tried their best. Most just wanted a taste without letting their most powerful person take the risk, so they had all ended in failure. Each of the 9 statues contains a different will. In order to get through the passage, the will of might from all 9 statues has to be broken at the same time. Jian Qingzhu continued, and, in my opinion, it would be difficult for someone to break the will of the 9 statues at the same time. Therefore, I have a suggestion. All the cultivators looked at him, and someone asked, "What suggestion?" Select 9 people from the cultivators of 9 realms and rush in at the same time, cracking the will of the statues in one fell swoop, Jian Qingzhu said. All previous attempts ended in failure, but Jian Qingzhu wanted all 9 people to walk out with success at the same time, breaking apart the statue's will. But this ambition was not something commoners dared to consider. In the 9 realms, it was not so difficult to find 9 top contenders. How? Someone asked. If there are exactly 9 statues, then each of the 9 realms may choose one representative. If someone thinks that he is more suitable than the others chosen by the other realms, he can fight for the opportunity on the side. Jian Qingzhu asked everyone, "How about it?" Central Emperor Realm was the strongest among all 9 realms and had the most top contenders. One position was clearly not enough, so they could compete with the others selected from the other realms. If they thought they were more suitable candidates, they could grab additional positions from the other realms. Obviously, after one attempt, Jian Qingzhu did not plan to continue testing slowly but wanted to solve the mystery in the most direct way and enter the sky stairwell. Sounds good. The people from Shun clan nodded and did not disagree. They, too, wanted to get it over with instead of wasting any more time here. The top figures from Central Emperor Realm are indeed more decisive, Futian thought. If there were any selections from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there should be no question. Chapter 1636 Absolute Suppression. The cultivators of various forces each had their own thoughts about this. Even Han Ziyu of Tiantian Academy could not crack the statues. From the looks of it, it would also be difficult for most of them to do so as well. After all, many people had already tried, and none had succeeded. Hence, the idea proposed by Jian Qingzhu of Tiantian Academy was reasonable. The denizens of each realm would choose their strongest cultivator as a representative. The 9 chosen ones would then crack the 9 statues at the same time. The ancient road would then be opened, they could then access the sky stairwell and reach the heavenly palace. However, there was an issue that still remained. What would happen to the rest of them after they had successfully chosen the 9 representatives? Right now, nothing was certain. However, there was a huge probability that the 9 chosen ones would seize the greatest opportunities, and they had the highest chances of getting the relics. Even if the rest didn't agree with this idea, what could they do? They could not crack the statues by themselves. Therefore, everyone acquiesced to Jian Qingzhu's proposal. The minority who had opposing ideas could only hold their tongues. Since the rest do not have any objections, then may the 9 realms each choose their respective representative, Jian Qingzhu said. The top forces of the Central Emperor Realm numbered the most here. They also had the most top figures here. If they were to descend into an all-out brawl for a spot, it would most likely escalate into a frightening war. Since Jian Qingzhu made such a proposal, he probably wanted this spot. Rather than fighting with Jian Qingzhu over it, the other figures of the Central Emperor Realm might as well fight for the spots of other realms. My older brother has already reached the Renhuang Plain and is the top scholar on the book list of Tiantian Academy. Does anyone object to him representing the Imperial Realm to crack the statues? A cultivator from Tiantian Academy asked loudly. He was also a prominent scholar on the book list and had some fame in the Central Emperor Realm. However, it was impossible for anyone in Tiantian Academy to contend with Jian Qingzhu. We can compete fairly, Jian Qingzhu said. If anyone has any objections and they are at the Renhuang Plain, we can spar to see who is superior. If they are at the Saint Plane, I will also not take advantage of them. We can try to crack the same statue to see who succeeds. These statues seem to contain powerful wills. It seems that cracking these statues is unrelated to one's cultivation. It is just nice for us. We can also check in advance whether cracking these statues will bring about any changes to the ancient road. If cracking the statues beforehand was also counted, they could save some trouble. They would only need to wait for the rest to crack the other statues themselves. Jian Qingzhu's words were very reasonable. No one in the Central Emperor realm went against him. There was no need to contend with Jian Qingzhu. He was the top scholar of the juniors of Tiantian Academy. Now that he had reached the Renhuang Plain, defeating him was too difficult. The other cultivators from other realms were also debating. On the Heavenly Mandate realm's side, everyone was clearly very harmonious. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the forces that opposed Yi Futian had already lost pathetically to Yi Futian's forces. The other forces all had good relations with Yi Futian and also acknowledged his ability. Not long ago, in the battle in the Spatial Sacred Hall, they also came to realize that no one in the Heavenly Mandate realm could contend with Yi Futian. Hence, very tacitly, everyone looked in the direction where Yi Futian was. You should go. Beside Yi Futian, Qin he said to him in a low voice, among the top figures of the 9 realms, there will most likely be members from other realms who will want to seize our Heavenly Mandate realm's spot. Rather than that happening, we are more confident if we give the spot to you. As she said this, her gaze swept over the crowd beside them. She asked, what does everyone else think? Long Chen nodded in agreement. This time, it was subtly a contest to see who was strongest in the 9 realms. In reality, Yi Futian was also considered the hope of the Heavenly Mandate realm in this contest. On the Higher Heavens realm's side, there was also no suspense. Almost no one could compete with Huang Zhong from Shangxiao Divine Palace. The representative from the Higher Heavens realm was naturally him. Among each of the 9 realms, there were only a few people who could claim the top positions within the realm. After a short while, Jian Qingzhu asked, let us begin with the Central Emperor realm. I am willing to step forward and give it a try. Does anyone wish to challenge me for this spot? As expected, no one said anything. If that is the case, I will take a spot first. Seeing no one responding, Jian Qingzhu said, next, the Mountain Realm. Who is your representative? I wish to give it a try. At this moment, a silhouette walked out. Yi Futian glanced over at the monk who had walked out. It was the monk who was meditating under the willow tree not long ago. His demeanor was stern. The light of Buddha circled around him. His temperament was extraordinary. I am Divine Monk Gui Zong from Tianxian Temple. Every cultivator in the mountain realm knew of Divine Monk Gui Zong. Divine Monk Gui Zong's cultivation method was extremely bizarre. When he was young, his cultivation advanced at an extremely slow rate. He traveled all around preaching. However, once he meditated, he would do so for a few years and break through multiple planes consecutively. There were rumors that claimed that there were no signs of distinction of the Saint Plane on his body at all. He had broken through from below the Saint Plane all the way to becoming a flawless Renhuang in one swoop. He had defied the common knowledge of many people. Some claimed that it was because he had accumulated his cultivation over many years. His state of mind was extraordinary, and he had superb dharma. Due to that, he only needed to deepen his way of Buddha, and he would naturally break through to higher planes and attain nirvana. Currently, it seemed that he could no longer be considered a monk at the Saint Plane. After becoming a Renhuang, he was a Buddha. When the cultivators of the mountain realm saw Gui Zong walk out, they gave up on the notion of competing. Prior to this, the members of the Shunxing clan had also joined the crowd. However, after seeing the monk Gui Zong, they could only curse internally. They did not want to offend this bald monk. He could easily exorcise anyone here. Emperor Star Realm? Jian Qingzhu continued asking. On the Emperor Star Realm's side, Do Jiao was initially eager to give it a try. However, Yi Futian transmitted his thoughts over to him and asked, among those of the Emperor Star Realm, how high would you rank yourself in terms of ability? I would be first place. Do Zhao said without any shred of humility. Yi Futian was speechless. He felt that compared to Do Zhao, he paled in comparison when it came to shamelessness. I am the descendant of fighting God. My will is only below that of sevenfold fighting God. If it wasn't because I encountered the guy beside you, who else could defeat me? Do Zhao said, annoyed. He gave Yu Sheng a glance. Yi Futian acknowledged the ability of Do Zhao. In reality, in order to defeat Do Zhao, Yu Sheng had used all his triumph cards. Hence, one could tell how domineering Do Zhao was when he unleashed the will of sevenfold fighting God. When Do Zhao said he was ranked first in the Emperor Star Realm, he wasn't bluffing. Even if you are ranked first in the Emperor Star Realm, you will surely face challenges issued by those from the Central Emperor Realm when you step up. Can you fight against them? Yi Futian asked. Do Zhao looked at Yi Futian and revealed a strange expression, asking, are you afraid that I might contend with you for the spot? Fine. Do as you please. Yi Futian rolled his eyes at Do Zhao. If the 9 representatives cracked the statues, they might indeed end up fighting against each other. Never mind. I am already quite satisfied with what I got on this trip. I will leave this opportunity for you. Do Zhao did not volunteer himself. The 7th Slayer, who was now at the Renhuang Plain, represented the Emperor Star Realm. There was another Renhuang from the Emperor Star Realm, but his reputation was obviously not as good as that of the 7th Slayer, so he didn't volunteer himself either. As for those at the Saint Plain, when they saw that the 7th Slayer was now a Renhuang, they gave up too. After that, each realm decided on their representative. In the end, the cultivators of the Myriad Realm chose a Renhuang from the Slaughtering World. He was also a top figure who had broken through to the Renhuang Plain in God's Relic. Unsurprisingly, Huang Zhong of Shangxiao Divine Palace represented the Higher Heavens Realm. Then, one by one, the Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, and Hidden Land Realm elected their representatives. All who were chosen were top existences. Naturally, Yi Futian represented the Heavenly Mandate Realm. When other cultivators saw Yi Futian emerge and that no one had fought with him, the facial expressions of those who knew him changed. Those who had suffered losses at the hands of Yi Futian put on strange looks. There were also people who cast skeptical gazes at Yi Futian. For example, the cultivators of Shun Clan were puzzled. It seemed like this inheritor of Sky River Great Elder was quite capable. He could actually convince everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Realm to support him. Was this the person who had traveled from the Heavenly Mandate Realm to the Tianhe Realm in order to learn under the Sky River Great Elder? Jian Qingzhu was not at all surprised. Yi Futian was the first person to reach here after opening the door of the relic. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Mandate Realm would choose him. The 9 representatives who had been elected were as follows. Central Emperor Realm, Jian Qingzhu of Tianchen Academy. Heavenly Mandate Realm, Yi Futian. Higher Heavens Realm, Huang Zhong of Shangxiao Divine Palace. Mountain Realm, Master Gui Zong of Tianxian Temple. Emperor Star Realm, the 7th Slayer of the Clan of the 7 Slayers. Myriad Realm, Qin Lin of Slaughtering World. Hidden Land Realm, Lian Jiuyo of the Clan of the God of Ghost. Solar Realm, Di Wu of Solar Divine Palace. Shadow Realm, Chang Shi of Yu Divine Palace. These 9 cultivators formed more or less the strongest lineup of the 9 realms. However, this 9-person lineup was only the initial arrangement. Next, people from any realm could eliminate them and take over their spots. After all, this time, their target was not merely choosing one representative from each realm. They needed to form the strongest lineup of the 9 realms. Everyone, in the interest of time, if you intend to challenge any of these 9 cultivators, each force will only get one chance to do so, Jian Qingzhu spoke again. If multiple cultivators from each force competed in this elimination, it would take forever to decide on the lineup. Each force only had an opportunity. The winner would take the spot, and the loser would be eliminated. There was no second chance. Shun Hao was the first to take a step forward. Brilliant divine light enveloped him. He stared at the 7th Slayer, saying, "Since your divine wheel of the Great Path is flawed, you should not occupy a spot." The 7th Slayer glanced at Shun Hao. Murderous intent surged out from his pupils and stabbed towards his opponent. Buzz. A divine halo shone brightly on Shun Hao's body. His divine will could be vaguely seen. His gaze was sharp, piercing directly into the eyes of the seventh slayer. He ignored the domineering murderous intent emanated by the seventh slayer. The two of them exchanged blows from a distance. An alarming collision of the great path had actually taken place in the space between the two of them. Bang! An overbearing might of Ren Huang descended from the sky, intruding the body of the seventh slayer. The halo of the divine wheel of the seventh slayer was suppressed by the might of Ren Huang. Even though the murderous intent of the seventh slayer was strong and endless killing aura intended to burst forth, they were restrained and could only flow around his body, unable to break through. There are only two types of divine wheel, a perfect one or a flawed one. The two of them are worlds apart. Let alone cultivators at the same plane, even if you are a plane higher than me, I can still suppress you. Shun Hao spoke with the authority of heaven as his might of Ren Huang continued to lash down on the body of the seventh slayer. The latter let out a groan of pain, and he actually took a step backward. His murderous aura had experienced an absolute suppression. Yi Futian revealed a look of surprise when he saw this scene. The divine wheel of the seventh slayer had encountered an absolute suppression. Some cultivators divided the divine wheels into 4 tiers. However, in the eyes of the top figures, there were only flawless divine wheels and flawed divine wheels. Shun Hao had forged a flawless divine wheel. He was ranked first among the younger generations of the Shun clan in the Central Emperor realm. The experiences and resources he had were not something ordinary cultivators could replicate. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even in the Shun clan, Shun Hao was the only one in his generation to have forged a flawless divine wheel. The might of Ren Huang dissipated. The halo on both of them disappeared. The seventh slayer remained silent. In his first battle after he had become a Ren Huang, he was suppressed. His spot was seized by others. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.